to create bridges of knowledge between the United States and Libya and be informative of what is happening in Libya and its relations with the United States. This year is 2026, which is a special year for our country, the United States, and also for Libya, where it has been 230 years of relations between the United States and Libya. So it's a triple kind of occasion here for us, and we're all very honored that we are joined by very esteemed speakers. This is a very important year for the Libyans, particularly that they recognize that... Sorry, we can't hear. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So it is a special year. It is a small room, by the way, so just I can increase my voice anytime you want. The Libyans have gone through a very difficult time from 2011 until now. Intervention that was supposed to lead to a change to the better had led to a change to not necessarily a better. There is more freedom in the country, but the situation on the grounds is more of divisions, militias, lack of governance, economy that is collapsing, a value of the Libyan dinar that is going down, and it has gotten to a situation where it is not sustainable anymore. So it's a very critical junction for the nation of Libya. A program that we put together today addresses multiplicity of issues, both from security aspect and economic, but also on the issue of governance and how Libya can be directed in a way that could secure a more sustainable, viable pathway for the Libyans to enjoy. They have oil and gas, they have a lot of resources that could be very beneficial for them. They have a strategic location, and I think they're all fed up, they're tired, and they want a solution. So today's conversations will be held on that matter also, and hopefully we, at the end of this meeting, will have a report that we usually will publish and distribute. The first part of this will address the occasion of 230 years and the history of U.S. and Libya relations. It started, and I will not take away from our speakers that will be coming in, but it started several hundred years ago, and it has been good and it has been tough. But I think we are at a junction right now where we recognize that Libyans definitely will need some assistance, and the contributions of the United States to this stability is going to be very essential. The first panel is about from the past to the future. Why should the U.S. be engaged in Libya? It's a very good question, and it has always been a question that we've kind of passed on to relevant partners and players in the United States. And the answer was always, why should we be involved in the nation of Libya and get involved in Libya? Our first speaker is Sarah Shanib, my daughter, and she was supposed to join us from the United Arab Emirates, where she is working, but unfortunately, because of the war that is happening in there and her family being relocated into Oman and all the kind of issues that they have in there, she was not able to join us, and she has sent a document that covers that topic. Her topic is A Glance at Libya Through the Libyan Heritage House. Sarah is the founder and the managing director of the Libyan Heritage House, which is an offshoot of the National Council's work. She's a corporate lawyer by background and a senior legal counsel for a global investment company in Dubai. She lives with her husband and 3 kids over there. Sarah is a graduate from McGill University, London School of Economics, and London University, has her law degree and has been practicing since. So without any further introduction, can we hear her presentation, please? Yeah, can we put it in?
guests, colleagues, and friends. It is my great honor to present before you today as the Managing Director of the Libyan Heritage House. Our gathering here represents something important, a shared commitment to preserving and celebrating the extraordinary cultural legacy of Libya, a land whose history stretches back to the very dawn of human civilization. Let me begin by sharing how our organization came to be. The Libyan Heritage House was born in 2020 from a conversation between myself and the other individuals who would later become the committee members of Libyan Heritage House. We recognize a significant gap, a lack of publicly available, well-researched, and illustrated resources about Libya. As a country that has remained comparatively difficult for non-Libyans to visit, the people, culture, and history of Libya have remained relatively elusive to the general international public. Following this initial discussion, a proposal was put before the board of the NCUSLR, which voted to support the foundation of the Libyan Heritage House. Since then, our committee has worked tirelessly to create an engaging and reliable resource that brings the historical, geographical, and cultural heritage of Libya to the wider global public. Our mission rests upon three fundamental pillars. The first pillar is education. Libya is a country to which global public access has been relatively restricted over the past 50 years. Public information regarding Libya has been largely dominated by media coverage of political and security matters. It is our mission to harness the power of technology to bring Libya to the broader public who have not had the opportunity to travel to Libya or to access reliable resources of information about the country. The second pillar is engagement. We believe that nothing can be achieved in isolation. We aim to engage the broader global public with Libyan heritage, culture, and environment to communicate the immense significance of these resources for the Libyan people and all other global citizens. The third is preservation. Libya is a country with a rich and diverse cultural history and tremendous natural beauty. It is our mission to raise awareness of the urgent need to preserve these valuable resources: historical, architectural, linguistic, artistic, and ecological, for future generations, and to organize and oversee initiatives to preserve Libyan sites of historical and cultural significance, which are in critical need of protection. In pursuit of these goals, we have undertaken significant conservation projects. Previous projects include our recent conservation initiative to preserve the Agor archaeological site at Serene, a UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Green Mountain region of Cyrenaica. In 2017, UNESCO added Serene to its list of World Heritage and Danger Sites due to its vulnerability to ongoing destruction, vandalism, and theft in the wake of regional instability. Our work there included rectification and surface cleaning to remedy damage caused by vandalism, as well as the installation of a secure perimeter and security system. Future projects include Project Area, which involves the creation of aerial footage and 3D walkthrough video tours of the 5 UNESCO World Heritage Sites of Libya, commencing with Sabrata in the Zawiya district, as well as Project Derna, which seeks to build an online map of the city of Derna and all of its many significant cultural sites to help Libyans and the world preserve the memory of the city as it stood prior to the destruction caused by Hurricane Daniel. To truly appreciate the significance of what we are preserving, one must understand the extraordinary depth of Libya's history. The story of Libya does not begin with the arrival of the Phoenicians, Greeks, Romans, or Arabs. It long predates the arrival of these ethnic groups who came to Libya as traders, settlers, and colonizers. Before coming into contact with these immigrant groups, the Berber tribes, who call themselves the Amazigh, had lived there for thousands of years. Indigenous art found carved on the mountains of Tadret Akakis and Fezzan and the Mesak Plateau date back thousands of years, indicating that the region was inhabited by ancestors of these tribes since at least 8000 BCE. These striking petroglyphs depict crocodiles, ostriches, buffaloes, and hippopotami, revealing that what is now a vast desert was once a fertile land, perhaps a green savanna with rich waterways and grassy plateaus. From around 1000 BCE, foreign peoples began settling in the north of Libya, including Phoenician colonists from the coast of what is now Lebanon. The Phoenicians established trading posts along the Libyan coast, including Wia, now Tripoli, Libde, now Leptis Magna, and Sabrata.
The Greeks established themselves as contending trading powers in the Mediterranean from about 750 BCE onwards and established 5 colonies in Cyrenaica known as the Pentapolis: Cyrene, Apollonia, Ptolemais, Tauchiria, and Berenice. Cyrene, founded in 631 BCE, became one of the greatest intellectual and artistic centers of the ancient world, famous for its medical and philosophical schools and architecture. The Romans acquired control over the region from 146 BC onwards and held it until the 7th century CE. Tripolitania and Cyrenaica became part of a cosmopolitan state, and Roman ruins like Leptis Magna and Sabrata attest to the greatness of this region. Following the Vandal and Byzantine periods, the Arab conquest of the 7th century brought Islam to Libya, and the region subsequently came under Ottoman rule during the 16th century. It is during the 19th century, during the period of Ottoman rule, that the first significant interaction between Libya and the newly established country of America took place. The Barbary Wars were conflicts that would profoundly shape the young American Republic. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the Barbary states comprising Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli practiced state-supported piracy to exact tribute from weaker Atlantic powers. At that time, Tripoli was a semi-autonomous, military-led regency that was nominally part of the Ottoman Empire, but operated primarily as a piracy-dependent maritime entity controlled by Pasha Yusuf Karamanli that extorted tribute for safe passage of commercial ships through the Mediterranean. Prior to independence, American colonists had enjoyed the protection of the British Navy from such piracy. However, once the United States declared independence, American ships in the Mediterranean became vulnerable to attack from the Barbary pirates. By the time Thomas Jefferson took charge as president in 1801, there were already deep-seated tensions with the Pasha of Tripoli, who was demanding substantial tribute amounts from the USA. Rather than continue paying annual tributes, which placed an enormous burden on the economy, Jefferson's administration determined that money would be better spent building a powerful naval fleet. Upon refusal of tribute payments, the Pasha of Tripoli declared war on the United States, which subsequently sent several of its new naval vessels to fight the Barbary pirates. The Barbary Wars finally ended in 1815, when Commodore Stephen Decatur traveled to the region aboard the USS Constellation, accompanied by an overwhelming American naval force, and compelled Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli to sign treaties ending the practice of exacting tribute and ransom and laying the foundation for free trade in the Mediterranean. The Barbary Wars were not without losses to the United States, the most tragic of these events being the September 1804 explosion of the USS Intrepid in Tripoli Harbor, which killed Master Commandant Richard Somers and 12 of his crew. Their bodies washed ashore and were eventually buried by fellow American sailors who were held prisoner in Tripoli. Several of their bodies were rediscovered in an initiative led by the American consul in Tripoli in 1949, interred in what is known as the Protestant Cemetery in Tripoli, while others are believed to be buried adjacent to Martyrs Square. Several petitions have been brought before Congress to have their remains excavated and repatriated, but to date, the graves of these American soldiers remain in Tripoli and are tended to by local caretakers. Today, the USS Constellation is moored in Baltimore Harbor and can be visited as a memorial to the U.S. participation in the Barbary Wars, its first international skirmish as a newly founded country. In 1921, nearly 500 years of Ottoman rule in Libya was brought to an end by the reinvasion of Libya by Romans, now calling themselves Italians. Fortunately, the Italians only managed to colonize Libya for a few decades at the start of the 20th century, until World War II, with Libya finally gaining independence on December 24, 1951. It was around this time that the relationship between Libya and the U.S. entered a new and remarkable phase with the establishment of Wheelus Air Base. The airbase was originally built by the Italian Air Force in 1923 and named Malaha. During the Second World War, the U.S. Army Air Force began using it as a bomber base, and it was renamed Wheelus Air Base on the 17th of May, 1945. With the crowning of King Idris I in 1951 and the signing of a base rights agreement between the Kingdom of Libya and the United States, Wheelus entered its golden era. Wheelus developed into a significant training facility for the U.S. Air Force, and Strategic Air Command began moving bombers and tankers to Wheelus, which became a primary location for Strategic Air Command operations in North Africa. At its peak, Wheelus was the largest U.S. military facility outside of the United States, housing up to 15,000 Americans and offering its residents a high school, the largest military hospital outside of America, a shopping mall and a cinema, a bowling alley, restaurants, a beach club, and its own radio and television station. The U.S. ambassador to Libya once called it a little America on the sparkling shores of the Mediterranean. Perhaps most touching was the humanitarian work conducted from Wheelus. During the North African flood disaster of 1969, which killed 600 people and displaced over 250,000 in Tunisia and Algeria, 3 Sikorsky HH-3E Jolly Greens from the 58th Aerospace Rescue and Recovery Squadron at Wheelus flew into flood-ravaged Tunisia and saved the lives of at least 433 people trapped in high waters. Although Wheelus was dismantled following the start of the Gaddafi era in 1961, there are countless Libyans who remember with great fondness the many American servicemen and their families with whom they formed friendships and strong business relationships during the Wheelus period. If you would like to learn more about Wheelus, please do visit our website and explore our online exhibition, Wheelus, an American Town in Libya. Distinguished guests, having delved into Libya's unique and fascinating history, you may well ask, why does Libyan cultural preservation matter at this particular juncture in time, particularly when Libya faces so many pressing challenges? It is a fair question, and one that deserves an honest answer. Libya is currently facing challenges customary for a nascent state. Competition for resources and priorities exist. Political stability remains a work in progress. Economic development requires attention. Security concerns persist. These are real and pressing matters that demand immediate attention. And yet, it is precisely in such moments that cultural preservation becomes vital. The work we do at the Libyan Heritage House is not a luxury to be postponed until more convenient times. It is an essential investment into Libya's future. Consider this. The archaeological site of Serene has stood for over 2.5 millennia. The rock art of Tadrit Akakis tells stories that are 12,000 years old. These treasures have survived countless changes of empire, religion, and government. They belong not merely to the current generation, but to all generations, past and future. If we allow these sites to fall into ruin, if we stand by whilst vandals deface the temples of Serene, if we permit the mosaics of Olbia to crumble, we do not merely lose stones and artwork, we lose the very threads that connect the Libyan people to their ancestors, to their identity, to their sense of belonging in the great tapestry of human civilization. When Libyans overcome their current challenges, as they surely will, they will need these cultural assets. They will need them for education so that young Libyans can understand the extraordinary civilizations that flourished on their soil. They will need them for enjoyment so that families can visit these sites and feel pride in their heritage. And yes, they will need them for economic development, for cultural tourism represents an enormous opportunity for a country blessed with Roman cities, Greek temples, Byzantine churches, and prehistoric art that rival any in the world. We preserve today so that tomorrow's Libyans will have something magnificent to inherit.
I wish to close with a word about the future. The relationship between the United States and Libya is one with deep historical roots. From the shores of Tripoli to the runways of Wheelus, our two nations have been intertwined for over 2 centuries. Today, there is tremendous scope for continued American partnership in the cultural development of Libya. We have seen encouraging developments. Just this year, the old town of Ghadames was officially removed from UNESCO's list of World Heritage Sites in danger, a milestone that demonstrates what can be achieved through international cooperation and dedicated preservation efforts. The Libyan Heritage House stands ready to facilitate partnerships between American institutions, scholars and preservationists, and their Libyan counterparts. Together, we can train the next generation of Libyan heritage professionals. Together, we can implement emergency interventions to stabilize endangered sites. Together, we can develop the management plans that will protect Libya's World Heritage Sites for centuries to come. The cultural heritage of Libya is not merely Libyan. It is a patrimony of all humanity. The Greeks who founded Cyrene, the Romans who built Leptis Magna, the Byzantines who laid the mosaics at Olbia, the Berbers who carved their stories into the rocks of the Sahara, the captured American soldiers who laid to rest their fallen comrades in the sands of Tripoli, they speak to all of us across the millennia. Let us honor their legacy, let us preserve their works, and let us do so together. Thank you.
By my daughter. I'm very proud. Well, thank you, Sarah, even though you're not with us, but I truly appreciate the work that she does at the Libya Heritage House. And it is an effort that I encourage all of you to espouse and support. It is a humanitarian mission more than anything else. We need to preserve this. And it's a good introduction to the subject of the history of Libya and then the history of US-Libya relations. And who is better than to refer to this and speak to us about it than Professor Ali Abdulatif Ahmeda, who is the founding chair and professor of political science at the University of New England. He was educated at Cairo University and then at the University of Washington. He's a leading scholar of anti-colonial resistance and genocide in North Africa. He is the author of numerous books, and he is very well known for a particular book called Genocide in Libya, Sharr, a Hidden Colonial History. So with that introduction, I'd like to invite Dr. Ali to make the next presentation. It's a brief history of Libya and American-Libyan relations. Dr. Ali, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Shanib, and I'm glad. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
But I can't see anybody. For some reason, it's now dark. Just, I don't know what it is. Oh, yes, that's much better, much better. Let me just, first of all, I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you because of previous commitment at the university here in Maine, but I'm delighted to join you and also share with you some of my insights. But I have to start by saying it's going to be impossible, as I teased my good old friend, Professor Dr. Shanib, in 20 or 15 minutes to sum up a very complex, long history of the relationship between the United States and Tripoli and then modern Libya. I would start by sharing with you some obstacles that might mitigate against our understanding and getting a deep sense of that long, complicated, with some confrontation, some wars, but also some wonderful collaboration. And I would say that I think the obstacles, again, is our understanding of modern Libya should be stated by recognizing and admitting Libya is the least known North African country, even though I spent 4 decades as a Libyan American scholar studying it. And I think it's important to understand that. Second is, I think it's not very useful to understand Libya's modern history and Libyan-American relations through the lenses of Gaddafi, oil, terrorism, tribalism, and also a fragmentation. And we need to understand that there is a mutual, unfortunately, I call it a mutual ignorance. A lot of young Libyans, they don't know the United States well. And let's admit also, many Americans still have a very stereotypical understanding of modern Libya. So I like the idea that this conference is trying to address the relationship between our two countries and also deepen our understanding and paving the way for a new page for collaboration for building bridges and also for helping the country of Libya recover its state, its institutions, and also its people who deserve prosperity, good life, and building. Let me start by proposing some insights that will allow us to have some keys to understand this very complicated relationship. I think Sarah's overview of the Barbary Wars refers to the fact that, you know, Libya was called in 19th century Tripoli, as Tunis, Tunisia, and Algeria. The name Libya was given, it's an ancient name revived by the Italian colonialists, and it became really normal name for the modern nation state of Libya. So we need to keep in mind that Libya, up until 1911, was a province of the Ottoman Empire, the last province that was colonized in 1911 by the Italian state, and was a colony until 1943, but also gained independence, as most of you know, in 1951. So the American involvement in Libya is very, very old. Actually, the first war between the United States, the young Federal Republic, the United States of America, and Tripoli, was one of the earliest ones. The war, the 40 Years' War between 1801 and 1805. And that confrontation led to the story that Sarah explained well. But also there is another episode, and I encourage you to watch the film The Battle of Tripoli that I participated in 2005 that deals with it. The diplomat adventurers William Eaton led a campaign with mercenaries and 8 Marines and invaded the eastern city of Darna that you very well known, and he tried to install a prince called Hamad al-Garmali, the brother of Yusuf Garmali, and he succeeded. But then President Jefferson and his diplomat decided they want to have a peace. They have a peace treaty, and that was revolved. And Libya could have been, in my opinion, the first American colony in the Muslim world. Now, when we talk about that episode and also look at American-Libyan relations, the symbols and the representation and perception of that war is still with us. Not only the Marine anthem, many of American ships are called Tripoli. Even the town where I live, there is a street called Tripoli. And also in 1950, John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara had a movie called Tripoli. So Libya, Tripoli then was really alive and vivid in the American mass culture in many ways. Now, the colonial period and the Libyan independence are important in many ways in understanding modern Libya and American-Libyan relations, because Libya had a very, very short, yet one of the most brutal, violent colonization aside from Algeria and maybe the Congo in that sense. So I think we need to realize, that the relationship between the Libyan people and that state was violent and led eventually to concentration camps, extermination, killing, and also the Libyan population declined from almost half to a third at least. So that's really important. And finally, the defeat of the Allies and the United States armies participated in the process with the Allies, led to the making of Libyan independence and the Cold War. And the period of the 1950s and 1960s is a really a very significant period where Libya have been building a state institutions, and the United States replaced even the UK in that sense. Yes, it subsidized Libyan budget because Libya was one of the poorest countries in the world, but also the period of the 1950s and 60s was very, very significant in building that. The Cold War period is the context that lead us to understand American interest and American design in Libya. There is no policy towards Libya. As we know, American policy during the Cold War in the Middle East emphasized three things: fighting communism, having access to oil, a third, the security of Israel. And I think in that sense, Libya was very important, especially after the Suez War and the Egyptian Revolution in that sense. Now, that period of cultural, educational, and collaboration with the United States led to the coming of a military nationalist anti-colonial coup led by young officers by Gaddafi. And here, this period, I know well because I look at the archives, and I think we need to understand two things without getting bogged in details. The first thing is the administration, the Ford administration welcomed the coup because they saw it literally as anti-communist, and that his nationalism could be tolerated. So the President Nixon, Ford, Carter, all tolerated the Libyan policy and the rhetoric of nationalism and nationalization. And in that sense, that was a period of transition. But President Reagan and the Libyan government came to confrontation and to war in 1986, and that led to, of course, severing a relationship. And after that, informal covert wars between the two countries, which led to Lockerbie and the confrontation with Lockerbie and sanctions, until the regime decided to make peace with the United States. We know all of that. So this is really a period similar to Yusuf Pasha in the early 19th century. And finally, 2011, the Libyan uprising that toppled the regime because the regime failed to reform itself, failed to make peace with its own people. And that was another phase where the United States reluctantly, under President Obama, tried to, they gave the green light, even though he was reluctant, the NATO intervention, the Libyan uprising, the removal of the regime, but at the same time, the fact that the Libyan people were left to fight in a very, very bitter civil war, and we still haven't recovered from it until now. This is really the larger picture. What we need to keep in mind, I don't want us to focus only on diplomatic security and political relations. I would like also to broaden our understanding of Libya and America's relations through the societal relations, the educational, the cultural, the Peace Corps, the 1,000 of Libyan students who educated in the United States, married here or stayed in the United States, like our community in your council here. So we need to understand the relationship should not be just between political and diplomatic. There are other aspects, societal aspects, that are important in understanding and deepening our sense of where we go from here and how to help each other. And I think the first and most fundamental point is we need to learn about each other. We need to really read and recognize and discover who we are, because this is really still a big challenge for all of us.
For this enlightening presentation. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Please stay with us for the panel discussion at the end. Our next speaker is none other than our chairman of the advisory board, Dr. Wolfgang Puchtai. He's a security analyst with military and intelligence experience focusing on MENA, and a former Austrian defense attaché to Italy, Greece, Tunisia, and Libya. Wolfgang is very well known for his very precise reports on security in the Middle East, and now more recently in a much wider scope of European interest in there. So Wolfgang, without introduction, Libya's historic and current military status, a credible future partner for the U.S., ? And how to get there. Wolfgang.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. At the end of the revolution, in Libya there were about 30,000 Tuvar revolutionary fighters, about 30,000. A couple of months later, we had 270,000 or more militia fighters in the country. This enabled the build-up of quite a number of radical Islamist militias under the cover of this all-out militia build-up. Actually, a key problem is that in the year thereafter, after Prime Minister Abdul Rahman El-Kib succeeded to Professor Ali Dahouni, they have established a number of auxiliary forces. Auxiliary forces, which means that they legitimated these militias, and they paid them very well. And this was the foundation was laid with all the open issues from the revolution for the Libyan civil war, which lasted from 2014 to 2020, and which is still a key issue to understand why a reunification of the military in Libya is for the time being not realistic. But it is also a starting point for some options to establish some common military units and efforts. In the Libyan civil war, especially in the east, we have seen the establishment of the so-called Benghazi Revolutionary Shura Council, the Derna Mujahideen Shura Council, and several other Shura Councils, who included infamous groups like Ansar al-Sharia, Al-Qaeda offshoots, ISIS, and others. This was a very, very bloody civil war, with many war crimes committed on both sides. At the very end, Khalifa Haftar is the hero, the champion of the East, and the devil in person for many in the West. To understand the context and to understand why the situation is so complicated, it is important to know that over the centuries, next slide please, that over the centuries, many people from Misrata have settled in the eastern part of the country, and became a backbone of the societies of many eastern towns. Today, we have a couple of main actors. The first one, the Libyan army, if I may call it army. They call themselves army, and Mr. President is one of the supreme commanders of the Supreme Commanding Council of the Libyan army. And this Libyan army is an army only by name. Actually, it consists of a Ministry of Defense headed by the Prime Minister and the Deputy Minister of Defense, by some headquarters and a very few combat troops. It is actually no cohesive fighting force. Most of the militias in the West are affiliated and paid for either by the Ministry of Defense or by the Ministry of the Interior, but they act on their own. The leading military force, and remember what I've said about the Misrata in the East, the leading military force in the West are the militias or troops or forces, whatever you want to call them, from Misrata, affiliated either with the MOD or with the MOI. They provided the backbone of Operation Libya Dawn in 2014, at the beginning of the civil war, kicking the Sintanis out of the city, and they also provided the backbone of Operation fighting against ISIS in Sirte. This was an extremely bloody battle, and the performance of the soldiers, of the troops of Misrata was very well, and they suffered a huge amount of casualties in this battle. And they were also the backbone of the defense of Tripoli in 2019-2020 against Khalifa Haftar. What is also important to understand, and if you look on the map, it's quite obvious, the city of Misrata, while it is an important merchant city and has a huge military power, has no direct access to water resources and no direct access, no direct control over oil or gas. Today, we have a so-called joint military committee established in the ceasefire agreement of Geneva, and the cooperation between the East and West is a quite good one. There is no real appetite, neither in the East nor in the West. There is no real appetite to resume hostilities. The challenges. We have a deep polarization. No surprise after what I've told you about the situation. We have a partially fragmented security landscape. The Libyan National Army is a quite cohesive force, at least up in northern Cyrenaica. The Libyan National Army, in contrast to the Libyan army, is a military organized force in our sense. In the south, we have a particular situation. It is formally under control of the LNA, but only nominally. We have several key militias, for example, the Subul al-Islam, which are involved in smuggling of, especially of fuel to the rebels in Sudan, which is a brigade in Kufra, which is not really obeying to the orders of Khalifa Haftar. So this is some kind of dilemma. His friends, his backers in Egypt, demand him to stop the smuggling of fuel to Sudan, but he can't because he doesn't really have a control over these militias down there. In the south, we have also various tribal militias from the Tuareg, from the Tubu, from the Arab tribes. We have smuggling groups, we have terrorist groups. This is a safe haven for ISIS and for Al-Qaeda. And we have opposition groups from the neighboring countries. Next slide, please. The role of Turkey and Russia. Turkey has a key role for the West. Actually, it was coming to the rescue of the government in Tripoli at the late 2019, early 2020. And what is also important to understand is that in 2019, one of, let's say, preconditions for this support was that the so-called maritime memorandum of understanding about the delineation of the economic exclusive zones between Turkey and Libya was signed, ignoring the Greek islands. This is a particular issue also today. So Turkey guarantees the security of the West. Turkey is also reaching out to the East, also because the opposite coast of Turkey, with regard to this 2019 maritime MOU, is not in Tripolitania, but in the Cyrenaica. So if the Cyrenaica breaks away, they can forget about this 2019 MOU, which is, by the way, not in line with the International UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. On the other side, we have Russian mercenaries, as you are very well aware. When will they leave the country? I would say not anytime soon, for two reasons. One reason is Libya is the gateway to Africa for the Russians, and we will come back to this when we talk about the American interest in there. And on the other side, they are providing the backbone of the LNA's air force and air defense forces. They are providing some rapid reaction forces on the ground. They are providing specialists. In other words, they are the key supporting element for the Libyan National Army in the East. So without having the rivalry between the East and the West gone, it is unlikely that any Eastern leader will kick the Russians out. Next slide, please. DDR and reunification. Why doesn't it really work? We have still several hundred militias, and the people who are in these militias frequently have no alternatives than being in a militia because there are no jobs. As I said, all of them are part either of the Libyan National Army, which is an army in a sense, or of the Government of National Unity in Tripoli, which funds them. They are widely acting independent, and many are involved, especially in the greater Savia area, coastal area of Tripolitania, and in the south, in criminal businesses. But if you say, why in the south the Tubu and Tuareg gangs are smuggling fuel, I ask, what else do they have to do? There are no jobs down there. So it's easy to say, hey, they are smugglers, hey, they are criminals. But it is also important to understand the background to this. Without getting this militia problem, this militia challenge under control, a lasting stabilization is impossible. No government in Tripoli can act independent of these militias. Prospects for military unification. Unsurprisingly, there is a huge distrust on both sides. A key question is, who would be in charge of such a unified army, Libyan army? Would it be the Presidential Council or any elected president, or would it be Khalifa Haftar in the east? There is no answer to this question. And the deeply fragmented landscape doesn't even allow for a unified Libyan army in the west. So how can the Libyan military be unified if not even the Libyan army of the capital in Tripoli is a unified force? Next slide, please. Currently ongoing is exercise Flintlock 2026, which is AFRICOM's annual Special Forces exercise. It's a remarkable exercise, no doubt about it. But let's be aware, we are talking just about 700 troops in Sirte from 13 nations who are conducting squad and platoon level drills. There is limited interactions between the varying contributing nations and also limited interaction between the Eastern and Western forces in there. What was the Libyan reaction to these exercises? The international reaction, especially in the West, of course, was quite enthusiastic. A member of the parliament considered this as a major step towards consolidating Libya's fragmented security institutions. The Misrata, remember Misrata, military council, has another opinion. They demanded the dismissal of Deputy MOD Abdul Salam al-Zubi because he approved this exercise and he was there for the opening ceremony. And by the way, Abdul Salam al-Zubi is from Misrata. Musa Ibrahim, some of you may remember him from the revolutionary time, he was the last spokesman of Gaddafi, said that this reflects the transfer of sovereignty to external powers. And the Tripoli Protection Force, an umbrella organization of militias in Tripoli, said such a cooperation betrays the sacrifices of fighters who fought against Khalifa Haftar and who died in the fight against him. Next slide, please. So all this is a very symbolic exercise, but it is questionable if it will be a really major step forward. So what is realistic? Realistic is to establish a headquarters for coordination for counterterrorism. It is realistic to establish a joint counterterrorism unit, which might be a credible future partner for the US. And it is also realistic, Libya has quite a number of troubles with environmental disasters, to establish a Libyan, US-supported, Libyan-led, Libyan Corps of Engineers. Remember the US Army Corps of Engineers. And next and final slide, please. Leading over also to General Jones. Why should the US do this? Why should they support this? Well, I would say there are quite some hard regional interests. It is an interest of the United States to prevent a regional destabilization, especially with a view to Egypt, especially also with a view to Algeria, and I would say increasingly with a look to the Central Sahara area, keeping in mind there are numerous minerals there. I said Libya is the gateway to Africa for Russia. The larger the influence of Russia in Libya is, the easier they can use this gateway to Africa. It is necessary for the US to counter this influence, keeping in mind the rush for Africa's resources. Without Libya, it will be extremely difficult for Russia to maintain its influence in Africa, at least on the military side. And of course, there is the economic interest. But let's be aware, the amount of oil that Libya is producing, 1.5 billion, is not million per day, is not that much. That is going through the Strait of Hormuz, which is 20 million barrels per day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will.
A very limited investment, but a serious contribution to the stabilization of Libya.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you. I hope that the future of Libya is not premised on the social media balloons that are popped up by Musa Ibrahim and all the other guys that are just basically from the past. We really are in many ways in Libya, victims of all the social media brouhaha that we hear on a day-to-day basis. And everybody escalates the drama and the impossibility and all this stuff. So we're looking forward to a future which is very different, one that is built on scientific data and evidence. Well, at this time, we've come to a very important point of our conversation. We're very honored to have with us a very distinguished speaker and a very reputable and well-known leader here in the United States, General James Jones, who is a former four-star general, served as the 32nd Commandant of the Marine Corps, Supreme Allied Command of Europe, and the National Security Advisor in the era of President Barack Obama. He continues to have incredible insight and publishes regularly on the matter of security in the Middle East, and has some very enlightening views on the role of the United States in the region, and particularly Libya, with a recent publication that many of you have actually read. Without any further introduction, it is a great honor to have General James Jones with us, and he will be giving a special lecture on the U.S. engagement on Libya, why it should be a strategic necessity. General Jones, please. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you, Hani, for the kind introduction, and to the National Council on US-Libya Relations for convening this very important forum and for sustaining a serious, solutions-oriented US-Libya dialogue for year after year. It's well worth the effort, and I think it'll pay great dividends. This conference and our previous speakers reminds us that the US-Libya relations are not new. They stretch back more than 2 centuries, beginning with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship signed in Tripoli in 1796. An early example of American engagement in the Mediterranean, grounded in mutual respect and shared interests. It also reminds us that Libya's future must be understood in full national terms. Any serious conversation about Libya must include not only Tripoli and Benghazi, but also Fezzan and southern Libya. Voices from the South are essential to any durable national settlement. So why does Libya matter to the United States? Libya is not a peripheral issue. Libya sits at the strategic crossroads of Mediterranean and Africa, where security, migration, energy, and geopolitical competition intersect. When Libya is unstable, the effects are felt far beyond its borders, across North Africa, into southern Europe, and along NATO's southern flank. From a U.S. perspective, consistent with the 2025 National Security Strategy, our interests are enduring, and they are, in my view, very clear. A sovereign, unified Libya exercising control over its territory and institutions. A credible, civilian-controlled national security architecture, capable of preventing terrorist resurgence and securing borders. Reduced space for malign external influence, and stable energy production and transparent economic governance that benefit the Libyan people and contribute to global and regional stability. But those interests cannot be advanced through an East-West lens alone. Southern Libya matters strategically in its own right. Fezzan is central to border security, counter-smuggling, counter-terrorism, energy access, and national integration. If the South is neglected, instability elsewhere will persist. If the South is integrated and developed, Libya's national prospects improve significantly. The 2025 National Security Strategy of the United States and the 2026 National Defense Strategy together provide important clarity on how the United States approaches Libya. First, the United States is prioritizing peace through strength and practical realism, focusing on core interests rather than open-ended intervention. Second, the 2026 National Defense Strategy makes clear that the U.S. military focus will be concentrated on defending the homeland and deterring China, while relying more heavily on allies and partners to take the lead in regional stability, regional security challenges, including in Europe, the Mediterranean, and in Africa. Third, both strategies emphasize low-footprint engagement institution building, and burden sharing, rather than large-scale military deployments or nation-building efforts. I think what this means for Libya is pretty straightforward. One, the United States will remain engaged selectively and strategically. Two, the United States will support outcomes that strengthen institutions rather than empower factions. And three, it will work through allies, partners, and credible implementing mechanisms to advance stability. Importantly, the United States remains uniquely positioned to engage not only in eastern and western Libya, but the country as a whole, in a way that supports national rather than factional outcomes. Libya's future cannot be built only from Tripoli and Benghazi. It must fully include the South as well. So why this time is right for U.S. leadership? I believe the timing is right for renewed U.S. leadership, both from the U.S. government and from responsible U.S. commercial actors operating in support of that leadership and policy. Libya's long-term stability will not be achieved through political dialogue alone. It requires functioning institutions that can execute decisions, security and defense institutions that enforce national authority, economic institutions that manage resources transparently, credible mechanisms that protect infrastructure and enable investment, and national arrangements that include all regions and communities in a meaningful way. As Libyan leaders take measurable steps towards building these institutions, the United States and its partners will be much better positioned to deepen engagement responsibly and at scale. That includes renewed attention to the South. A stable Libya requires that Fezzan be treated not as a peripheral afterthought, but a strategic hinge for national cohesion, border management, energy reliability, and economic recovery. And we are, as Wolfgang mentioned, we are already seeing some signs of this approach in action. The U.S. Africa Command has signaled Libya's participation in Exercise Flintlock 2026, with activity linked to both Libya and Côte d'Ivoire. This is not just about an exercise. It reflects a broader principle embedded in U.S. strategy, which is practical cooperation that builds trust, capability, and a pathway towards integration. It is in many ways a call to action, demonstrating that progress in security cooperation can help unlock progress in political reconciliation. And that reconciliation must be national in the fullest sense, east, west, and south. Not one side and no one region can unify Libya alone. Let me explain a little bit more about what I think the role of the private sector can be in support of U.S. policy. The firm that I started some 15 years ago is a firm led by senior former U.S. military leaders. We provide non-lethal advisory institution building support focused on governance, command and control design, professional development, and defense institution modernization. In Libya, the work of the private sector can be to support a conditions-based pathway towards security sector integration and military reunification. To strengthen defense governance, not operational warfighting, reinforcing civil-military norms, accountability, and institutional oversight, and ensure full alignment with U.S. law policy and international obligations. This is how the public and private sector can contribute to the long-term development of Libyan reconciliation. We do not compete, and we will not compete. The private sector should not compete with U.S. policy, but we do help implement it in a practical, scalable way that Libyans can own. and that's very important. So this means a balanced, transparent, non-political approach. It means recognizing that no durable reunification effort can succeed if it bypasses the Presidential Council, marginalizes legitimate Western institutions, or excludes the South. It also means understanding realities across Libya while keeping the objective fixed, unified national institutions, not permanent parallel systems. In the context of the 2026 National Defense Strategy, this is exactly the type of approach that enables U.S. influence without requiring a large U.S. military footprint. So to my Libyan colleagues and friends, in my view, the most important signal you can send to Washington or to commercial investors and to your own people is a sustained commitment to building institutions that serve the nation, not factions. A unified security architecture reduces the space for spoilers and external institutions. Professional institutions enable political compromise. Transparent economic governance stabilizes revenues and builds public trust. Balanced inclusion of East, West, and South gives national arrangements legitimacy, and institution building makes international partnerships possible because it allows others to support Libya without contributing to instability. Voices from Fezzan and southern Libya are essential, in my view, to this process, and a durable settlement must reflect Libya's full geography, full population, and full strategic reality. So my bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Libya is at an inflection point. The United States, guided by the National Security Strategy and the National Defense Strategy, has the framework to support a constructive path forward, low footprint, partner-enabled, institution-focused, and grounded in realism. But this opportunity will not remain open indefinitely. So this is a call to action for Libyan political reconciliation, anchored in real institution building, for national inclusion that fully incorporates East, West, and South, and for sustained American leadership, government and private sector alike, working together to support Libyan-owned future defined by sovereignty, stability, and prosperity. Any durable future for Libya must include the entire country, must unify institutions, and must be owned by Libyans themselves. And thank you very much for the opportunity to make a small presentation.
Very, very important message that we've heard from you. This opportunity will not remain open for too long. And it is up to the Libyans to either espouse the moment and engage into it, or continue the bickering and finding excuses for things not to happen and lose this opportunity. Well, I'd like to introduce some of our other panelists here because we are going to open this for discussion. Bill Lawrence is a professor at the American University and a very engaged individual on the matter of the Middle East, North Africa. He is the representative and the senior in-house fellow at the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations. He's written and spoken extensively on the matter of Libya. And Bill, we're very happy to have you with us today. On the other side right there is our own Vice President of Governor Relations, Edward. Edward Joseph has been with the Council for many years in different capacities. He's been always the thoughtful individual who actually introduces us to new concepts and ideas, and we're always indebted to Edward for his engagement with the National Council. He is a senior fellow at SACE and is engaged in various areas, not only the Middle East, but mostly in the Balkans and the Central Europe, and has been very well published and continuously engaged in the politics in that area. I would like to invite you all to raise your questions, if you don't mind, on this particular panel of US-Libya history and future relations. And I am very pleased to hear that we have not forgotten the ignored south of Libya, Fezzan. I think always when we think of the conflict in Libya particularly, we're thinking east-west. And Fezzan is just the forgotten major soft belly of the crisis that we have in Libya. Let's just start, Wolfgang, you brought up some kind of very negative opinion about the future of consolidation of the armies and the forces between the East and West because of the mistrust that exists. If you were the chief in command and you want to assemble this in a way that is realistic and practical, what would you first do and how would you process through the whole thing?
Well, my point was a realistic point of view. My job is not to give wishful thinking ideas, but to give a realistic point of view. And as I've indicated, there are some steps that should be done. Building on exercise Flintlock. There is now an opportunity using the momentum from exercise Flintlock to continue with counterterrorism projects, to establish, and this is already discussed between the East and the West, between Saddam Haftar and Deputy Minister of Defense Subi, to establish a joint counterterrorism headquarters. And the headquarters is just the first step. It's also necessary to establish a counterterrorism force. And I would say, if it is possible to have multinational units operating since, I would say at the latest since NATO with this Allied Mobile Force and others, it should be also possible to establish under a similar operational mode a counterterrorism force between the East and the West, and including, of course, also people from Fezzani. And the second pillar is, I need to stress it again, establishing, based on the role model of the US Army Corps of Engineers, a Libyan Army Corps of Engineers, which should provide the backbone not only for fighting disasters, but which should also help with regard to DDR. So yes, there are opportunities, but we need to be realistic, step by step.
So if you were to give a time frame of DDR, what would you be realistically speaking of? 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, indefinitely?
I would say the more important part is this Libyan Corps of Engineers, because this is about many more troops, many more people than the counterterrorism part. And this could be started this year. It should be started this year with establishing a common, they call it committee, how to continue, to establish a common headquarters, east, west, south, and then to start with the training facilities. And then to retrain militias in this engineering role. So I think it could start now, and the first units might be already operational at the end of next year, if we start now.
General, you spoke about the private-public partnership on matters of establishing security and advancing the purpose of building institutions in Libya. How do you envision in the next phase, whereby the Libyans recognize they don't necessarily, they may think that they have great military institutions, but there's a lot of weaknesses in there. There's sort of an aging population of officers, there's some sort of lack of discipline, there are issues of so many militias that you're trying to put them together that are aligned with different interests in Tripoli, for example. How do you see the private-public engagement by the United States in this particular area?
Well, I think this is something that U.S. policy needs to have a little bit more clarity on and a little bit more focus. I think one of the things that is a test for the United States right now is whether the U.S. remains a shaping power in the Mediterranean, which is a very important region. The central question for Washington, I think, is simple, and that is, do the costs of disengagement now exceed the risk of structured engagement? And the answer suggests that history says that it is so. So I think there are a lot of other things going on in the world, but two things that I think that need to happen in Libya right now is, one, a consolidation of the security mechanism, and a fundamental agreement among all sides that rule of law prevails. If you get those two things going with public and private partnerships, then I think you have an opportunity to develop things a little bit further. But those two things are very important, and you know, we build, I think building institutions that Libyans can fall in on and believe in and have confidence in will trigger economic prosperity and growth in the out years.
Interesting. Edward, did you want to mention something in response to one of the questions?
Yes, Hani, and thank you. Honored to join this esteemed panel led by General Jones. And I think you've already zeroed in on the key question, which is how. So how to break this stalemate? And you mentioned my Balkans experience here, and I just want to flag the reality that even with an agreed political framework, and even with a constitution and elections, which Libya does not have, you can have protracted stalemate and dysfunction, and that's Bosnia-Herzegovina. Correct. So even with attributes that Libya does not even enjoy, you can have protracted dysfunction. And I think what General Jones just said is critical here, because this is a lesson from Bosnia-Herzegovina, is cost of disengagement versus engagement. And if I could, Hani, just offer a refinement of the term. Several people made, Wolfgang often makes this point, and everyone here, of course, would subscribe to it, which is Libyan ownership, okay? Yes, in the end, it's true that the Libyan people, as in every sovereign country, have to have the final say. But you see, in places where countries are divided, as in Bosnia-Herzegovina, it's not enough. So passivity, simply being passive and say, well, it's up to the Libyans, it will work. And so this is where the proper role of a benign outside actor like the United States, with the agreement of Libyans, is to be accepted as a necessary catalyst. So it cannot just be, well, it's up to the Libyans. Right. In this level of dysfunction, there has to be an outside benign actor with the interests of the entire country, including the South, to be allowed to be a catalyst.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Bill, do you want to make a comment on this one?
If you don't mind, I'd like to make 3 points on the whole panel, if that's okay.
Please go ahead. Yeah, briefly.
So as a discussant, and we're having a discussion now, I wanted to... We can't hear back here.
Yeah. Can you speak louder, please? Yeah. Yes.
Use the mic.
I can, I have a mic now, so you should be able to hear me. I wanted to make 3 points, which I think are germane to the overall discussion here, while agreeing with all the points that were made. So none of these are in contradistinction to what's being made, but things that we need to, I think, include in this conversation. First of all, I think we need to be a little bit more inspired by the Treaty of Tripoli, signed in 1796, which has the famous Article 11, which says, and this was endorsed by President Adams and passed unanimously by Congress.
Which is addressing the religious thing.
Yeah,
yes.
as the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, and as it itself has no character of enmity against the laws, religions, or tranquility of Muslims, And as the said United States has never entered a war or hostility against a Mohammedan nation, it is declared by the parties that no pretext arising from religious opinions shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. And Jefferson expanded this, Madison did on several of their writings, notably in Virginia and University of Virginia and all that. But I would point this out to say that most of what paralyzes American engagement in Libya has to do with these historical and cultural things, not the strategic things. And as long as we're still including Libya on no visa lists, no non-immigrant visa lists, no travel lists, no, including them in Muslim ban type things, we're sending the wrong message to this wider Libyan population that needs to feel like the United States cares about Libya. The second point I would say is that while Wolfgang was technically correct about the militias in 2011 and the 30,000 to 70,000, I know where he gets those numbers from. The idea that there was an Islamicization of militias after the uprising is not exactly correct. I'm not sure he meant that to give that impression. And he ignored the volunteers. So if you look at the NTC estimates, you had over 200,000 volunteers at the time of the uprising, and most of those were, many of those were Islamist already. And when a crisis group in cooperation with the Small Arms Survey, we analyzed all of the militias in Libya, we found that most of those were these voluntary militias in place, well-meaning, who fought against Gaddafi, and most of the additions and reorganization after 2011 was in the pro-Gaddafi areas like Beni Walid, where they had to sort of organize a defense guard on the model of the Minutemen-style militias that had rose up against Gaddafi. And we have to understand that sequence, right, and sort of which militias were which, if we're going to do DDR right, if we're going to understand sort of what happened during and after the uprising. The last point I wanted to make is that most of what's wrong in the Mediterranean claims has to do with the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire and the beating up on Turkey after World War I. And Turkey lost control of major islands and island chains. And in World War I and World War II, Greece and Italy were given islands right up to the Turkish coast. So Turkey doesn't have access to its own maritime waters. And so when I think about the whole Turkish-Libya agreement, which has no really force of law, it doesn't overrule any of the international law of the sea and international legal mechanisms. Ultimately, it's going to be a negotiation between Greece and Turkey to settle all this. But
Interesting points.
yeah. But to just conclude the point, until we recognize how badly Turkey was treated after World War I, Treaty of Sèvres, Treaty of Lausanne, all that, we won't understand why Turkey's out fighting these battles. And I think we shouldn't fall in the trap of just sort of siding with Greece and Europe and their maritime claims, which again run right up to the Turkish coast.
Well, there's a lot of history that has caused incredible amount of interactions and implications that are still enduring and having an enduring effect in Libya and North Africa particularly. And if we were to pass the Turkish influence in this whole region and how the aftermath of the First World War affected the area, we should not also neglect the influence of the Arab nationalism, Nasser, and the fragmentation of the countries and how they kind of allied themselves ultimately with the USSR because of the vacuum that was created by the United States in that raising their hands and saying, okay, we're not going to be engaged. And that kind of accelerated the USSR engagement in that region, and we're still up to now living the impact of this whole thing. So I think there is an opportunity for rejuvenating American presence in the region. I think if you create the vacuum, and I think, General, you mentioned something about your visit to Libya, and if you want to share it with us, perhaps it would be very valuable, in that there is a vacuum that needs to be filled, and if it is not basically enticing and inviting the Americans to be engaged, somebody else will be actually doing the work on their behalf.
Thank you. Yeah, in my role as National Security Advisor to a President, I consistently tried to explain to our government, particularly our new government at the time in 2009, that withdrawal from different parts of the world creates vacuums, and vacuums will probably be filled by people that don't have our best interests at heart. And so the U.S. constantly vacillates a little bit too much, in my view, towards isolationism. And on the other hand, there's a balancing realism that says, you know, maybe we would like to retreat to our own borders, but realistically, you can't do that. You can't be a great nation and do that. When I was recently in Benghazi, I was speaking to senior leaders, and I jokingly made reference to the fact that there were a lot of Russian Antonov airplanes on at the airfield and Russian helicopters, and I said, you know, I jokingly said, why is that? And they said something very profound. They said, the reason they're here is because you're not. And we need to change that.
Right. Well, thank you. You know, we're going to be closing this, but there's a question right here, if you don't mind. Yeah. Yes.
What's American partners misunderstand about Libya, still misunderstand about Libya? I would like to know about
What in specifically, why is it the Americans? Well, again, there's a vacuum. I mean,
American partners. What misunderstand, still misunderstand about Libya?
The State Department.
yeah, but I just don't understand myself. Like, you know, the Americans misunderstanding Libya, or?
Yes, they are serious American partners. What they still misunderstand about Libya?
Perhaps, Bill, briefly, yes, go ahead.
Libya is not the least known North African country, as my good friend Ali Hamida said. It's Algeria now, which is a different conversation. But the reason why Libya is more well known than Algeria is all of these negative things. You know, whether it's the Gaddafi terrorist attacks, the Benghazi killing of Ambassador Stevens. I was in Libya at the time, and all of these other tropes and contexts and fears that the U.S. has regarding Libya on a number of issues. Those few Americans that have been in Libya, that know Libya, you know, are arguing against those framings, and Libya's friends generally get it. But what one of the habits the U.S. has when it is confronted with these types of binaries that they have to overcome to develop a policy is they oscillate between containment and engagement. And often when they're confused and misunderstanding things, they slip back into containment strategies, which is very much Europe's approach to Libya right now. So it's our job, the people in this panel, the people in this room, the people that know and love Libya around the U.S., to push for what the general's talking about, for engagements against those fears.
Thank you, Bill. I want to engage Professor Ali, who's on the other side. Ali, you've heard on several occasions here by the speakers the significance of Fazan. And I'm approaching you because you're originally from Fazan.
Yes.
Where does Fazan fall into this equation and priority of engagement? I mean, all you hear is Benghazi, Tripoli, Misrata, Benghazi, Tripoli, Misrata, which is the northern aspect of this. We have with us our distinguished, honored, invited guest, Musa Al-Koni, who's also from the Fazan. How would you see more U.S. engagement in the future of the South in Libya?
That's an excellent question, Hani. First of all, I disagree with Bill. I think Algeria, the studies on Algeria is very, very profound and wide. Libya is unfortunately still reduced to post 2011. and to the cliches and the strategic and security aspect, which I think is very, very myopic. And we need to kind of revisit that. Your question is excellent, Hani. Unfortunately, the Libyan factions in the east and the west have been really on the stage, the media and also political stage. But Libya, as you know, is a huge country, and the Libyan South is really has been historically the key or the frontier region that allows Libyan people to survive economically and strategically. Unfortunately, Fazan, for all kind of reasons, or the South, for all kind of reason, has been put on the back burner, and the general is correct on that. And even the debates within Libya uh, reduced to east-west. Fazan is important for the following reasons, Hani. It is really the frontier for Libyan people to breed, trade, and migrate and survive. It was the key to the Libyan security since the Ottoman period. It's also very, very important because the huge frontiers allows all kind of threats, yet at the same time, the survivor of Libya is really geared toward having these frontiers secured and also guarded. Right now, the open frontiers of Fazan and the total silence of the Libyan elites on that led to disasters, illegal immigration, drugs, smuggling, radical extremist groups, and that's really alarming for the future, not only of the problem now, for the survivor of the Libyan entity, because that will lead to horrendous consequences. So I'm all for rethinking that myopia and that kind of complete invisibility that would be costly for Libyans and also for the stability of Libya in general.
I have to say, since this has been a historical conversation as the first panel, and I am a student of foreign affairs documents and so on here, State Department, and there are documents from the 1950s which are communications between Councillor McGee, who was based in Tripoli, in the days in the 1950s when Adrien Pelt was trying to figure out what the future of Libya is and communicating with the French, the British, and the Americans. And there was this particular conversation that was transmitted to State Department here, whereby the Mufti of Tripoli at that time communicated to Councillor McGee that he had issues with the idea that a federal system would be founded whereby Tripolitania, which was 770,000 population at that time, would be equated similarly to the Fazan, which only had 40,000 inhabitants. So the issue of this discrepancy and the marginalization of the South, even though it's a vast state and very important for all the migratory forces that are positive and negative in there, I think Fazan should be really one of the areas where there will not be stability in the country. We talk about militias, we talk about armies and so on, but unless we stabilize that soft belly of the South, definitely we're in it for a very, very challenging time. So it's actually very appropriate that we hear the opinions of everything. And in general, do you have any final comments on this panel that you would like to make, sir?
A little humor to close the panel. Several days ago, I was speaking to a senior member from our State Department, and I was talking about Libya as an important aspect of our foreign policy. And he said, well, you know, we're really busy in Iran, we're really busy with China, we're really busy in Venezuela. You know, it's hard to focus on Libya. And I said, well, you know, if you can't ride 3 horses at the same time, what the hell are you doing in the circus?
All right. Very well said. Well, I want to thank you all for being with us, and hope we will continue the conversation as the day goes on. General, Wolfgang, Bill, and Edward. There's coffee behind, so we're just going to move on to the next panel. Please feel free to have your coffee and get back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So our next panel, I'd like to invite our speakers on this panel. Maureen, is Maureen here?
In a short time, a drone base with Russian Garand drones of a Russian proxy of Russian mercenary on the Mediterranean. There is not the hell they need to do for such a drone base.
Well, thank you. That was, that sent a good message from the beginning. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, it's great. Wonderful being able to get with you and your points. Enjoyed what you write about Libya, and I think it's right on. Did not chew much of no talking from both sides of the team. I think it's pretty right on, and I think we're all looking forward to your yes. And how do we continue this conversation after the conference?
So my company is actually looking to do some work in Libya, and so I'm also here with my past hat and interest on thinking about what we might do going forward. And so part of my interest is also inspiring the U.S. government to get more excited about Libya. So
We're aligned. We're aligned. Yes. So we should have a conversation after this. How do we work together?
Yeah. I know their plate is full, but as Bill says,
Well, you have to get on those three horses.
Exactly. What's
Thank
the
you.
sequence of the
So
remarks?
I think that you will be speaking first. Stephanie Williams will be following, and then Daria has actually the U.S. security meetings today. So there's Ali Ibrahim.
Good to see you, my friend.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
It's been a long time.
Yes, it is. Yes, how are you?
Thought I'd drop in this morning for a little bit.
Well, thank you.
I'd love to get together and chat some.
For sure.
So it's been a while since we met through Robert years ago.
It was, 3 years ago, I think.
It was. And I used to work with Dr. Warren a lot.
Right,
So
right.
I was kind of doing my thing still in the Middle East.
Yes, and I
No
think
interest
you
in
came
Libya
to...
right now.
Are you coming to Libya soon?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. I understand you also wanted to meet with Musa, didn't you?
Where is? I've never met him.
Oh, Musa Kony, right here in this prison. Yeah. But I need to organize guys. So,
You do your thing. I
Yeah,
just wanted
thank
to
you.
say thank you for everything.
oh, thank you. Yeah, so Ali Ibrahim. Ali Ibrahim, is he here? Can you?
Of course, yes, thank you.
Cut the money. All right, can I ask everybody to take their seats, please, so we won't be late? Can everybody take their seats, please? Please take their seats. Take your seats. So we've heard in the first panel about Libya from the past to the future, and why should the United States be engaged? Can you please cut the conversation, please? Thank you. Thank you. Our next panel will be on how should the U.S. engage effectively in Libya. There's a lot of curiosity in Libya. There are a lot of speculations about the role of the United States in Libya. If you go into social media anywhere in Libya today, you'll hear about, oh, the United States, the Americans are coming. They finally are looking at the file in Libya and considering it. Can you please cut down the conversations, please? Thank you. So our next panel is all about how do we engage effectively in Libya. There are a lot of curiosity in Libya. There are a lot of speculations about the role of the United States in Libya. If you go into social media anywhere in Libya today, you'll hear about, oh, the United States, the Americans are coming. They finally are looking at the file in Libya and considering it. Can you please cut down the conversations, please? Thank you. So our next panel is all about how do we engage effectively in Libya. And our first speaker is Maureen Farrell. She's a senior U.S. Defense and Africa policy expert, formerly Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for African Affairs and Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council. She is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Partner Engagement for VALAR, and is a strategic advisory, which is a strategic advisory firm based in Nairobi. She has written about Libya and U.S. engagement, and we are definitely looking to hear her speak of how can a layered U.S. engagement unlock stability in Libya. Maureen, please come on in.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody.
Would you like to come here, please?
Oh, up.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, thank you so much. Friday on Capitol Hill. It's joyful. Well, thanks very much for joining today. I'm really pleased to see the turnout because I'm really excited about what's happening in Libya, and that's not something you hear often in Washington. So it's really nice to see this crowd here. So the main argument that I want to make today is hopefully obvious to everyone in this room, but one that I'm trying to promote back to my U.S. government colleagues, my former U.S. government colleagues. The security sector is obviously an anchor for stability, and the challenges, of course, that we have interwoven with political actors and the range of militia that are in Libya, and decoupling the security angle from some of the politicism that's in play, right? So what I'd like to argue is that more military engagement, coupled with all of the important political and economic investments, are the strongest package to be able to deliver stability and security to Libya. So as a former senior defense official, we've worked really hard over the years to try to incrementally increase AFRICOM and some of the DoD components' engagements in Libya, and we can see the results of some of that steady, meaningful upward engagement and trend. And what I think remains the policy of the U.S. government is that this strategic interest is not only in seeing a secure and stable Libya, but also to be able to prevent other actors from having dominance over Libya's future. So that is the premise in which I'm coming to this work. Let's see here. So top lines of the argument. So how am I coming to this work? There is obviously a community of Libya watchers in Washington. I may not be known to many of you. I've worked on Africa for 25 years, but I'm not a Libya specialist, and I don't want to claim to be. But how I'm coming to this research comes from a long trajectory of having worked on Libya amidst other topics. So in 2013, I worked on the Global Security Contingency Fund program that did not come to fruition, but was a very mighty effort by the US government to dump a lot of money into Libya. I've worked a lot on Sahelian CT issues, which of course caused us to look north to understand the Libya problem set. I spent 4 years at AFRICOM, which of course Libya remains a top priority for the command there. And then in my last role in the Pentagon, where I oversaw defense policy for Africa, we were very deliberate in thinking about how we would increase engagement with Libya. And it was really a top priority under the last administration, and I believe remains a top priority for US Africa policy. So, for instance, things like the Chiefs of Defense Conference that the AFRICOM commander convenes every year, we've made a deliberate effort to include Libya, which previously had not received invites to such conferences and events, but with 2 representatives, which is a unique arrangement that no other African country has to attend such events. This DoD engagement has also enabled other parts of the US government to engage in new ways because the platform from the defense sector enabled our diplomatic colleagues to get into country. And then the ship visit that happened last April may have been a blip on the news radar, but was really important for defense engagement. So I'll get into that a little bit later. Selfishly, for my company, for Valor, we are also engaged in Libya and would like to be doing much more in Libya. So I'm also here because of my former interest in my former government role, but also because we would like to be doing a lot as Valor, a security sector company, to do work in Libya. So finally, the hyperlink there links to a series that I've co-authored with the former J2 Director of Intelligence from US Africa Command. General Rose Karavori and I have put together a series of arguments about how the Defense Department might think about implementing this defense economics agenda that they've been given The econ agenda of this administration is very prominent, and I think our colleagues in the Pentagon and in Stuttgart are searching and trying to figure out the best way to implement against that, given defense authorities. And so this series of articles promotes the idea of how you might use DoD authorities and tools and resources to advance U.S. economic agendas without getting too cute or too creative. One of the profiles we wrote was on Libya, and so that's why I believe I'm here today to talk more about that. So the primary argument, as I said, is that defense engagements can help create opportunities for economic and political progress. Now, this is very slow progress. It's been a very long trajectory, but I believe that some of the military investments being made in Libya now are helping to slowly bridge some of the divides that we see across Libyan society. And this is what we'll need, more stability, in order to see more investment. So in a lot of countries that people might compare Libya to, we see the US defense sector involved in a country and nobody else. So this is not a fair comparison, but for instance, in Somalia, the US military is really the most prominent face of the US government in country. And there's not a lot of economic engagement or a whole lot of other, there's a very small diplomatic footprint, but really the face of the US government in a place like Niger traditionally has been the US military. And it's really ended with that. Now in Libya, the face of the US government is increasingly our diplomats, but has still remained mostly the US military. The difference in Libya is that that military engagement is actually facilitating more diplomatic engagement and tangible, significant US economic investments. So it's a really exciting model to think about for other countries as well, and not just in Africa, where it's not just that the diplomats have been supplanted by our military, but actually our military is facilitating other engagement, and not just the logistical platform of flying them in and out. They're actually enabling this engagement. So the Libyan government, as we know, or government institutions aren't necessarily lacking funds, but they're looking for the technical know-how and the political will. And so utilizing some of the assistance that we have, we're able to push forward some of these agendas together. And so when I talk about preventing other countries from having dominance over Libya's future, that what I'm obviously talking about is Russia there, but there's also significant economic bounty on the other side of this, which we've seen through the energy sector engagement. All right, so this is the money slide. If you're going to get off your phone and look, this is the slide that actually matters here. So increased U.S. security sector engagement. The crux of our argument is that as a baseline, it's important to be able to create a unified security sector. That's going to be complicated, it's going to be political, it's going to be messy, but the honest truth is that neither the LNA nor the GNU has surpassed the other in authority or influence. So what that means is that there's space for external actors to be able to engage, and I believe a strong foothold for the United States to engage and have some difficult conversations. So now, I'm not Pollyanna to say that I'm going to ignore that both the LNA and GNU are fundamentally flawed partners for the US. There are well-documented evidence of violations of international human rights, or humanitarian law, and human rights violations. So we know this, but I'm arguing that increased engagement from the US military offers the opportunity to shape some of their actions and curb some of the worst behaviors. We don't really talk about human rights training anymore in this administration, but professionalization of military forces tends to follow when there's increased engagement. So when you send US officers and NCOs to go do what they do in the field and they work alongside partners, you're modeling certain types of behavior, but it's a two-way street because US forces are also learning. So Libyans have tracked and countered terrorists in austere environments for decades, and they have had no reliable resourcing. This is a phenomenal model for US forces to understand better and to learn from, because both friends and allied forces and adversaries are operating in similar contexts. And so this is excellent training for our forces as well. So there's a self-interest there for the United States to be working in terms of our own capacity building. Additionally, our defense, intel, and law enforcement partners in the US have strategic, operational, and tactical interest in collaborating with Libyan counterparts, because we're looking to disrupt global terrorist operations and also impede external actors' destabilizing actions. Russians in the Sahel, for example. So now I mentioned the ship visit. I'm very excited about this. It's the first time, in April of last year, the USS Mount Whitney pulled into both Benghazi and Tripoli. And that is the first time in over 50 years that we've had a US ship visit to Libya. This is very significant, symbolic engagement. Now I say symbolic because they weren't necessarily delivering something. There wasn't a huge training engagement associated with it. But just the idea that the U.S. Navy assessed the safety and security to pull one of our vessels in that was in high demand in other theaters. Remember, this is the time of Operation Rough Rider. This is the time of Operation Southern Spear, where we had lots of forces flowing into the Caribbean. The fact that the U.S. Navy allocated a ship to be able to go to Libya was a very important political signal of U.S. defense interest and equity in Libya's security and stability. So I really want to highlight that. It may not seem like a big deal, but in defense circles and U.S. government decision-making, that's a big thing. Finally, exercise Flintlock. Hopefully all of you have seen all the positive coverage. The exercise is finishing this week. This is a 21-year-old exercise. It's the premier special operations exercise on the African continent. First time of Libyans participating, and they're hosting, which is a really exciting innovation. Now, Flintlock looks a little different this year because everything looks a little different in the U.S. government with this administration than days gone by. But the fact that Libyans are participating is noteworthy and very exciting, especially for defense nerds like myself. So now, I don't think I have to explain to this audience how the defense sector engagements layer with other activities. You all understand what this timeline and trajectory looks like. We understand the important role of UN colleagues. We understand the significance of Mossad Boulos's engagements in Libya. I can go into detail, but from my perspective as someone looking at defense and security issues, but also for Valor equities for my company, the energy sector excitement is really moving at a faster clip in a really exciting way. And I do attach some of that to the effects of the good work of UN colleagues, but also U.S. defense sector engagement. The excitement over the announcement of a unified budget, the first time in over 13 years, is phenomenally exciting, and the fact that it received endorsement from such a variety of countries is also really motivating. I know that there are challenges with the presidential council idea and that it's not universally supported, divisions within camps as to how to see this, but it's an important conversation. And this political dialogue, I think, is being facilitated because of some of the progress in defense and economic spaces. So I don't mean to skip over the challenges. I don't want to simplify it and say just more U.S. military equals more stability, because there's the ongoing lawlessness, limited infrastructure, the militia on militia violence, the rule of law issues, the challenges with doing business. All of it means that we just need to think very carefully about how we partner with Libyan entities to move forward on this political will and technical capacity. So that's General Dag Anderson, the commander of U.S. Africa Command. He went to Libya very early in his tenure as commander, which is also very strong signaling to defense partners in Libya and throughout the region about U.S. prioritization of Libya in the defense sector. Listen, the U.S. military is not the answer to most problems. In fact, even though I come out of the Pentagon, I'm not necessarily a proponent of military first for U.S. engagement on the continent. In fact, that's often what I dissuade. In this case, there are real opportunities here because of the U.S. military's structure and flow. And what I mean is, if we as civilians say to the U.S. military, you must engage on an equal footing with balanced engagement on both sides, that's what they're going to do. So every time anyone in uniform from the United States goes to Libya, they are making very careful overtures, like good diplomats would, in making sure that they're paying dividends into both sides. The photos that are taken, the talking points that are delivered, it's all done with precision. Our military is really good at that. And so we're seeing results of that because they have been really committed to being fair on both sides. So even at conferences, when we've invited LNA and GNU experts to join conversations with the U.S. military, they get equal airtime in terms of who gets to talk. So all of this is heavily scripted in a way that I think is generating a lot of trust. And from trust, we have a lot of runway to build from there. It was exciting to see the GNU's delegation to Washington in 2024 and the fact that they publicly signaled their interest in re-anchoring with Western stakeholders and looking for U.S. assistance on pushing Russia out of the East. These are big overtures and big steps forward, so we were really excited to see that. And from these engagements, we have the space to then have professional military-to-military conversations with the aim, ultimately, of stripping out some of the political dynamics around this. Again, this is a tall order, but it is important small steps. And when you have these exchanges, you can also model some of that professionalization that I mentioned. So now, it's not practical to completely divorce the politics from the security sector, but I do think that there is plenty of space here to make progress. So building an apolitical, unified military in the future, I'm not under any illusion that that's happening tomorrow, but I do believe that it is important to stabilize for commercial investment that will help rebuild the economy. This is also really essential, a professional and unified military, to de-risking for U.S. investment across Libya. Final slide. So now, there are significant trade-offs when we talk about stability, reliability, and security, vice democracy. And there are distinct differences between how U.S. administrations have talked about democratic agendas, right? So there are compromises being made in pursuit of broader interests. I'm okay with that, but I also think it's really important to just say it out loud and make sure we are honest about what we're doing here. On the positive side, the truth is that the risk of engaging in Libya for U.S. and allied governments, as well as for the private sector, is really more about corruption and regulatory practices than insecurity or some of the global power competition issues we face in many places. So look, the end state is really for stability and investment for the Libyan people, and we're a bifurcated state, will not facilitate investment. So we have to align incentives around that. The operations, activities, and investments of the U.S. military, I believe, should be focused on making further progress in that counterterrorism fight and helping to erode the strength of Russia's influence, keeping those threats at bay while emphasizing integration, but keeping the focus for military colleagues on those core security issues. All of this coupled, of course, with assistance in other sectors, not to supplant those lines. I'm really inspired by Masad Boulos's engagement. That guy's dance card is very full. I hope we have a chance to see him later today, but his shuttle diplomacy, his engagement, I think has been significant, and the Libyan partners have obviously been responsive to it. They see the prospect of future U.S. investment with his engagement, and so it's brought along political will, which I think has been very positive. It's not necessarily delivered, Mecca for us, but it has obviously led to some progress. Finally, I do want to put in a plug for, I think it's time for a discussion on the arms embargo. Recently, there were letters of request signed jointly from both sides to buy new C-130 aircraft through foreign military cells and direct commercial sales arrangements, which I think is worthy of discussion. I know it's a very difficult subject to talk about completely eliminating. So all of this has to be done with careful balance with our partners and allies, but I do think that there are opportunities to leverage our defense sector actors for progress in all of these sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I hope this gives you an impression of intentions. There are a lot of intentions. There's a lot of desire to be in Libya and to engage in the stabilization of Libya. For 15 years, we've always have been trying to find a path that would, in many ways, become a Libyan solution, Libyan solution. Unfortunately, the efforts by United Nations over the many, many years have been frustrating because the Libyans couldn't get together and agree among themselves. And that has extended this whole phase much longer than it should be. We're very honored with us today to have with us a very well-known individual who has been engaged in Libya with the United Nations for many years. Ali Ahmed is a senior political affairs officer at the United Nations in New York. He's leading the team covering Eastern North Africa, including Libya. He has more than a decade of experience in international peace and security, including himself being in Libya for 3 years as a political advisor to UNSMIL. He practiced civil law for many years before he got engaged with the United Nations. He will be replacing Daria Ferrari, who she has actually events happening right now in New York, and she apologizes for not being here. But we have an incredibly capable individual who knows Libya quite well. So, Dr. Ali, please come and join us. Thank you.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me. I saw Stephanie Williams was connected, and I was hoping to follow her because I think she will do a tremendous job in setting out the stage on where the UN has been on Libya. So my presentation or my talk today will focus on the role of the United Nations support mission in Libya, specifically where we are now on what the mission is doing. The mission has been in place since 2011. It has supported Libya in delivering a number of milestones in that period, including the elections that brought forth the current House of Representatives, the Libyan political agreement of 2015, which remains the overarching political framework, and as under Stephanie's leadership, the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum, which voted for the current interim executive authority that's in place in the Presidential Council. I see Vice Chairman Ms. Alconi here. Good morning, sir. And the Government of National Unity. It was supposed to support elections in December 2021 that did not take place. Since then, we have been in what was mentioned earlier, kind of a political stalemate, a division of the country between rival administrations, between the East and the West. Although it's been mentioned by Maureen and others how there are tentative steps being taken now to bring the two sides together. How do I go to the next slide?
There you go.
Okay. So I think it's useful to kind of set out what the mandate of UNSMIL is, because sometimes that's a lot of cause for a lot of confusion, especially among Libyans. Overarchingly, it's to facilitate an inclusive Libyan-led and Libyan-owned political process to enable ending the transitional period that's been there since 2011, reunify institutions, and hold free and fair elections across Libya. There are other areas of the mandate, including support to consolidate security sector reform, economic reform, governance reform, implementation of the ceasefire agreement that was agreed in 2020, and coordinate international engagement on the Libyan political process. If you want to know more about the mandate, you can look at the resolutions that I've listed over there. So where are we now on that effort? In August 2025, Special Representative Hannah Tete announced a new political roadmap to overcome the obstacles that have prevented those elections from taking place in December 2021. The initial proposed time frame at the time it was launched was 12 to 18 months. We will see if that time frame holds as we go along. The roadmap is built around three core pillars. Firstly, to adopt a technically sound, politically viable electoral framework. And this was one of the reasons why elections could not take place. The United Nations considers that the current electoral laws that have been adopted have certain flaws and certain contentious issues which will again prevent elections from taking place if they were held under those laws, and that those issues need to be addressed before we can move forward. Secondly, the second pillar is to unify institutions, including through a new unified government, which would have a temporary time-limited mandate until elections. And thirdly, it's what we call a structured dialogue of broad Libyan participation that to tackle critical issues in areas of governance, economy, security, and reconciliation and human rights. And the reason for that is that although the overall focus is on how to get to elections, there are a number of underlying questions and problems and, frankly, issues that need to be addressed for the long-term future of Libya as a functioning, unified, normal state among other states. And those should not be neglected or ignored, and the purpose of the structured dialogue is to bring Libyans together to address some of those issues while the political negotiations around elections are also taking place. The key principles that the UN follows in all of this is, of course, national ownership. You saw the mandate that the process has to be Libyan-led and Libyan-owned. Inclusivity. It needs to bring together Libyans from all walks of society. It cannot just be top-level officials and leaders. And to work with existing institutions and existing frameworks. So it's not to ignore or bypass what are current Libyan institutions and frameworks that have been agreed in the last 15 years. Now, so I said this roadmap was launched in August last year. I think we can say that there has been very limited progress on achieving the initial milestones that were set out in the roadmap, which was to address those contentious issues in the electoral framework, and also to fully capacitate the High National Elections Commission so that it's able to implement elections across the country. The UN mission has engaged the two Libyan institutions, House of Representatives, High Council of State, as the ones with the responsibility to complete those steps. Unfortunately, over the last 8 months or so since the roadmap was launched, they have not been able to do so. And so the Special Representative, Ms. Tete, has laid out what she intends to do in the next steps, which is to convene a smaller group of Libyan actors to try to overcome these obstacles and to agree on a viable electoral framework. And this is what she has conveyed to the Security Council just 2 days ago in the latest briefing on Libya. Meanwhile, the structured dialogue continues. It has held several sessions since January of this year. Libyans from the dialogues has over 120 Libyan participants from across the country. 35% of those are women, and this is something that the UN mission wants to make sure that the representation of women is non-negotiable in our processes, and also sets an example for other future forums and processes and decision-making bodies in the country. 10% of the participants are youth. There's also a special representation for persons with disabilities, civil society, but also official actors as well. The immediate priority for the roadmap is, as I said, to agree, for Libyans to agree on a viable framework that can enable elections, while with the structured dialogue looking at more longer-term issues, as I mentioned. So, looking ahead in the next few months, what are we looking at? Ms. Tete is hoping to convene this smaller group of Libyan actors over the next few weeks to see if they can discuss and agree on the framework issues. We have precedent for this in the recent past. If you look at the Central Bank of Libya crisis that happened in August 2024, The House of Representatives and High Council of State agreed on a new governor after there were negotiations separate negotiations that took place. We saw an agreement on the Unified Development Program in fall of last year in a similar vein, where negotiations between Libyan actors then allowed the two institutions to endorse that agreement. And very recently, also mentioned by Maureen, there has been a unified budget that was agreed, the first in 13 years, also as a result of this format. So we have precedent where if you have decision-making actors in Libya come together, then that can move things forward on the official track as well. By June, we should have outcomes of the structured dialogue, so we will see what Libyans have recommended on that. It's also the recent gains that we've mentioned, whether it's flintlock or whether it's the budget, we should see where the United Nations can then play a role to take these forward with the Libyans through their processes. I want to just kind of mention that it's not easy, and there's a reason why elections haven't been taking place. There are a number of challenges and risks that we shouldn't lose sight of. I've listed a few, and as I was preparing this, I could have kept going, but so I stopped at some point. One of it is the lack of political will from the official actors, perhaps lack of incentives for change. The status quo is fine for a lot of them. But also there's a risk of perceived exclusion in like smaller group political deals that maybe seem to be taking place. And a country like Libya without a constitution, without like normal functioning state avenues, a lot of the times the way to overcome this exclusion has been through violence. And that's something we would not want to see and we want to avoid. It was mentioned in some of the other panels, existence of militias and the fragmented security landscape. So there's a need to make sure that that's not forgotten. Since I'm running out of time, I'll perhaps end here. But one point I think from our perspective, which also makes it difficult for the UN, is misconceptions over what the UN can and cannot do. I can share that a recent survey which was considered to be statistically representative in Libya, almost 50% of respondents said that they think that the UN can impose a government and impose an authority. That is obviously not the case and is not true. And I think that also leads to the frustration in the population about the lack of progress and what the UN is doing on the ground. Last point is UN is one part of the international landscape. This conference is about the role of the US. By and large, there are a number of other actors. If we are to see success in Libya, there has to be a certain level of alignment and collective alignment amongst all those actors for that to happen. So, thank you. Yeah.
It's always a lot easier to stand and discuss successes rather than frustrations. But nevertheless, a lot of the Libyans ignore the contributions that the United Nations are doing on a day-to-day basis in various aspects of life, education, health, and so on in Libya. And we seem to be focused primarily on political stability, security, and so on, and we ignore the great work that the United Nations does on a minute-to-minute basis. So thank you very much for being with us, and thank you, United Nations, for being in Libya. Our next speaker is Stephanie Williams. I don't know that we need to introduce Stephanie very much. I think everybody knows Stephanie, and Stephanie has a track record of diplomacy all over the Middle East. She's an Arabist. She can speak Arabic fluently. She writes in different languages, and she had a great book that was published recently. Stephanie had witnessed much of the United Nations engagement from 2011 on in different capacities with the U.S. Diplomatic Corps and then into the United Nations, and then she led the effort that led to the stabilization of the military conflict in Libya, and that is a huge credit to her that we see that there are sort of a fine line between two armies and at least a trust that is existing up until now. I don't want to go on and on and on and on. Stephanie, I've known for years. I appreciate you again being engaged with us today, and the floor is yours. She has chosen to be in the south of France at this time, so I can't blame you. So welcome, Stephanie, and you will be talking about the role of U.S. in Libya, building consensus and empowering implementations of UN resolution, a very, very important anchor here in the work of the United Nations. Stephanie, it's all yours.
Bonjour, good morning, and Sabah al khair. It's very good to see you, Dr. Hani. Thanks to the whole National Council team. It's also very good to see my friend, the Vice President Musakoni. I see Ali Tadhouni is next to you. Hi, and of course my former colleague in the United Nations, Ali, and the great, I think, setup from Maureen starting on the bilateral to the multilateral role of the United Nations from Ali, because I'm going to try and bridge the two, because that is really my experience in Libya, starting as an American diplomat, by the way, also during the Gaddafi regime for a period, and then following in 2018 before I joined the United Nations, where frankly, I have witnessed in terms of the US-UN relationship on Libya, some of the high points and then definitely some low points. And I think it's important that we learn from that history and that context as we look to the present moment and to the future. So if you don't mind, indulge me a little bit in the history, because I have to say that as an American diplomat, and then as an American working in the United Nations, I always felt so warmly welcomed in Libya. And that has a lot to do with the role that the United States played with the United Nations, supporting the United Nations in the establishment of the Kingdom of Libya back in 1951. And I know that we can look at that period with a lot of the rose-tinted glasses, but it's just unmistakable that there's a lot of nostalgia and warmth that still exists from that period of close relations. And then, of course, you know, the 42 years from 69 into 2011, much more fraught, and the whole, you know, multilateral UN sanctions, the low point, obviously, after the downing of Pan Am 103, but then, you know, following 2003, when Gaddafi renounced his WMD, and the sort of resurrection of the Libyan-US relationship. I'm not going to get too much into the story of the US involvement with the NATO campaign in 2011. That's very well known, but obviously it was US leadership on the UN Security Council that was key to the passage of Resolution 1973, which authorized the use of all necessary measures. And then later that year, the US was also key in guaranteeing the establishment of the UN mission, the support mission in Libya. And then the support, that immediate post-2011 strong US support for the new Libyan authorities, for the work of the United Nations, particularly leading up to the elections of 2012, and the terrific work of the UN electoral department, and how that, you know, really the United States came in very strongly behind both the national authorities and the United Nations. And then again, you know, the pivotal role that the United States played in helping with the approval of the 2015 Libyan political agreement. Yet, I think, and this is what I observed as the US diplomat when I came on board in early January 2018, the top priority in terms of policy during that period, and this can really be traced probably back, you know, 2012, 2013, as particularly Eastern Libya fell into the maelstrom of extremist violence, that the US policy priority in Libya began to be counterterrorism. And so in that, counterterrorism requires you to deal with a whole range of actors armed groups whose, frankly, their priority is not state building. Their priority can tend to be, maintaining a weak state, which enables them to predate and prey on institutions. And that is really almost counter to the mission of the United Nations on the ground, which involves a lot of state building. So, I think there is something that we can learn from that, how a particular policy priority can actually run counter to the really vital nation and state building efforts, which frankly Libya is still needing. During the period of 2017 to 2019, we found that U.S. diplomats initially supported the efforts of the then mediator Hassan Salama, who had his action plan, the 3 points, including the convening of the Inclusive National Conference. Unfortunately, that support was abruptly withdrawn in early 2019 when the Trump administration gave a green light to General Haftar's attempted coup d'etat and brutal attack on Tripoli. The White House falsely believed at that time that General Haftar's assault would be a swift and bloodless 3-day affair. This, of course, became an absurd supposition, and it as soon was borne out in what became a bloody 15-month civil war that cost many lives and inflicted substantial damage on critical infrastructure. The battle was accompanied by the commission of many human rights abuses, some rising to the level of war crimes and an unprecedented level of foreign intervention with the introduction of high-tech weapons and thousands upon thousands of mercenaries. In short, what I found, and by that time I was on the multilateral side of this equation. I was working on the ground in Libya, but the U.S. administration's abrupt volte-face in 2019 caused really consternation in Libya, and it shed doubt on U.S. credibility as an honest broker. So then what happened was the whole international consensus on Libya collapsed in April 2019. And then we in the United Nations, we worked alongside the Germans to build what became known as the Berlin process in 2019 and then into 2020. And what I observed was that during this period, the US provided moderate support. I must say that the American diplomats on the ground were very helpful. But they unfortunately faced a lot of skepticism from political appointees in Washington who scorned multilateral efforts. But the United States participated. The Secretary Pompeo participated and attended the penultimate meeting in Berlin in January of 2020. Gradually, and as a counter to Russian advances in Libya, the US corrected its policy towards Libya, and it pivoted much more directly in support of UN efforts, particularly as we found in the Libyan tracks, which came under the umbrella of the Berlin process. And that's when I was serving as the acting SRSG and the mediator. And I found that support continued when I returned to Libya in 2022, with one exception, and I'll get into that shortly. Now to the present situation. I think it remains the case that US support for UN mediation efforts must be prioritized, and what needs to be avoided are non-inclusive side deals. So let's start with the positive, which is, and Maureen referenced this, and General Jones, I heard earlier, referenced exercise it was very heartening to see the U.S. brokered budget unification agreement. What I hope is that this complements the output of what is now that the dialogue, the structured dialogue and the economic track that the UN is conducting. That to make sure that these things are meshed up, because as you know, we conducted an economic dialogue also in 2020, and we must ensure that in these agreements that the principles of transparency, equitable distribution, and accountability for the distribution of government revenues is fully respected. With the carrot, and this is a big carrot of this unified budget, also has to come a stick, which is of levying sanctions upon those who engage in corruption and kleptocracy. And Maureen talked about that as a barrier to US investment. And so the US needs to avoid side deals on the economic file, such as the catastrophic deal that took place in 2022, which was brokered in Abu Dhabi on the management of the National Oil Corporation. I think we've seen the horrific outcomes of that deal in successive, UN panel of experts reports. On the political front, the US needs to fully support the UN mediation efforts that Ali laid out, which seek to honor and respect the will of the Libyan public to replace the current ruling class with elected executive and parliamentary bodies. It's tempting to craft a power sharing arrangement amongst existing actors. But I don't think that another, cake cutting arrangement is going to lead to peace and stability in Libya. Libyans have been demanding national elections for almost a decade now. And it's really time for these status quo actors to exit the stage. Last but not least, and also I want to thank Maureen for raising the issue of human rights and the role of our US military actors in modeling, the good principles of human rights. It behooves this Trump administration to make clear also from Benghazi, Ibrahim El-Dersi, potentially and forcibly disappeared by the same hands that disappeared Saham. So equally to be held responsible are those who were behind the Tarhuna mass graves and torture, the continuing abuse of migrants. So this is really key because this leads to further peace and security in Libya if Libyans can see that there's accountability for those who commit these abuses. And finally, I think that the partnership with the United Nations is so important, and it cannot go wrong if it remains steadfast in support of the average Libyan rather than the ruling class. It's a simple formula that reflects our country's most treasured principles and will help protect our national security interests to maintain this principled engagement. Thank you so much, Hannah.
several of the forums that have been held on Libya. Yes. All right, so Claudia, here you go. Can you hear us, Claudia?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Ciao, Claudia. Thank you for coming in. Claudia is going to be talking to us about another very important juncture in this whole engagement of, or foreign engagement in Libya. We just hear about the U.S. engagement. We hear about some sort of a formulation of a relation between the United Nations and the United Nations, U.S. and the United Nations in a more active way. So what about the other partners? What are the groups that are obviously interested in Libya, the Europeans, the Turks, and others? So Claudia will give us her insight on European and Turkish engagement in Libya. Is it going to be an independent or is it going to be a surrogate engagement to the U.S. initiatives with the United Nations in Libya? Claudia, all yours.
Yes. Hi, thank you. First of all, let me say how sorry I am that I'm not there with you. I always enjoy these conferences you host, Hani, and I'm sorry that my visa to the US has not allowed me to be there with you this time, with so much happening in the US. Can you hear me?
Many of the attendees that you would have actually had. It's affected our Libyan participation in there, but we at least are so glad that you were able to kindly engage with us virtually. Thank you, Claudia.
Okay, great. So let me say, first of all, how the situation has changed with regards to US engagement compared to last time I was there at the conference last year. I remember when I was in Washington a year ago, the talk of the town was whether the US would engage with Libya. And there were fears at the advent of the new Trump administration that actually the US interest section in Tunis, the embassy, and so on would be closed down as part of the budget cuts that the Trump administration was launching early on in those early days. Fast forward to today, and we see a US administration very much engaged with Libya, partly following on initiatives that had been taken and initiated already at the end of the Biden administration. And I'm thinking about those joint trainings that didn't happen overnight, but were initiated and thought of as part of a process that started already in 2024. I'm also thinking of the US engagement on the financial issues and on budgetary discussion. Again, this is nothing new. The US has been engaging Libyan actors on budget and financial matters since 2015. And I'm happy to see these coming to some useful realization. Now, when you ask me, as I was asked for today's talk, to comment on European engagement and Turkish engagement in Libya and vis-a-vis American initiatives, I think we first of all need to ask ourselves, what are we talking about when we talk about these US initiatives, in the sense that the speakers before us have outlined, sort of generally speaking, the tracks that the US is engaging in. One being the budgetary track and the success in reaching an agreement on a unified budget. But I would say that there's a lot of opacity about what this agreement actually is. We don't actually have clarity on the numbers of the budget. I see numbers floating around, going from 180 billion to 199 billion to 210 billion. I see very generic references to the breakdown of this budget. We don't have a public disclosure as to what are the conditionalities linked to this unified budget. And in that sense, I'm referring to the fact that it's not clear whether this budget is pegged, or the approval of this budget and the rolling out of these funds is pegged to commitments to stop parallel funding schemes that have characterized the Libyan sort of financial environment of of the past few years, which is what we would hope for. So there's a lot of uncertainty as to what these deals mean, and I would welcome greater clarity on the specificities of this, because when you then ask me, how do the Europeans engage with this and what do they think about this, I think they need to know, and we all need to know, and Libyans need to know what these deals are actually about, and not just stop at the big title and catching title that sort of makes us have a perception of success. We need the details in order to judge whether this and the future implementation of this deal is a success. And then there's another elephant in the room, of course, with regards to the US initiative. And I take note of the fact that SRSG Hanatete sort of didn't seem comfortable in talking about the US initiative in her briefing at the Security Council the other day, nor Stephanie Khoury was comfortable answering questions in an interview yesterday on Libyan TV about, what she thought of the US initiative. And that big elephant in the room is these proposals that are being discussed now in Libya about a possible agreement that would reshuffle the Presidential Council and see Saddam Haftar crowned the head of the Presidency Council, while one of the Debaybas, it seems still unclear which Debeba, whether Abdelhamid or Ibrahim, would remain as the Prime Minister. So this is a big elephant in the room that nobody seems willing to talk about. And I would welcome more clarity on the US side, hopefully in your next panel when you have US officials here, as to what this initiative is and whether it is a concrete initiative or if it's just for public consumption, but not something concrete. Because on the basis of the answers that we get on these questions, I can tell you what the position of the Europeans is. In general, the Europeans have been engaging with these with this US-led initiative on financial issues, military-to-military cooperation, and political deal-making with a wait-and-see attitude. They would prefer a US-led process and a US-held process, coordinated at least, but they are in no position to tell any US envoy not to pursue a separate avenue of negotiations. There is some skepticism in the possibility of reaching a political deal. In some cases, some countries do not see the benefit of reaching a political deal that would cement the authority of the two existing power structures that Libya has. And there are some European countries, I think in Paris, there's a little bit more openness to this idea of a possible political deal. So the views are varied. There's no unique European position. It ranges from skepticism to welcoming. But again, I think we're all waiting to understand what the details of these arrangements are, including on the financial arrangements. Other countries are agnostic or slightly favorable. I would say Turkey falls within this bucket of countries that has managed to build good relations both with the Eastern authorities and the Western authorities. So there's nothing inherently sort of contrary to their own strategic interests in a possible political deal. Other countries, neighboring countries, Egypt perhaps are officially neutral, but perhaps in private a bit more wary of the idea of a political deal that would consolidate this new sort of power structure. But so I think we won't see, so to conclude, I'd say we won't see a sort of a separate European initiative. We haven't seen it in the past years. This is a reality, right? The Europeans have sort of followed the footsteps of the UN, supported UN initiatives. When there are bilateral interests at stake, they have concluded bilateral deals. I'm thinking of Italy on migration issues with the GNU. And this has been going on for the past 10 years. But in terms of political solutions, in terms of mediation, in terms of initiatives for the country's overall future, I don't think we are going to see any parallel European initiative. They will still continue to nominally give the US initiative the benefit of doubt, but with some heavy doubts. And just to conclude, I just want to mention something that Stephanie reminded me of, which was that those dealings that were happening before the 2019 war, the Abu Dhabi conversations that we should recall were already hinting at the possibility of forging a political agreement between the two existing authorities in Libya. At the time, it was Sarraj in Tripoli and the Haftars in the east. And there were not promises made, but there was a conversation had on a possible political reshuffling that would enshrine these two sort of authorities. And I just want to say a word of caution in engaging in these type of conversations and making promises that would make certain actors feel that there is a deal within reach. And if that deal doesn't happen, then there's always the risk of, as 2019 taught us, of actually accelerating a return to violence, which is something we absolutely do not want today. But there is this risk, I think.
Yeah, I think, thank you. For the sake of time, these are very, very important points. I guess one cannot imagine, and we know that there is an administration in the United States that has recently been engaged without necessarily the involvement of United Nations. I mean, basically, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to march into it, and then whatever happens, happens, and, you know, everybody tries to catch up, whether allies or whether United Nations and so forth. I think that it would be very interesting to see this kind of dynamic between the importance of having the UN engaged as it has been in Libya, and at the same time have a sort of a power such as the United States saying, you know, I think we need to fix Libya. It is within our national interest to fix Libya, and then figure out in this phase how the United Nations and the Americans will be able to initiate ideas and act upon them, whether they are in aspects of security, economic corrections, and so on. And we've seen some of these collaborative efforts in the economy, particularly section. You know, yes, we can criticize something that we don't know, which is the joint budget, but it is for the first time a joint budget, and we all are very curious about that. But the more important thing is that discovery phase, whereby you have this engaged partners. You have the United Nations and you have the Americans stepping in right now. How is this relation going to be evolving, and what are the priorities, and how will it actually be a harmonious one that will engage into a marital status where more stability will be seen in Libya, or if Claudia and of course Stephanie also has some precautions, it will lead to something that may not be the better, neither for the United States or for Libya. So I'd like to very quickly bring this back to you, Stephanie and Claudia, and all of you actually, as to what do you think this discovery phase is going to look like? Many of you don't know your other partner. Well, you know how they work, but you don't know what their intentions are in that region. We talk about security, we talk about, you know, reforms, we talk about engagement of commerce and so on as a process by which you can create some sort of stability and prosperity. But what is it going to look like in your mind, and what are you expecting? Anybody want to take this a little bit further? Point of view, You want this to happen, and you want to move forward with it, and you have identified security as a very important aspect for this. What about the other aspects? Is the United Nations getting the support that they need to move forward with some of their ideas?
I'm happy to jump in and give it a...
Minutes to discuss this.
Yeah, just very quickly. I think the key word should be incremental progress. If we look at the track record of the past years, that track record is not so good in terms of budget use and implementation of projects, for example, in terms of delivery of services. So whatever is the proposal and whatever is the agreement on the table, I would be more comfortable in advising for incremental progress. Let's see how the implementation goes and see if we can actually see a tangible result and a tangible progress for the better, rather than a repeat of those bad practices that include embezzlement and lack of services and lack of deliveries of projects, despite the billions being funded. So I'd be wary of going full steam into a quick deal that gives away a lot.
Point, and I think it had been addressed by many of the U.S. representatives as they are going in, Jeremy Brent and others, Mesad Bowles and so on. They've emphasized that with this budget, there needs to be clarity, there needs to be transparency, and so on. So we're all kind of waiting for how is that going to be implemented. But from United Nations track that you're proposing, I mean, I think many of us are saying Berlin is dead. You know, we're really not seeing anything out of it, economically, others, and so on. There are other initiatives that have taken over. But what about how do you see moving towards elections in this whole complex? Adi?
Said, and also your earlier question about U.S. efforts and kind of where the UN sits on this. So to use the concrete example of this unified budget, the United Nations welcomed that development. They welcomed the agreement on it. If you read our statement, though, it also highlights the need for transparency, for independent oversight institutions, for Libyan economic institutions like the Central Bank and the National Oil Corporation to be independent and empowered. So I think that some of what's happening bilaterally can be complementary to what the United Nations is trying to do. Our job is to make sure that we highlight those aspects that still need to be covered. Claudia said that, you know, the special representative wasn't very open about the U.S. efforts. It's the briefing to the Security Council. We speak to 15 member states, but if you read our statements, they do welcome the agreement. I can share that there has been a consultation between UNSML and the U.S. colleagues on this effort. But we also want to be careful that we don't give fuel to any misperception, which I mentioned earlier in Libya about U.S. and UN kind of working on the same thing, or UN efforts being the same as U.S. efforts, because then it sort of gives rise to other issues and misconceptions, which is not the case. Berlin is not as effective as it was, and the reasons for that go beyond Libya. I was part of the strategic review of the UN mission last year, and one of the recommendations from it, which has been highlighted by the Security Council as well, is for the UN mission to play a more leading role in convening the international community and coordinating the Berlin process. So this is something that's still very much at play, and we have to, as the UN, take all member states together. We cannot be seen as one side or the other.
Fair enough. I have with us here the Honorable Sayyid Al-Yaqoubi from the Member of Parliament and activists that have been engaged in many of the UN forums. Can you say something about your perspective of how the United Nations has been working, and from a perspective of a Member of Parliament, you are accused of failing to bring together a sort of a recommendation for the elections and laws for elections. But you also have your own views of why this is not happening and why the United Nations has not been successful in bringing you to come up with these laws and regulations. So do you want to say a few things? Yeah. فهمتي السؤال دكتور؟ Yeah, she understands it, but Najat, maybe you can translate for her.
Do you mind repeating that one more time? I'm sorry.
هو السؤال على ان احنا دائما نلوموا البرلمان والمجلس الدولة على انهم فشلوا انهم يطلعوا القوانين اللي هي مطلوبة، ولكن في نفس الوقت البرلمان والمجلس عنده انتقادات لأداء الأمم المتحدة وكيفية تطوير الموضوع إلى أن ينتهي إلى قوانين مقبولة وغيرها. فأنا بتعليق متاعك.
السلام عليكم جميعا، سعيدة جدا بوجودي معكم اليوم. كل المراحل اللي سردتها السيدة ستيفاني والسيدة كلاوديا هي مراحل حقيقية فعلا. نحن نعاني من البعثة أكثر من البعثة تعاني من مجلس النواب والدولة.
So just to go back and emphasize, she's making this statement that everything that she has heard about the frustration and so on are correct. She's also saying that we are struggling with the actions of the United Nations as much as the United Nations is struggling with how we are performing.
يعني احنا ساعدنا البعثة في 2015، ساعدنا البعثة في 2018 في حرب الكانيات، ساعدنا البعثة في حوار جنيف، ساعدنا البعثة في حوار الصخيرات، وكنا على الأرض بكل قوة. يعني بعد مرور مرحلة السيد طارق متري وبعد مرور مرحلة السيد غسان سلامة لم تعد البعثة تتعامل مع الأرض الليبية أو الفاعلين الليبيين الحقيقيين بشفافية. أصبحت تدير الأزمة أكثر من أنها تتعاطى مع الأطراف الليبية بجدية.
بشكل شفافية أو
بشفافية نعم.
So she's basically dividing the era of how the United Nations office in Libya has been functioning and the era of before Ghassan Salama and after Ghassan Salama.
And Tariq Mitri.
And Tariq Mitri, yeah. So Tariq Mitri, Ghassan Salama, and then after that. And she's basically saying that there was somehow a sense that there was a lack of transparency by the way the United Nations office had worked after those two individuals left the office. That's what she's saying.
أحتاج أن نكمل. بعثة الأمم المتحدة في تعاطيها مع الملف الليبي أصبحت تدير الأزمة لا تتعاطى مع حل الأزمة. يعني مثلا في الآونة الأخيرة حنا نتكلم عن أسباب تعطل الحلول. الأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن يعطي منحة للمبعوث أن يستمر في الحوار مع الليبيين إلى أن يجد حل. بعد أن يجد حل مباشرة يقيله من عمله ويبقى الحل في يد مبعوث آخر يقعد يتعاطى مع الشأن الليبي من أول وجديد بدون أن يراقب الحل الذي حدث. يعني مثلا زي حوار الصخيرات سيدنا اليوم أقيل مباشرة بعد الحل. بقي حوار الصخيرات اللي 3 أو 4 مثلا مبعوثين، بعدين جانا لمشاكل أخرى. تعاطي الحلول الأمم المتحدة ومراقبتها حدث أيضا في مؤخرا في جنيف.
So obviously there is an exchange of blame here. They're saying that the United Nations office has been managing the problems rather than solving them, and when there is a solution that is put forward, before we know it, there is a transfer of leadership, somebody else comes in, and then basically everything falls apart, and then there is a recycling of the whole conversation and so on regular basis.
يعني مثلا جنيف اتفقنا، وتعلم السيدة ستيفاني على المقاومة اللي قاومناها باش أخرجنا حوار جنيف. تمت على تعهدات 18 شهر، قاعدة دستورية، انتخابات في 2022، وقفنا في الشارع ودعمنا الانتخابات، وفعلا ذات الأممية وقفت مع المفوضية، والمفوضية فتحت باب الترشح، ترشحوا الليبيين، قدموا بطاقاتهم، وقعدنا نستنوا في اليوم الموعود إلى أن أعلنت البعثة وأعلنت المفوضية في يوم وليلة أن هناك قوى قاهرة تمنع ذلك. من هي القوى القاهرة هذه سيدي؟ هو سيد أحمد دبيبة والجيش هم الذين وقفوا ضد البعثة. ما طلعتش قالت ان الجيش وعبد الحميد دبيبة الذي تعهد امام المجتمع الدولي، والمجتمع الدولي اللي اعطاه المنحه للسيد عبد الحميد دبيبة انه هو يقوم بهذا سوري جست بس نكمل الفكره، يقوم بهذا الاستحقاق مع صفقوا للمجتمع الدولي وتركوه 6 سنوات بدون ان ينفذ الاستحقاق.
بس يعني.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously there's a big kind of back and forth blame. There's, for example, the lack of follow-up and continuity in taking actions upon measures that were agreed upon. For example, the last example is that there was a failure of getting into the elections, but then the international community, United Nations, allowed this kind of failure, which is led primarily by the two sides, the Libyan army as well as Abdel Dbeiba, to go on festering without solutions, which resulted basically to the situation that we have right now, whereas the United Nations in imposing and confirming that these things are violation and there should have been action should have been taken against. So those are basically frustrations. I am going to bring in a special guest here who actually did his PhD degree on the performance of UNSMIL in Libya. Khairi Bouchagour, he flew in from UK. Do you want to mention very quickly something about, summarize your thesis on this? Please come over here. Yeah, yeah. And we have to close this session very quickly because we're running way behind. But I wanted to hear Khairi and just very quick responses. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you very much. Actually, it's not a PhD yet. It's a master's, but hopefully it become a PhD. In general, of course, Libyans are not happy with UNSMIL. That's a fact. And there are many, many reasons for it, despite the many successes that the UNSMIL did in Libya, including the LPA, the Berlin process, the elections, and many, many other things. But I think one of the main issues that the Libyans struggling with is the lack of accountability of UNSMIL. UNSMIL, as it is set up, it's an open-ended mission, political mission, doesn't have teeth, cannot impose its will on the Libyans. And at the end of the day, they say there are internal mechanisms within the UN and within the Security Council that hold the mission accountable, but we hear nothing about the follow-up. For example, Batili had a great assessment report in 2021, I think, before he became SRSG, which was fantastic, really highlighting all the main issues that need to be tackled. But after that, we heard nothing. Another low points for UNSMIL are the corruption scandals, with Lyon taking a position with the UAE, which was part of the negotiations to get to the LPA. I mean, that was a big scandal. There was an internal investigation we heard within the mission or Security Council, but we heard nothing about the outcome. Also, the corruption scandal at the forum in Tunisia of, I don't want to mention names, but there was a lot of money exchanged in order to elect somebody. Yes. And we heard nothing after that. So Libyans generally are not very happy, but hopefully things will be better in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, and those are basically some of the criticism that, we're always been brought up with you, Stephanie, when in several conversations. Where's the follow-up? What happened there? All the stuff and so on. But, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. Right now, we're in a phase where there are new initiatives. There are new, basically, discovery phase between the United Nations and the Americans. And again, the Europeans that are basically anticipating, listening to what is happening. No very clear, position of the Europeans, as we heard from Claudia. But I think this is a new era. Do you want to make just like one last comment? You haven't said anything. I mean, you're in it and you're invested. You said there's a lot of money that got dumped on Somalia. Are we going to be dumping a lot of money on Libya?
I don't think the Trump administration is looking to dump a lot of money anywhere overseas, but I do think that there's an opportunity in the disruption in the way that they've approached foreign policy in general. I think that creates a little bit of flexibility for how people negotiate, and you can have your value judgment on how we've changed our stance on democracy and other human rights values and such, but it does, the Trump administration's posture does create more space for conversation if you're not quite so focused on these issues. So you can have your feelings on that, but the reality is that it allows for engagement at different levels. So I would just say that there's opportunity in the current moment because the US isn't such a predictable actor right now that allows for people to play differently together, which is maybe a shakeup that could be useful. That's my very generous
A shakeup
framing.
that can be useful, something
Yes.
different, yes.
Just different,
Yeah.
yes.
Stephanie, do you want to make a final comment here?
Yeah, I mean, quite tempting, and there are many actors who I'm sure would be most willing to engage in such bargaining. And to hew again to those kind of the broader principles, and to really work very closely with the mission and with the outcomes of this structured dialogue, which is very inclusive. And I think, not to sort of shunt that to the side, but to make sure that that is also part and parcel of U.S. strategy on the ground. Thanks.
Is a very well-known oil and gas and energy analyst. He is based in London, and I am just looking here to introduce him in the more appropriate manner. He's Deputy Bureau of Energy Intelligence in London and North Africa and East Mediterranean correspondent. He is a regular contributor to Petroleum Intelligence Weekly, Energy Compass, International Oil Daily, and World Gas Intelligence. And we always rely on Tom to give us the update on the status of oil and gas in Libya. And his title is More Oil, More Challenges, How to Fix Libya's Structural Energy Trap. Tom, thank you for joining us again. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Fantastic. Okay. So my focus is on the bid round, and also, given what's going on in the Middle East at the moment, sort of Libya's position within that, the opportunities for the country if political stability can either improve or hold. So I will step forward. We are, very briefly, established in 1951. We have research and advisory part of our business. Many of our clients are oil majors, governments, government agencies. We have bureaus spread across many of the major centers, 9 global energy centers. We provide energy transition services, oil markets, global LNG, risk service, and now I'm going to get on to our presentation. So I want to today just look at these bid round results, which is quite an achievement for a country with 2 rival governments. They've attracted a lot of attention, and they attracted some bids, and they made some awards. So it's one step in the right direction. I also want to look at some of the themes. We've got US majors returning, which is an interesting one. We've got offshore gas play. This is quite interesting, actually. And then I will look at the production outlook at the currently, how things have happened in the past, questions of reliability still, and more broadly, looking forward at oil sector fragility. So, as I said, this is an achievement. Certainly 5 awards made out of original 20+ blocks may not sound like a huge, spectacular achievement, but it actually it is a step forward. And there were, I mean, 37 IOCs pre-qualified, so there was a lot of interest in Libya's bid round, and I know the NOC worked very hard to make their terms as flexible as possible, with the full knowledge that they're competing in a global landscape, certainly in the neighborhood of Algeria and Egypt. As I said, we've got US majors returning. We've also saw Euro majors doubling down on investments. We saw national oil companies, Qatar Energy, TPO, secure acreage. This is the first time. And I mentioned growing interest from IOCs in Libya's offshore potential. And I think an interesting thing here as well, outside the bid round, you also have well-known companies, BP, Shell, Exxon, Chevron, Exxon offshore, looking at potential bilateral deals, maybe preferring those over a bid round process for the reason that they may seek greater flexibility on what they want to do. Some of BP is looking at, yes, redeveloping Sahriya Mesla, but also unconventional opportunities and so on. So this shows you a brief map, giving you a geographical location of some of these blocks. Very interestingly, not much in the Ghadames Basin. There was one brave firm, ITEO, heading to the Mazout Basin, which is also well known by Repsol, of course. But most of the blocks taken were either offshore or in the Sirte Basin, which I think is interesting. Here's a brief outline of some of the commitments and the companies, which I've already mentioned. And I good fit as Sirte Basin. From Melita in western Libya, subsea to Gela in Sicily, and it's 11 BCM per year. That's the capacity. So they have that infrastructure in place. What I heard from Mr. Suleiman, that there's really no plans for an LNG plant revival. As we know, there is an LNG plant, mothballed, but it would require rather too much capex, he felt at the moment, for, and IOCs as well, I understand, who in terms of being interested in it at the moment. It's already a producing basin offshore, as everyone knows. E&I at Bahra Es Salam is working on a project, A&E and smaller structures, and that should add about 900 million cubic feet per day of gas. So it's already a known producing hydrocarbon province. It's also got a potential, not in across most of the offshore, but particularly there's an undeveloped, the Arus al-Bahar gas discovery 2008, Hess Area 54, and the well tested around 27 million cubic feet per day. And an interesting thing about that is, when I was speaking to industry sources back in 2012, they believe that you could add 500 million cubic feet per day to Libya's output were you to develop it, were the terms to be flexible enough. That hasn't happened yet, but there's potential. I think one thing to bear in mind, though, is that rather like Egypt and Algeria, Libya has its gas exports are in decline. Its gas demand domestically is rising. So if we look at gas exporting countries forum data, 7 BCM per year were exported 2015, and 1 BCM was how much was exported in 2024. So it's in decline. And Libya's market share in Italy, for example, looking at Italian Energy Security Ministry data, 4% of total imports it accounted for in 2023, but that's now dropped to 2.45% in the first sort of the 11 months of 2025, but there's more data available as well. So it's an interesting play. It's attracted a lot of attention. And currently Eni BP is drilling this Matsola 1, could be a play opener. Both companies have said in contract area 38/3 in the eastern Gulf of Sirte. So there's lots to look out for, and obviously out of this auction, Eni and Repsol secured acreage, and they're planning lots of 3D seismic, 5,350 square kilometers Eni is committed to. So yeah, there is a lot of potential there that's attracted a lot of interest from IOCs, so something to bear in mind. And when you are offshore, of course, production shutdowns are much rarer. So that's a positive if you're an IOC. So I've used this most years and I have to use it again. There is always this threat. Unfortunately, Libya was a very reliable supplier for many, many years, but ever since the revolution, it has been a bit of a roller coaster. More recently, it's been very stable, but it could return. So this graph is really to show that what happens when instability does return, particularly 2020, as you see here. Tripoli is targeting 1.6 million barrels per day of oil production end of this year. Current output's hovering around 1.4 million barrels a day. And threats for these shutdowns does persist. March the 19th, we saw the Elephant oil field closed to allow El Sharara crude flows to use its pipe to Melita port after the Sharara pipe was damaged by fire. And as most people know, over the next 3 to 5 years, NOC is targeting oil production of 2 million barrels per day and gas production of about 4 billion cubic feet per day. This too here just shows you the impact, not just obviously on output, but instantly on revenues, given how important they are to Libya's economy. So this is what happened in 2020, obviously the COVID pandemic, but also the oil shutdown, which lasted 8 months. So it had a real impact. And this is what it's looking like at the moment, average of 1.4 million barrels per day or just below, which is much healthier for both production and the treasury. And finally, I just want to sort of look forward. It's been mentioned, I'm sure, in earlier sessions, but great achievement of first in 13 years, I believe, of unifying national budget agreed between Eastern and Western governments. That's a big positive, hopefully to reduce uncoordinated public spending. There's a great positive for NOC as well, in theory. And I think there is this issue that's starting to emerge with a recent UN panel of experts report, which I'll get to in a moment. But just to highlight, there's a sort of difference where you have the UN pointing to declining oil revenues, persistent foreign currency imbalances causing mounting pressure on foreign reserves. And this is contrasting with NOC statements, which in January highlighted a 15% year-on-year increase in oil revenues between 2024 and 2025 to 21.9 billion. And they were highlighting the highest average annual crude output, 1.38 million barrels per day in a decade last year. So what's going on? So the UN panel of experts have reported, it's a draft report, it's my understanding, but it's well known, I think, well covered in Libyan media at least. There is this concern, which I had heard previously from European diplomats, over the future independence of NOC with the existence of companies, private companies such as Arkina Oil Company, a Libyan company, private. The UN report suggests there could be diverted as much as 3 billion in oil revenue. What I have found when I receive National Oil Corporation loading skeds, Arkina does not appear on them, with all the other equity partners and all the other traders, the well-known traders, Mediterranean refiners, all appear on there. What I've heard from Libyan officials is that the Arkina contract is not cancelled by the PM, but he has asked NOC to really look into it much further and into more detail. So we'll have to see what happens there. And to wrap it up, it's generally positive from the auction, but it requires a lot of political stability, I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we're running out of time, but we do want to continue for another 10, 15 minutes with this panel. before we move on to the lunch session. So I would like to invite, where is Munder? Munder, can you give your talk right now, or you have it ready? Do we have it ready, Munder? Please. So Munder has flown in from London. He is a founder and CEO and managing partner of Pearls Capital, a London-based venture capital firm investing in AI and fintech innovations across the UK, Europe, and the MENA region. He brings over about 15 years of experience in global asset management with prior roles of Goldman Sachs, Man Group, Fidelity, Schroders, and the Saudi Public Investment Fund. His talk is about more oil, more challenges, and how to fix Libya's structural energy trap, which is an appropriate follow-up of what we heard from Tom recently. Munder, please.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much, Dr. Shanib, for the invitation, and thank you for the National Council for the hospitality and invite. Dr. Shanib, as Dr. Shanib mentioned, my name is Munder Shhomi. I think the invite came to me on the back of a much longer report looking at the structural issues within the Libyan oil sector and why has Libya not been able to keep up with other countries that have similar blueprint to Libya, for lack of a better word. And what I'm trying to argue from a number and statistical point of view is our issues is not geology. Our issue is governance. Our issues are above ground. And hopefully as we go through this, the case will become a little bit more evident. I mean, if we look at the landscape, the current paradox is Libya is the largest, or Libya has the largest reserve in Africa. And it's the 10th largest reserve globally. That number has not changed for quite some time now because of lack of exploration and lack of activities. However, if you look at the GDP map of Africa, Libya is nowhere to be seen within the 10 biggest economies of Africa. Something I personally take an issue with, considering our vast wealth and considering Libya had a head start against a lot of competition. We've been producing from the 50s and 60s, and we had one of the earliest oil laws in the region, if not in the entire continent. So these numbers actually are very frustrating for me to see. We currently produce 1.4 million barrels a day, which is a significant increase to where Libya was a few years ago. However, this increase, with lack of further development, further makes the case that I'm trying to make over the next 10 minutes. The GDP per capita gap between us and Norway, and the reason I chosen Norway, a lot of people actually ask that question, is Norway has a very similar population to Libya, started producing after Libya, has a much harsher environment and access to reserve than Libya has, and has managed to improve the net present value of their production and ring-fenced it for future generation without impacting the quality of life of the existing generation. And if you look at the contribution of the Norges Bank, which is a sovereign wealth fund, to the Norwegian economy is in a tone of 270,000 euros per capita. Now, the biggest issue that I'm going to try to talk about is Libya does not operate as a value extraction, a value creation within the oil sector. The NOC operates as a budget receiver and an extractor. NOC has no income statement and it has a balance sheet. And if you look at, NOC is not driven by profitability, it's not driven by efficiencies, it's driven by extracting a certain amount of oil from the ground and extracting certain numbers from the government as a means to maintain its operation. So what you can see here, Norway started producing in 1971.
When Norway started producing, Libya was producing roughly around 3 million barrels a day. Admittedly, that increase in production was a result of some geopolitical situation, and it was based on non-sustainable practices in the oil fields. However, we were producing 3 million barrels a day, which ironically was a lot more than the number of people that Libya had at the same time. Libya's population was roughly around 2 million in 1970. Norway started producing in 1971. A lot of the Norwegian oils are deep in the ocean with minimum 200 meters below surface to be able to extract, while Libya was, a lot of the discoveries were made as a result of actually looking for water rather than looking for oil per se. However, Norway has a positive trajectory upwards, and as you can see, Libya has gone through a number of cycles where our production dropped significantly, and yes, we can explain some of the drop due to sanctions, due to war, due to instability, due to blockades, but my issue is the inability to recover from these events in line with how the curve should be. We should not be seeing V-shapes, we should be seeing trajectories that may go up and down slightly, or if it dips, it comes up very quickly rather than having that sustained period of time that we're unable to bring back the fields to production. Now I'm going to step away from the mic a little bit just to explain one data point. Within oil and gas, there's a sustainable, there's a normal trajectory of diminishing value of an oil field. You can only extract from it so much before you have to actually build in a reduction in production over a period of time until you deplete the entire reserve. That is normal, and that requires a huge amount of investment to keep production levels at where they were. And this is why you see Norway dropping, although they managed to get to a 3 million barrels per day, they actually dropped and they're stable around 1.6 million barrels a day. This is a country that has less than 10% of Libya oil reserves, is able to maintain a production level that is much higher than Libya. They have a department of oil and gas under their Ministry of Energy that has 200 people versus the NOC and the ministry, et cetera, that has over 77,000 people in employment. Norway does not control or operate, nor operate any operations. Norway operates on a mix of production sharing and royalties and taxes, while Libya relies mainly on share of production. Norway does not apply something called cost recovery. It allows the partners to operate and not recover any costs, and this is one of the biggest issues we have in Libya, while Libya allows cost recovery. So Libya goes very heavy on the initial negotiation, controlling percentages, but over a long period of time, taking the Norwegian approach, and I will hopefully show that, is a much more sustainable and efficient way of doing it than the way we try to do it for extracting the same amount of money. Now, this is actually embarrassing for someone who's Libyan to even stand here and show the difference between the two states. Libya's numbers hover around a zero for every metric of governance. When it comes to corruption, when it comes to rule of law, when it comes to political stability, and this has been there for quite some time, but obviously it's gotten worse over the last 15 years. The main index that you can see is control of corruption. While we stand at 3.8, Norway is around 99.1. I mean, it doesn't matter what the theory behind certain practices, what matters is the results. And if the result of our bureaucratic approach trying to maintain the national oil wealth and protect it is creating more corruption and creating more issues, because let's be realistic, Libya is predominantly a rentier economy, is relying on one source of income, and that is the oil revenue. So most corruption is around the industry and the oil industry. So we look at these metrics. That explains why we are where we are, despite all the theory, despite all the approaches, and the reason we went down the route we went into 20, 30 years ago. Now, if there's one slide I would like you to actually take with you today, is this. And what I'm trying to say here is, this is the current trajectory, and I'm looking at the net present value of our production over a 10-year period of time. And the net present value, if we do nothing, even with, if we do nothing as it is right now, is roughly around $64 billion. The shock is if we continue the same practices we have now, but actually increase production, the net present value drops, because we are not concerning ourselves with efficiencies. We're not concerning ourselves with profitability. We're just looking to extract the most and use that to go into the state, which will divert it in multiple directions and end up with an NOC that is hiring far more than it actually requires to operate. So we are diminishing and destroying the value that we're trying to create. Now, the third bar here shows the value reform without trying to capture the value chain. Because if you think of a value chain, Libya produces oil, sells oil to refineries, and then buys diesel, jet fuel, et cetera, from international refineries. That's not value creation. We're selling the cheap product and we're buying the more expensive product. We have a couple of small refineries running around the Med, one in Zawiya, which is one of the biggest. We have the Ras Lanouf, which everyone was familiar with and had some legal issues. And we have one in Tobruk, and there's a talk about creating a refinery in the south of Libya, which from a strategic point of view is a plan that doesn't make any sense. Why you create a refinery where you cannot actually benefit from your proximity to the Med, et cetera, et cetera. But the fourth bar is looking at Libya having a strategic plan to extract the most value from its production. But the third bar is the one I'm actually more interested in. Because the third bar is looking at how much we create in present value based on small changes to the existing model, based on controlling some of the costs, based on making some adjustment to our legal framework to be able to be more efficient. Separate ownership from operation, separate regulatory framework from ownership, and create clear lines of accountability. This is our sweet spot, and this is where we will be able to start planning for the future. Now, unfortunately, it relies on a little bit of political will to stabilize the oil revenue, and I believe in mutual destruction and game theory. If we all know that the only way for us to survive as a nation is to do this, it doesn't matter how many governments we have. We can have a federal system, we can have a monarchy, whatever it is. We will work towards increasing the value so we can all prosper, even if we want to think of it from a selfish point of view and every party is trying to see how much it can extract. Extracting 10% of 130 billion is much better than extracting 10% of 56 billion. Now, this is the governance that creates a lot of problems in Libya, and this is Libya and Norway. Now, in some cases, you can say that actually the Norwegian model is a little bit more complex than the Libyan model. It's true, there's far more regulatory bodies, one looking after health and safety, and one is technical, et cetera, et cetera. But what they have that we do not have is accountability. Every box there, there's clear accountability, there's no overlap in responsibility between those bodies. In Libya, we still hear arguments between the Minister of Oil and Gas and the NOC chairman, whose responsibility is X and whose responsibility is Y. We have multiple operating companies, we have no cost control, we have an inherent interest in companies, even for Western countries, by the way, even Western best practice companies, when they operate in Libya, they hope to operate within the norms, right? And if they know that they can agree to a lower share of production, but they can do cost recovery, then the inflation starts happening in the cost itself in order for them to recover. Because Libyan contracts are the riskiest to international oil companies. And this is why the minute things don't go in the direction they want, for example, oil prices drop, etc., Libya is the easiest to drop because it's too much headache for little value, and the way to extract most for them is to look at other ways of extracting value rather than the straightforward way. NOC hasn't closed its financials for a number of years now, and as we said, it doesn't operate as a commercial entity like Equinor. The operating companies actually rely on budget from the state, and they get that budget one way or another, and they burn through it through travel and training, et cetera, but very little goes to the actual field development plans and the operation side of things. So our sweet spot and the quickest is to look into how to fix all of this. And this is running on a legal framework that is a legacy from 1955, which is the first Libyan Libyan oil law that did not factor for gas, is predominantly focused on oil. And then we have the 1971 law that is the creation of NOC with the adjustment that happened later. And we need the regulatory body, we need the regulator, and we need the legislation to look into all of this and see how we can normalize this. Because if I go back to the Libyan law of 1955, it's far better than the 1971 adjustment. So it allows us to focus more on taxation than share of production, and that helps us improve the quality of extraction over time. So what I'm trying to show here is the blue line is the tax revenue-based model. The red line is the production sharing model. And this is the value for a state. The PSA is far heavier and more inefficient and more bureaucratic, and it requires a lot more involvement because you have to operate and you have to invest, you have to work in the fields, you have to control costs, you have to do a number of things that is impossible to do if you are not involved. While the tax system is just a state looking at its companies as a normal company, taxing it, taking royalties, collecting levies, and letting the company run as a normal company. The value is the same. We have not done better as a result of applying PSA. We'd have achieved the same and been far more efficient if we just went for or stayed on the tax system. The caveat is, we all know the history of oil pricing and how things used to be in the 70s and how they are today, so it's unfair of me to say we shouldn't have done it back then. I'm just saying that we no longer need it. It may have been a requirement back in the day, but today we passed that. The prices are transparent. We know what the benchmark is trading at on a daily basis. And I think I'm almost finished. This is, I mean, I can walk through it, but the idea is what is the quick win? And the quick win is not to go through massive restructuring of legal framework, et cetera, et cetera. It's just literally applying some benchmarks and controlling costs, because cost is where the most value is being diverted away from the national resources. If we control costs and run some pilots whereby we're looking at some of the operating companies, whether we want to privatize them to the employees of the companies, whether we want to look into bringing international partners and getting out of management of these operating companies, this will be our quickest way to see or experiment with improvements. Now, that is a stage that we can do now without having the unification of the government, etc., because NOC is unified. But then we start commercializing. The next stage is to commercialize the NOC itself. The NOC needs to have its own balance sheet, needs to have its own income statement, needs to operate as a commercial endeavor that is measured, that is accountable for its own performance. Yeah, I'm going to just run quickly. The presentation is available for anyone who wants to see it. This actually goes through why it matters to the US. You all know energy security, Libya's proximity to Europe, replacement to and yes, so as I said, Libya is an important country. We spent 200 years of good and bad relationship with the US. Stability of Libya is important to the entire region, not only to international partners, but we work as a buffer to even stop this immigration issue that Europe is having, because we create that model where it shows that the better utilization of national resources is the way forward, and Africa is nothing but rich in resources. Our problem is management problem. Our problem is how do we actually benefit population from these resources rather than being diverted to the pockets of the few. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to ask just one or two questions very quickly to Munder, and then we have to move and pick up our lunch boxes and go back to our places, because we're going to start the lunch meeting. His Excellency Mesad Bolis is here and he's waiting, so I'm going to give you a very quick break to go in and grab your lunches after this. But, you know, is there a way we can actually move Libyans to Norway and move Norwegians to Libya? And
I think the Libyans would love that idea. I'm not sure about the Norwegians, but maybe. We'll try. They would love the sun. My wife is Scandinavian, so...
So the question really is how do you imagine... where's the privatization role in an NOC? Is that something that we should be looking at seriously?
what happened in 2011, Libya prior to 1969, 50% of small and medium enterprise and private sector was making more than 50% of GDP. 1969 happened, with all its stages, comes 1984, we destroy the private sector.
Yeah.
Comes 2011, we got rid of an older regime, for better or worse, but we did not replace the socialist model that the old regime brought in. So private enterprise became a devil in Libya. Private enterprise is looked at as a counter to the state. In my view, the only way forward for Libya is to move to private sector, because private sector is accountable, private sector is punishable as well.
I'm sorry, they're getting out of hand. And
that's all right. It's okay. We've got few still focused. That's okay.
Again. Yeah. Yeah. 5 minutes would be good. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mundar. And I'm really sorry. It's just been so. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I want you to welcome with me His Excellency Mesad Bolis, and of course Musa Al-Koni. And of course, I had introduced before Sayyida Yaqoubi, who is from the Parliament of Libya. And Amika, please sit down. Yeah. The punishment of sitting here is that you don't get lunch, so I am sorry about that. When Hassan? Hassan Sassi, is he here? Where's Hassan? Here he is. He's eating. Right. Well, we had a very exciting morning. We've covered a lot of topics. We crowned it with the last presentation with Mundar Shomi on the prognosis, if you will, of the NOC and oil and gas in Libya and what it needs to fix itself and what are the pathways that we need to be thinking about. I don't think we'll ever be Norway, but we'll work towards that. You know, we can figure something out in the way. This is the lunch session, and we are honored to have with us, as I mentioned before, His Excellency Mesad Bolis, and also our Vice President in Libya, Musa Al-Koni. Musa is known to most of you. He is the presidential chair from the south. He comes with a lot of passion about Fezzan, and he actually speaks significantly of the marginalization of Fezzan in much of the political processes that occur in Libya. I think for all of you, you know and you follow the politics of the United States. You recognize, and we all recognize, that we have among us a very distinguished individual who has spent, I think he's spending more time in the plane these days between one city and another and one country to another. His Excellency Mesad Bolis. Mr. Bolis is by training a lawyer. He, I think your degree was from Houston, am I correct? Yeah, it was in Houston. Lives primarily in Florida. His family is there. He has been a very successful businessman, and we know of the Lebanese community in Africa and how they have been leaders and pioneers in commerce and trade and all kinds of businesses. And he had a successful track record in the continent of Africa. And he brings his expertise, he brings his knowledge, and he is now our U.S. Special Representative to the Arab countries and Africa. And we're very, very, very honored and pleased that he has agreed this year to come and join us at this council. And equally important, and Hassan, where's Hassan? I'm looking for Hassan. Yeah, Hassan. Hassan is the Vice President of the National Council. Every year we basically ask ourselves, who are the individuals that are contributing significantly in the lives of Libyans in ways that you would stabilize the country and you think of their future and how you can actually fix a lot of the things that need to be corrected in Libya to make their lives better. And we had in the past addressed and followed some of the events and some of the people that are very key. In the past we had, for the last 8 years, this is the 8th year, we had 1 year that we didn't do our event. For the last 3 years, we've selected only 2 other individuals, Stephanie Williams with her role in the stabilization of Libya at that time in 2020-21, and the seas of the conflict, the military conflict that existed, that was one of her most important contributions. And then 2023, we had Dick Norland, who really has been on flights constantly going back and forth and doing a lot to promote the prosperity of the Libyans and look at not only conflict resolution, but also looking at transparency, how to stabilize the bank, the NOC, and so on. This year, It was an anonymous agreement by the committee, and Hassan chairs this committee, that His Excellency Mas'ad Boulos is the recipient of the award, which is the leadership award that we have only given twice before in the last 8 years. So I would like to acknowledge his presence with us, and we're going to do it in reverse if you don't mind. Your Excellency, we'd like to honor you, and you honor us, in fact, by accepting this award on behalf of the National Council, and thank you again for being with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to read the award for you. It took us a few iterations to come up with this, so I'm going to read it to you, and I hope Your Excellency would accept it. The National Council on US-Libya Relations 2026 Leadership Award, presented to His Excellency Mr. Mas'ad Boulos, U.S. Senior Advisor for Arab and African Affairs, for his outstanding leadership and exemplary commitment to bettering the lives of the people of Libya. And then there is a quotation from Woodrow Wilson. Maybe I'd like you to read it.
It's an honor. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All that an obstacle does with brave men is not to frighten them, but to challenge them.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have Musa Al-Khoui come in and give a talk, and then we will hear from...
Okay.
Thank you. Musa, please تفضل. Musa. Musa.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Assalamu alaikum. Go ahead. Is it too loud? You can't hear him, right?
دائما معي مشكلة. لا خلاص هذا كويس. السيد مسعد بولس مستشار الرئيس الأمريكي.
Mr. Mas'ad Boulos, Mas'ad Boulos,
للشؤون العربية والأفريقية.
for the U.S. for the Arab relations and African relations.
السادة المجلس الوطني للعلاقات الأمريكية الليبية.
Okay. المجلس الوطني, the National Council of US-Libya.
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
السلام عليكم.
في الواقع من يومين ونحن نشتغل على هذه الكلمة التي يفترض أن نلقيها الآن.
We've been working on this, I've been working for the past couple of days on this presentation that I'm just about to say.
وبعد تنقيح وزيادة ونقصان وتعديل.
So between addition and deletion and
لكن الأحداث المتلاحقة في ليبيا نضطر أن لا أقرأ هذه الكلمة.
But because of the recent again events that's happening in Libya, I have to read these couple of words.
يقال عشان الليبي المتابع للشأن الليبي مش رح تعرف تغمض عينيك بفعل المتغير.
Because in Libya, this way we could say you could close your eyes.
فلقائي مع السيد بولس قبل قليل لقد غيرت هذه الكلمة.
So my meeting with Mr. Boulos a little while ago can change the presentation that I was about to say.
لأن المؤسف نحن الليبيين أصبحنا مرهونين بمواقع التواصل الاجتماعي. فظل الجميع يعمل من خلال أو يتابع من خلال مواقع التواصل وما يشاع فيها وما يقال فيها، ويتحول إلى حقائق، كل الأكاذيب أو الأقاويل تتحول إلى حقائق في عقول الناس.
Because unfortunately, we Libyans have been enslaved with the whatever that's being presented on social media. So all the Libyans kind of like take the social media information as facts.
دقائق معدودة قضيتها الآن مع السيد بولس.
So just a couple of minutes with Mr. Bullis.
كانت كفيلة لتوضح أشياء كثيرة كنا فاهمينها غلط وسمعناها بطريقة مغايرة وغير صحيحة.
It was enough to clarify a lot of issues that we kind of misunderstood, and kind of the conversation with him clarified it.
فلهذا الشان الليبي والمتتبعين له جميعا حيارى في ايجاد الحلول، وليس كثرة المبادرات او الافكار التي تطرح والغير قابلة للتنفيذ، او ليس هناك من يعمل عليها بشكل حقيقي لكي تنفذ وتخرج الوجود.
So again, there was a lot of confusion between ideas, and there was nobody to work on it on a realistic basis. So now it kind of clarified.
فالشأن الليبي تعقد جدا بكثرة المتداخلين سواء كان في الخارج أو في الداخل، بالإضافة إلى الصراع الإقليمي في المنطقة المؤثر بشكل إيجابي أو سلبي، فمما جعل من ليبيا دولة مؤثرة سلبا وإيجابا، تؤثر ويؤثر فيها من قبل الآخرين.
Which caused the current situation of Libya kind of it affected very negatively on the externally and internally, and it kind of was kind of presented very negatively.
فكنا في انتظار أن يكون هناك وساطة أمريكية حقيقية، ونحن نهني السيد بولس على تكليفه بهذه المهمة الصعبة سهلة.
So we salute His Excellency Mas'ad Boulos for taking the challenge of this very difficult position, particularly with Libya.
الشأن الليبي صعب ولكنه سهل بحكم عدم وجود خلاف عميق بين الأطراف الليبية، هو فقط خلاف سياسي محدود وقصير أيضا، ليست لديه قاعدة على الأرض.
So the situation in Libya, or the conflict in Libya, appears to be very complex, appears to be very deep, but the reality is it is not as it appears, that there isn't the historical depth of conflict that makes it very complicated.
بدليل لقاء النقائض قبل أيام قليلة في سرت بين أشد المتقاتلين والمتخاصمين، فاستطعتم أن توحدوا أو تجعلوهم يقومون بمناورات مشتركة في مدينة سرت.
And Your Excellency, you made it look facile simply through the ability to bring in the two military foes or adversaries in the flintlock recently during the maneuvering that occurred in there.
وأيضا اتفاق الأطراف الذي عملتم عليها لفترة طويلة، وهي الميزانية الموحدة والتي لم ترى النور من عام 2013.
Yeah, and we have seen the product of your work through the ability to unify the budget, which has been quite a challenge and has been on pause for many, many years.
وهذا يعود إلى جهدكم المضني في الوصول إلى هذا الاتفاق.
And that is obviously clearly a statement of your effort and hard work in Libya.
في ذات الوقت نحن نشكروك أنك أوليت الملف الليبي أكثر من الملفات الأخرى سواء كانت الأفريقية والعربية.
And we're also very grateful of the fact that you have spent a significant amount of your time on the Libyan file in comparison to the other files.
ونحن في ليبيا ننتظر هذا الدعم والثقل الأمريكي الحقيقي حتى يخرج الليبيين مهم فيه الآن.
And we're looking forward to the weight of the American influence, the presence of the Americans in helping out with the next projects on Libya.
مع الاستماع لكافة الأطراف والأجسام السياسية المختلفة وإشراكهم في أي حل ممكن أن يوضع.
With the idea that there has to be an engagement of all the relevant adversaries and partners in the political process that is moving forward.
فإن كان البرلمان أو مجلس الدولة أو الرئاسي أو كافة الأجسام الأخرى.
And whether this is the parliamentarians, the state house, the relevant other adversaries that are in Libya.
وأيضا لا ننسى المناطق أيضا سواء كانت برقة أو طرابلس أو فزان، فهذه الأقاليم الموحدة والمؤسسة للدولة الليبية لابد تكون ممثلة في أي حلول توضع مستقبلا.
As well as the regions of Libya, the Cyrenaica, Tripolitania, and Fazan, they need to be engaged in the process of looking at the future of Libya under your leadership.
دائما هناك شكوى من اقليم فزان حتى عدم مشاركتهم في الميزانيه الموحده وعدم ذكرهم بحكم انها قد يتم تقسيمها على اقليمين واقليم فزان لم يذكر بشكل او باخر في هذه الحلول.
And it's obvious that, and it is very well observed, that the focus of the dialogue and bringing the adversaries together has been primarily a focus on the east and west, or Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, but there isn't a lot engaging the Fazan or the south in this dialogue.
برغم ان فزان هي الاحوج الى التنميه اكثر من المناطق الاخرى اللي هي افضل حالا.
Even though that Fazan, as he describes it, is the soft belly that is the most desperately in need of economic reform and development.
وكما تفضلوا السادة والجنرال قبل قليل أن فزان هي تمثل البوابة الأمنية للدولة الليبية، البوابة الرئيسية بحكم موقعها وأيضا انفتاحها على دول أفريقية مضطربة إلى حد كبير، فيها مجموعات إرهابية، فيها حركات تمرد، فيها مهربين، يعني المطبخ المؤثر في الدولة الليبية هو في جنوبها.
Even though Fazan should be considered the strategic port for all the illicit processes that are going through its porous borders, the crimes, the migration issue, the criminality that we all observe in there, the revolutionary events that we are seeing through groups that are rebellious and so on. So.
نستطيع أن ندفع القليل الآن حتى لا نخسر الكثير في حالة تم إهمال فزان.
And it would be worth it to do something as small as it could be that would have implications that would be significant and would avoid unnecessary dealing with complicated situations in the future.
فنأمل من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أن تضع هذا في الحسبان بحكم صدور القانون المعروف المتعلق بليبيا وهو العشرية دول
الهشة
من 10 سنوات وجعل فزان أولوية تنموية.
So he is hoping to, in ways or another, to reactivate or reconsider the U.S. policy vis-a-vis the 10 frail states. There were some significant projects that were intended to happen in Fazan, but these have been halted, and they may have significant implications on the local Fazani economy.
وحدة الدولة الليبية هي المطلب الأساسي لفزان، لأن فزان لا تستظل إلا بظل الدولة.
The unity of the state of Libya is going to be essential. I mean, he does talk about the three different provinces or states, but the unity of Libya is critical for Fazan because Fazan cannot survive in a divided country.
نحن المحتاجين لوحدة ليبيا.
We are desperately in need of a stand for Libya.
برغم لم نكن يوم من الأيام جزء من هذا الصراع الحاصل ولكننا نحن من يدفع ثمنه.
We've never been part of that conflict, but we are the ones that pay most as a result of this.
ففي النهاية أمل من هذا اللقاء أن يشاركنا في وضع الحلول السهلة التي نستطيع بها أن نوحد المؤسسات، لأن لا يمكن أن تقام دولة بدون مؤسسات، ولا يمكن أن تقام مؤسسات مع انتشار الفساد.
So he's looking forward to your help and assistance in reinstituting, stabilizing the institutions of Libya, and particularly in relation to corruption and lack of transparency, because without solid institutions we cannot move forward in Libya.
يعلم القاسي والداني قبل صدور التقرير الخبراء من الأمم المتحدة بأن ليبيا من أكثر الدول فسادا للأسف، وغريب أيضا على مجتمعنا أن يكون الليبيين أو المسؤولين على كافة المستويات بهذه الدرجة من الفساد.
And so obviously the corruption and transparency is really one of the key issues. Everybody knows that the Libyan state is one of the highest on the record of corruption in the world, and we need to fight this, and we look forward to your leadership in this.
وهذا ممكن أن نعمل على حد منه على الأقل، يعني الأرقام لا تصدق.
We may not be able to solve it completely, but at least diminish the corruption level.
وكل شيء يعالج من الأسفل إلى أعلى، ما عدا الفساد يعالج من أعلى إلى أسفل.
And everything is sorted out from the bottom up, except for corruption. It has to be resolved from the top down.
أنا نريدكم أن تكونوا معنا بجد وبشفافية، وعملنا معا يكون معلن وواضح للشعب الليبي وللعالم بكل شفافية ووضوح.
And he looks forward to the ability of the United States to execute what they wish and would like to see Libya as, with the transparency that is required, so perhaps to minimize all this social media allegations and so on.
نكرر شكري لكم، وكل ما قدمتموه كان فعلا مفيد جدا لنا، ونأمل أن نتحصل على تفاصيله حتى نستطيع أن نعمل به. شكرا جزيلا.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for everything you have done to Libya, and we're looking forward to this thing. Mr. Bullis, yes. We now hear a few words from His Excellency Mas'ud Bullis, please. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hani Shanib and Dr. Hassan Sassi. Where is he?
Hassan.
Okay. Not only for your warm introduction, but for organizing this valuable event along with your team. It's an honor to be here at the National Council of US-Libya Relations Conference, and I'm also honored to receive the Council's Leadership Award. I'm grateful to be recognized on an issue that I care deeply about, and where there has been real and important progress.
Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
I would also like to extend my warmest greetings to the Libyan Presidential Council Vice President, His Excellency Musa Al-Koni, and other distinguished guests here present today, including Mrs. Yacoubi, Member of Parliament. It's a great honor. It's been a historic year for US-Libyan relations, and the results of that relationship exemplified by our joint efforts are beginning to bear fruit. This year, Libyan leaders from East and West have made significant progress toward reunification across a variety of tracks. And we're proud to have been with our Libyan partners every step along the way, supporting them as they attempt to set aside the divisions of the past and focus on delivering prosperity for the future for all Libyans. I want to assure you that under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Rubio, the United States will continue to work toward a Libya ready and able to advance an integration into the world economy from the mutual prosperity of both our peoples. Libyans nationwide recognize that cooperation and stronger institutions are essential to ensure stability, safeguard sovereignty, and expand economic opportunity. For us, progress in these three key areas will define Libya's future. First, a greater integration of Libya's military institutions and security forces. Second, stronger East-West political cooperation. And South, I should add, of course. And third, transparent and accountable management and a more unified Libyan economy. On security, over the past year, leaders from East and West have made demonstrable progress in overcoming the divisions that have plagued Libya for years. We are working diligently to support the ultimate goal of unifying the nation's military institutions, and Libya has made major strides recently. This month, just as His Excellency mentioned earlier, the United States helped bring Libyan forces together from across the country to host a key segment of the U.S. Flintlock, AFRICOM's Flintlock 26 Special Operations Exercise in Sirte. The exercise featured military professionals from Eastern and Western Libya, U.S. Special Operations Forces, and participants from 11 other nations to coordinate efforts on counterterrorism, smuggling, and border security. This is in the interest of both the United States and Libya, as it affords AFRICOM the opportunity to work with forces from throughout the country. The event provided the opportunity to stand up a multinational joint operations center for the first time to improve regional security coordination, a long-standing idea that is being now realized as part of Flintlock, thanks to the leadership of Libyan military leaders in both East and West. Flintlock marks the first time such an exercise has taken place in Libya, and we hope that it will begin to build the necessary trust between military professionals. Thank you. This, we hope, will in turn create the conditions for Libya to finally reach its full economic and political potential. On East-West political cooperation, and South again. Anytime we say East-West, we always include the South automatically. So we must continue to work toward unified governance to promote stability and progress. At this critical juncture in Libya's path toward democratic elections, unity is not only preferable, it is essential. Now more than ever, there's a pressing need for Libyan stakeholders to come together in a spirit of cooperation and shared responsibility. Unity offers the strongest foundation for stability, legitimacy, and progress, and it's indispensable to achieving credible and inclusive democratic elections. It is far more beneficial to unite in pursuit of the collective good of the Libyan people than to persist in divisions that risk prolonging uncertainty and undermining public trust. The interests of the nation must take precedence over narrow or competing agendas. Any forward-looking political initiative should therefore be as inclusive as possible, bringing together a broad coalition of actors and ensuring wide-ranging support across regions, institutions, and communities. Only through such inclusivity can a sustainable and representative political process be achieved. The opportunity to move forward constructively is within reach. Seizing this opportunity will require leadership, compromise, and a genuine commitment to unity in the service of Libya's future. The challenges facing the country cannot be effectively addressed through continued division and fragmentation. We support the UN mission's political roadmap, which is a critical vehicle for political progress in Libya and creating the conditions necessary for successful national elections. The United States will also be at the forefront of diplomatic efforts to bring East and West together to help foster the conditions for political unity. US diplomacy will be complementary to UNSMIL's efforts and coordinated with the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General and the head of the UNSMIL in Libya, Hannah Tete. Special Representative Tete is doing an excellent job, and we are working in close collaboration with her and her team. UNSMIL's goals are also the aspirations of all Libyans: an end to political divisions, the establishment of a unified state, and preparation for successful national elections that enhance the stability and empower the Libyan people to choose their leaders. Ultimately, the future of Libya must be decided by the Libyan people themselves. The international community stands ready to support these efforts, but the responsibility and authority to shape the country's path forward rests firmly in Libyan hands. Finally, strong economic foundations are vital to Libya's future. We, along with the international community, must continue to support Libyan efforts to stabilize the country's economy, create opportunities for US and international investment, and strengthen technocratic institutions. Over the past year, Libyans have taken critical steps that many thought impossible to achieve. In November, policymakers from Libya's East and West agreed to a unified development program to rein in and equitably divide development spending. This hard-won compromise set the conditions to bolster Libya's macroeconomic stability and potential to develop its oil and gas sector. Building on this, on April 11, just like His Excellency mentioned earlier, Libya signed its first unified budget in 13 years. This is a landmark achievement. I commend both sides for setting aside differences and accepting compromise for the good of the country, and especially Central Bank of Libya Governor Naji Issa for his leadership in bringing this agreement to fruition. And I'm proud of the active US role in facilitating months of talks that led to this important step toward financial stability. Coherent national economic policy, shared management of Libyan oil revenue, and equitable distribution of funds to development agencies carrying out projects in all Libyan regions. This agreement will finally provide the National Oil Corporation, NOC, with a dedicated budget to undertake investments to further increase oil production. Achieving this budget was done with close collaboration from the US government. Simply put, this budget agreement will help Libyan leaders stabilize their economy and reach the ambitious but realistic goal of producing 1.6 million barrels of oil per day in the short term and 2 to 3 million barrels per day by the decade's end. Earlier this year, the NOC reached its highest production levels in more than a decade. Importantly, it has done this while extending successful partnerships and creating new partnerships, opportunities with world-leading US companies. I thank NOC Chairman Masoud Suleiman for building partnerships with great US energy companies, which are key to Libya reaching oil and gas production targets. Libya is already seeing results. The recently extended Waha Consortium agreement with ConocoPhillips and Total Energies promises to significantly expand production of one of Libya's most productive subsidiaries. In addition, several US and international energy companies are looking to sign exploration and production deals to enter Libya's oil and gas sector. And in February, dozens of international energy companies took part in the National Oil Company's first licensing bid round in 18 years. 5 international companies, including US-owned Chevron, were awarded oil and gas exploration blocks, and the NOC is already planning for its next bid round. Several US and international energy companies have signed deals in recent months to enter Libya's oil and gas sector, including Chevron. In January, ConocoPhillips announced it would double production at Libya's largest oil field, adding hundreds of thousands of additional barrels per day to the global market. Other US energy companies are considering opportunities in Libya as well. Libya must now seize the moment and allow and follow through on its reforms in order to revitalize Libya's energy sector and broader economy. Doing so will help create the conditions for lasting peace. In closing, the time to work toward genuine Libyan unification is now. A strong and prosperous Libya with unified economic, military, and political institutions is in all our interests. Together, we can help the Libyan people build a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to excuse Mr. Bolus, and we want to thank him for being with us today, for clarifying the scene and the role of the United States in Libya. We're very grateful to you, Mr. Bolus. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You can move a little bit to the right. This is that side over here.
Yes, we have ceasefire. Thank you. But this, they extended the ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought we didn't introduce you. We didn't put you in. All right. Here. All right, we're going to get back to our afternoon program. I think we would like to have a few questions that we want to share with our panelists here. All right, can we continue on, please? Hassan, can somebody seat Hassan or Safrakis and all those guys? Hassan, can you please sit down? Yeah. Oh, all right. So, continuation of this panel. We have a lot of questions. We have with us a member of parliament who is very active in Libya, and we want to get her thoughts about what she has heard and her perspective on where Libya is going and the political process that she was very interestedly engaged with in Geneva and others. So with that introduction, can we please close the door and have everybody sit down? Yeah. All right, can you please sit down? Gentlemen there, yeah, please sit down. Yeah, thank you. So the microphone is all yours, and I'll be happy to translate for her. Yeah, thank you.
السلام عليكم جميعا. شكرا لكلمة السيد موسى الكوني. أيضا شكرا للسادة والسيدات الحضور. أنا أبقى في المنطقة الرمادية لأني لم أجلس مع السيد بولس حتى يوضح لي ما حدث. فالمنطقة الرمادية الموجودين فيها الليبيين اللي يسمعوا توا. أولا you can translate.
Oh, you can. Sorry, I was just listening. So she comes in from the West. She represents the West. She's been listening to the speech by His Excellency Mesad Bolis, and she describes her area as the gray area. So she's very happy to speak with you today.
أؤمن بأن تعزيز السلام والاستقرار في ليبيا يتطلب شراكة حقيقية وواضحة تقوم على احترام السيادة الوطنية ودعم المؤسسات وتمكين الشعب الليبي من تقرير مستقبله. ونطق أيضا أن الولايات المتحدة عبر مؤسساتها وخبراتها دورا مهما في دعم ليبيا بما يحقق الاستقرار والازدهار الذي تستحقه بلادي.
She believes that the processes that are existing in Libya, with the institutions that exist in Libya, need to be supported, and that the institutions that are currently present in the United States could potentially be a positive and effective means by which you strengthen the institutions that she represents in Libya.
لقد علمنا التاريخ تاريخ العلاقات الليبية الأمريكية بين البلدين درسا واضحا وأن المراحل التي اتسمت بالتوتر والصدام نتمناها ألا تتكرر ولم تكن سوى وقت مهدور ضاعت فيه فرص حقيقية للشراكة السياسية والاقتصادية التي كان يمكن أن تخدم مصالح شعبينا. ومن هذا المنطلق فإننا لا ننظر إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية كطرف خصومة بل كشريك أساسي نحرص على بناء علاقة متوازنة وحقيقية ومستقرة معه قائمة على الاحترام المتبادل والمصالح المشتركة.
If anything that we have learned from history is that Libya has missed opportunities for collaboration and better relations with the United States, and that we probably do not want to, if we don't learn from the mistakes of the past, we don't want to lose the opportunity again. There are some partnerships that we need to invest in between the United States and Libya, and those have to be done with respect of Libyan characteristics and sovereignty.
رغم ما يمر به مجلس النواب باعتباري عضو مجلس نواب من تحديات عميقة وظروف معقدة بسبب التدخل الأجنبي في الشأن الليبي والسياسي، ورغم ما قد يبدو عليه من هشاشة ناتجة عن الانقسام السياسي وتراكم الأزمات كأي برلمان من برلمانات العالم تواجه التحديات، إلا أنه يظل الإطار الشرعي الوحيد المستدام لإرادة الشعب الليبي. هذه الشرعية لا يمكن بأي حال من الأحوال تجاوزها أو القفز عليها أو الادعاء بشراكة بشكل صوري كما ادعى البعثة الأمم المتحدة في لجنة 4+4. فمجلس النواب لم يستشار في لجنة 4+4 ولم يستشار في اللجنة المالية التي ساعدنا كلنا بالاتفاق المالي الذي وقع. هو خطوة إيجابية يمكن العمل عليها، ولكن رغم استمرار الحاجة إلى حلول أكثر استدامة وشمول، فالوضع غامض. اتفاقية مالية لم يوقع عليها مجلس النواب، لا نعلم.
Okay. Yes. Sorry. All right. She got carried away a little bit, so I wish I could kind of squeeze my brain and decipher a lot of this stuff. But she started by indicating that the House of Representatives may appear to be dysfunctional, but the inability of the House of Representatives to perform a lot of their activities and so on, pushing back to that there were parallel, agreements and decisions that were made that they were not engaged with or they could not follow appropriately with, and they were marginalized on a lot of those topics and so on. And that for the international community or any political process that is promoted by outsiders, which she blames for some of the difficulties that the Parliament has had encountered, has to recognize the legitimacy of the House of Representatives, that it is the essential piece of legitimacy that could not be bypassed. Go ahead.
لأن لدينا العديد من التساؤلات كمجلس نواب في عدم إشراكنا في هذه الاتفاقية من حيث الشفافية ومن أين ستمول وكيف لحكومتين أن تصرف ميزانية موحدة.
They have a lot of questions in Parliament that they're not receiving the answers to about the new budget. How is it going to be spent? The items in the budget. How is it going to be accountable for? They have no knowledge of the details of the budget that has been released.
لذلك أؤكد أن البناء على هذه المؤسسة اللي هي مؤسسة مجلس النواب ومجلس الدولة حسب الاتفاق السياسي الموقع في 2015 في الصخرات، والعمل على معالجتها وتعزيز دوره ضمن إطار توافقي شامل يعد مدخلا ضروريا لضمان استدامة أي تسوية سياسية. فالمطلوب ليس تجاوز الأجسام القائمة بل إصلاحها وتمكينها والعمل معها للذهاب إلى استحقاق الانتخابات وتجديد شامل للشرعية. فلا يمكن دعم مسار الاستقرار بالقفز على الأجسام الموجودة.
The big chunk of the conversation that we just heard has to do with the emphasizing the significance of the legitimacy of the Parliament, and that they need to go through do the due process, that they have to review things, they have to be engaged in the political process, and that you cannot bypass them or jump over them in the movement towards a political resolution.
ومن ضوء الرؤية السياسية المقدمة عام 2024 في واشنطن ووفقا لمبادئ قرارات مجلس الأمن الدولي، أود الإشارة إلى بعض الملاحظات المتعلقة بالمبادرات الجانبية التي يتم فرضها بعيدا عن الأطر القانونية التي أقرها الكونغرس الأمريكي وقوانين مجلس الأمن.
Okay, we have a few minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah. So she refers to some of the laws that have been passed in the United States about their relations with foreign relations and so on. which one did you mention? اللي إيش واحد؟
قرارات مجلس الأمن والرؤية السياسية المقدمة 2024 من الكونغرس الأمريكي.
All right, so
قانون استقرار ليبيا.
the stabilization of Libya law that was passed in 2024, as well as the UN resolutions that have been passed, those are foundations of the relation that should be considered.
أبرزها أولوية المؤسسات وليس تقاسم السلطة أو النفوذ الذي سيؤدي إلى إضعاف مبدأ الدولة المؤسساتية ويؤدي إلى ترتيبات غير مستقرة تعتمد على التفاهمات الشخصية بدلا من القواعد القانونية.
The way institutions are, no, I don't think I'm going to use this one. It's just, yeah. معلش أعوديها مرة ثانية.
Okay. أولوية المؤسسات.
The priority of institutions.
وليس تقاسم السلطة أو نفوذ.
And is not the division of power.
الذي سيؤدي إلى إضعاف مبدأ الدولة المؤسساتية.
Which will weaken the notion of a country or a nation that is built on institutions.
ويؤدي إلى ترتيبات غير مستقرة.
And would lead to unstable conditions.
وتعتمد على التفاهمات الشخصية بدلا من القواعد القانونية.
And will depend primarily on personal communications rather than legal basis.
ولدينا تراكمات تاريخية في اتفاق السيد حفتر والسيد السراج في دبي 2019 والقفز على هذا الاتفاق في بداية حوار 4 غدامس 2019.
And then she refers to the agreement between Sarraj and Haftar several years ago and the implications of it and its failure.
معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للصراعات مثل الفساد. أوكي. لا ما نعرفش مثلا بكمل بليز بنكملها. معالجة الأسباب الجذرية للصراعات مثل الفساد المستشري وضعف العدالة وتآكل المؤسسات.
Resolving the problems one by one and resolving the issue of the weakness of the institutions.
كيف يمكن استبداله بإدارة التوازنات بين القوى المتصارعة دون معالجة الجذور التي ذكرتها.
So she's questioning if we don't resolve the root causes of the conflict that is in there, how we're going to move forward.
وهنا أستشهد بتقرير لجنة الخبراء الأخير.
And she basically refers to the experts' report that was released recently about a week ago.
إن أي مقاربة تقوم على تقاسم النفوذ خارج إطار المؤسسات الرسمية قد يتعارض مع روح التشريعات الأمريكية والأممية كإعلان الدستوري الليبي واتفاق الصخيرات وجنيف.
And again, reference to the international law, the Constitution of the United States, the principle of its foreign relations, as well as the Libyan basic fundamental rights and so on that are in Libya.
طبعا excuse me, I will complete. الهادفة إلى بناء دولة مستقرة قائمة على القانون والشفافية وليس ترتيبات شخصية وفئوية. We have the list.
And it should not be done on personal levels.
ختاما عليه فإن المسار الأكثر واقعية واستدامة وسيقبله الليبيون ولن يقبل غيره يتمثل في الحد من تغول أطراف الصراع على الموارد المالية للشعب الليبي.
So it is, in her opinion, that solutions are not going to be done through spending or wasting resources, economic resources on individuals and groups.
العمل على دعم المؤسسات السيادية في القطاعين المالي والنفطي.
But to support the institutions that are recognized.
دعم عملية سياسية شاملة جامعة برعاية الأمم المتحدة تقود إلى انتخابات وطنية ذات شرعية.
And to support a process that is based on the principles of the legitimate bodies that exist in Libya.
شكرا لكم جميعا على حسن الاستماع.
And thank you very much. Thank you. She wanted more time, but I cut her off. Yeah. So here you go. We've heard today sort of challenges that we have, economic. We have challenges in the oil and gas sector, security challenges, engagement of the United States, engagement of the United Nations, partnership or an alliance between the track that the United Nations wants to continue with, as well as the U.S. engagement in Libya. And we have, again, with us the highest authority, Mr. Musa Kony. There is a desire to have more and more U.S. engagement. And then we have the representative from the House of Representatives that is basically emphasizing that whatever happens in the future needs to be done without jumping or bypassing the existing legitimate institutions in Libya. So you have all this hodgepodge and you want to put it together and then you want to move forward with Libya. The question becomes, why is it? And I know the reason, because everybody blames everybody. But the reality is the same, is that we really haven't moved. I mean, you go to the parliament will blame it on the House of, State House. You go to this and they blame it on the foreign involvement and so on and so on. So it's just basically an innuendo. And here is the United States, even though 10 years ago they've been saying, nothing's going to happen unless the United States in many ways becomes involved in this process and supports the United Nations and so on. So I'm going to ask a question to here, and please, by all means, this is your forum. Please engage in the questions to Mr. Musa Kony and Mrs. Saida. معلش نبدأ معك أستاذ موسى. عندك مجلس النواب يلوم الأحداث اللي هي تحصل خارج مجلس النواب في عجزه على أنه هو يتقدم في المسار السياسي، ويلوم مجلس الأمم المتحدة يعني يحس بنوع من الخطورة في أن تدخل عناصر خارجية سواء كانت في الحالة هذه الولايات المتحدة ولا تعطيها الصلاحيات اللي هي ترى أن هي من حقها أن هي تكون تناقشها وتطرحها وغيرها. فما هو المخرج من هذا؟ هل هو أن احنا نعود إلى الدائرة بتاعت البرلمان ومجلس الأمة أو مجلس الستيت هاوس، أو أن احنا نتقدم بطريقة غير تقليدية للخروج من هذا المأزق؟
اعتقادي كليهما معا، بمعنى لابد أن يكون هناك ضغط في تلكؤ البرلمان بالقيام بمهامه، فهو اللي تسبب أن خلف هذا الفراغ. يعني لو أن البرلمان قاد فعلا واستطاع أن يدير أزمات ليبيا ما كان هناك تدخل من طرف أخرى كالولايات المتحدة أو جهات إقليمية ثانية. يعني فلا بد من البرلمان أن يتحمل مسؤولياته فعلا، أن يكون في حالة انعقاد ليل نهار حتى يخرج ليبيا من الأزمة اللي فيها. لكن نعم في تلكؤ من البرلمان، يعني فعل الصراعات. أنت عارف البرلمانات كل العالم، فما بالك في دولة متصدية كليبيا. يعني الصراع الموجود في ليبيا انتقل للبرلمان.
سيدة، هل تعتقدي بأن طبعا احنا عارفين ما فيش حد معصوم من الخطأ، لكن العمل الحرفية بتاعت البرلمان الليبي هل هي على المستوى اللي لو وضعت كل الحلول المطلوبة أمامها بعملية وباحترام لمجلس النواب ومجلس الدولة، هل الأداء متاع مجلس النواب في المستوى اللي يتيح له أنه هو يعبر عن استياء للأشياء اللي هي حوالينها، وأنه هو يستطيع أنه يقوم بالدور متاعه اللي هو المطلوب؟
هو الواقع عنكم مش عارفين كيف يشتغل مجلس النواب.
So I'm sorry, I'm just wanted. My question to her was, assuming that everybody that she had complained about, whether it's the foreign intervention, whether it was the United Nations not communicating or not following or whatever, if all these things were aligned and actually worked very well as she wishes, is the performance of the parliament in Libya at a standard that would allow it to be a real serious partner in evolving this to a more productive outcome?
أنا واقعية بنيش افتراضية فيسبوكية، فالمجلس النواب يشتغل بطريقة صعبة جدا جدا. لما يكون في جلسة تختلف مع إرادة الحكومة اللي في طرابلس، باستطاع الحكومة أن تمنع الجلسة بعدم مرور الطيران وإيقاف الطائرة ومنع النواب بالقوة من الذهاب إلى الجلسة. هذا أولا. ثانيا تسليط الضوء على أن مجلس النواب هو المشكلة الرئيسية، باعتبار أن الإعلام لمجلس النواب مؤكد أنه هو ضعيف جدا، مش مسلط الضوء عليه الظروف القاسية اللي يمر بها مجلس النواب. المنطقة الشرقية لو كانت الجلسة ما هيش في صالح المنطقة الشرقية، باستطاعة مجلس المنطقة الشرقية أن توقف أعضاء مجلس النواب من عقد الجلسة. فيوجه الإعلام الضوء أن مجلس النواب لا يقوم بمهامه. في الأخير لو جانا للتشريعات اللي الآن تمشي بها الدولة الليبية، الدولة الليبية تمشي بتشريعات من عهد النظام السابق وعهد الملك، ومش محتاجة لمجلس النواب لو أن حطينا مجلس النواب كمشكلة أساسية. الدور الآخر الضغط الذي يمارس على مجلس النواب وتوجيه الأضواء وتسليط الأضواء على أن مجلس النواب هو المشكلة، هذه اللي الكل مش فاهمة.
Very good, okay. Any other comments? Please, Bill and then Edward. Yes.
Translated what I say.
Yeah, sorry. I got it. All right. I think she's basically bouncing back the accusations to the government and how it, and the social media, and then the exaggeration of the lack of efficiency or poor performance by the parliament or not being on time or whatever it is. So it becomes basically a compounded rumor rather than not a real. But she is saying that she's a realist. She is saying that, there are, areas of poor function and so on that need to be corrected and so forth. But then at the end of this whole thing, she says, that's no excuse to bypass the parliament in the political process. Sorry, Marish, Bill, Bill? Yes. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. So Edward first and then you said.
Thank you. My question would be directed to Deputy President Al-Khoni, but by all means, a respected parliamentarian, feel free to add. If you listened to the, hey, do you want to interpret for him, or
yes, but you go ahead.
Or where did she go?
It's okay.
His interpreter.
I'll interpret for him.
Okay, so if you listen to Special Envoy Boulos, he repeatedly said east-west, 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 east. And they said, okay, Ellen, I also mean the south.
فهو دائما يقول ان
Yeah, he's got the interpretation.
Yeah, okay.
But in a way, it's positive. In a way, this is positive because it's clear Mr. Boulos does not see the South as part of the problem. He sees this as an east-west problem.
It's an afterthought.
Yes. So my question is, this is my question for you. Can Fezan play the role in the unification that Mr. Boulos says is the U.S. objective? In the sense, in the sense that you are not party to this conflict, this division between East and West. So would East and West perhaps accept President Al-Khoni for being a unifying figure?
شكرا جزيلا.
Can you speak closer? قرب شوية بس.
هو صحيح انها فزان لا صوت لها، لكن الطرفين الاخرين الطرفين مسموع صوتهم وصوتهم عالي بفعل قرقعة السلاح والمال طبعا، لكن فزان لا صوت لها لأن ليست لديها أموال وليس لديها قرقعة، ليس لدينا أسلحة وميليشيات، وأيضا ليس لدينا دول داعمة. إذا كان هذا الطرف تدعمه سين من الدول والثاني تدعمه صاد من الدول، فزان لا أحد وراءها وليس لها جيوش إعلامية تملكها الطرفين. لهذا السبب لم يعد لفزان أي صوت أو أي دور، لأنه ليس هناك دور سياسي عادل بين الأطراف، بين الأقاليم. فالأقليمين الأخريات لديهم الإمكانيات الهائلة اللي مكنتها من فرض أنفسها، فهذا ما جعل السيد بولس يتحدث شرق غرب شرق غرب ونسى فزان.
Yeah, he goes back to confirm that, you know, Fazan is still as an afterthought. It has not taken its place in the center of this political, you know, diversity that exists. It has the resources, it has the potential, but it still is an afterthought, and it's a weak, soft belly. Mundir, yes, yeah.
I think my question is going to be around what does it mean Fazan is not represented? We have the heads of the Investment Authority, for example, from Fazan, and we have very senior leadership positions within the banking sector are from Fazan. So
When we say Fazan is not represented, what does it mean? What is the essence of that statement? Is it from a political standpoint? Is it from an institutional standpoint? Or is it just creating an alternative parallel that also represents now, creates one extra problem rather than having two issues to deal with and then fix the rest?
لا، هي ليست وظائف أن يكون موظف هنا أو هناك. هناك أعضاء في البرلمان اللي موجود في برقة، وهناك أعضاء في مجلس الدولة الموجود في طرابلس، وهناك أعضاء من فزان في حكومة الغرب وهي حكومة طرابلس، وأيضا البعض في حكومة برقة. لكن هذه هي حكومة برقة، والبرلمان هو نعتبره مجلس تشريعي لبرقة وليس برلمان للدولة الليبية، ما لم يكن يعمل في كافة أرجاء الدولة الليبية. أول مرة ماشيين بيعقدوا جلسة في فزان الأيام القادمة، نقصد البرلمان الذي يجب أن يكون ليبي، ولا يمكن رئيس البرلمان أن تعطي قدميه لطرابلس، ولا يمكن لرئيس حكومة طرابلس أن تعطى قدميه لبرقة أو حتى لفزان. ماذا يعني هذا؟ إن حكومة طرابلس هي حكومة إقليم طرابلس وليس حكومة الدولة الليبية، ومجلس الدولة في طرابلس هو مجلس تشريعي لطرابلس، لأن ما يقوم به لا ينفذ في برقة، ولا البرلمان ما يقرره لا ينفذ في إقليم طرابلس. إذا هناك إقليمين بحكومتين منفصلتين بميزانيتين بجيشين متحاربين، وخط هدنة طويل عريض محفور بين الإقليمين، بمعنى لا أحد يرى دولتين منفصلتين على بعضهم بعض. أنا أقول هذا لما أريد أن تتوحد ليبيا كما وحدها الملك إدريس السنوسي بأقاليمها الثلاث. هناك إقليم ثالث، فزان هي ثالث ثلاثة. إذا كان درت حكومة في برقة وحكومة في طرابلس لابد تدير حكومة في فزان. درت مجلس تشريعي أو تسميه برلمان أو تسميه مجلس دولة في طرابلس وبرقة، فلابد تدير في فزان. هذه معادلة. أنا لماذا هنا؟ أنا أمثل فزان في المجلس الرئاسي، وهذا لم أقرره أنا، لما قرروه لجنة ال75 التي انعقدت في جنيف. أيضا لكل رئيس حكومة عنده نائبين من باقي الأقاليم، والبرلمان عنده نواب من باقي الأقاليم، ومجلس الدولة نفس الحالة، حتى المجتمع المدني رئيس ونائبين من باقي الأقاليم. طيب هنا لما نقول حكومة ونقول مجلس تشريعي أو يسموه برلمان أو يسموه أي جسم آخر، ليش فزان تستثنيها؟ هذا المقصد، أن فزان لابد تدير لها قدرها زي اللي درته للاقليمين الاخرين. انت تساوى، توزع ميزانيه قبل التقسيم على اثنين. طيب والثالث تعطيه صدقات؟ لا، لابد ان يكون له ميزانيه مثل باقي الاقاليم، لابد يكون عنده كيانها الخاص مثله من باقي الاقاليم. يعني نريد ان نوحد المقسم، لابد ان نعترف ان ليبيا مقسمه دولتين، ما يجمعنا الا هذا العالم والله جواز السفر.
Well, that's the translation of all this is that the idea that the question was about the share of Fazan in what is happening in Libya, and the comment that was made was that why are you saying that there is no contribution or share of Fazan in the management of Libya, in the governance of Libya, and so on? And the reference was that the head of the Libya Investment Fund is from Fazan, the head of so-and-so is from Fazan, And the answer that he gave was the fact that they are actually in Tripoli doing business and so on does not mean they actually represent Fezzan. Fezzan has its own geopolitical, economic needs. They need to be served locally. There has to be a local governance. There has to be a recognition of its priorities in economy and so on, rather than just being present as a representative in Tripoli. And I can actually relate to this because if you go to Tripoli today, you will find families from the city of Darna, and families from the city of Benghazi, and families from Ijdabiya and so on. But they sit there, they live there, they become Tripolitanians. It's just like saying, you know what, somebody from Michigan who lives in Arizona is a representative of Michigan. They're now Arizonans because they're not anymore representatives of Fezzan. So this is a conversation to be held, but it's going to be very, very long, and I think we need to move on. And I think we move on to a very, very special piece of this whole event that we are having here. And in my capacity as President of the National Council, and on behalf of our board and the people that work with the National Council, I would like to recognize a very special person and a very special family. I want to first show one of the products of how an individual who has a cause and fights for the cause can make it visible to globally and be recognized globally, and to also memorize a father that she had not really lived with. Please share with me this, watch this piece of section, please. I'd like Jihan and maybe her mother, Haba, to come in to the front here, please. Please, can you come in here? Yeah. Jihan was born in exile. She's a Libyan. She grew up elsewhere. She was raised... Please, come here. That does make her an Arizonan, exactly. She lived in different parts of the world, New York, Paris, and her father is a very dear friend of mine. He actually, when I was a little kid, he lived in France, in Paris. He evolved in his degrees in political science, a law degree and so on, and he used to come to our house, babysit myself and my sister for a meal of bazine or couscous that my mother would do for him. So it was like a bribe that we did in there. And I saw this gentleman grow and become a very recognized diplomat in Libya, became Minister of Foreign Affairs, and unfortunately through his life, he became in opposition to Gaddafi. And during one of his trips that he was fighting for human rights, he was kidnapped, most likely by the regime that existed there in Egypt, and he disappeared. And here is a family that are carrying the hope that they will be seeing their father again, and that never happened until things have gone in a way. Sadly, he was found after the revolution of 2011. Jihan is an exceptional young lady asking where her father is. She became involved in an area that, you know, she had a little bit of knowledge on, but then basically she was determined to honor her father, and she produced an amazing film. It's called My Father and Gaddafi, that has won many, many awards. So I want to first, before we do anything, is to see that trailer and just to give you a background of the work that Jihan has done. Please. Yazid.
لأنه أنا كان عمري 6 سنين وقت انخطف بابا فما قدرت أتعرف عليه. I used to feel overwhelmed by my father's legacy, but now I want to piece together his life. And what happened?
Mansour Kikia disappeared Friday night from his hotel during a visit to Cairo on a mission to get people to fight Gaddafi. Isn't that right?
No, he was attending a conference for human rights.
I grew up watching my mother searching for my father.
I want the answer, yes or no. Is Mansour in Libya?
I said bye-bye. He left. He never came back. I was surrounded with liars. A woman by myself.
He was a unifier on every level.
Mansour was the only guy who can talk to every group.
They asked me, why don't you raise the children and stay home? I said, okay, if you take my place and search for my husband.
What did the opposition do to get the facts about Mansour? I would say zero, nothing.
Don't forget that Arab women, when their husband leaves, they turn from a woman to sword. He said, Mr. Gaddafi, you just said he is your brother. I'm asking you, as a Bedouin, to find him. Please.
I'm trying to learn everything that creates Libya. Libya created my father, but it also killed my father.
Prepare yourself. Every family, they have some story to tell.
شو بدك تقولي له لو بده يسمعك؟
بحبه كتير وبدي قدافي
يحرره.
Award. Can you read the award, please?
The award is the National Council. Maybe I'll use this microphone. The National Council on US-Libya Relations 2026 Freedom Award. First time we offer this Freedom Award, presented to Ms. Jihan El-Kikhia for the film honoring the life and legacy of her father, the late Mansour Rashid El-Kikhia. A symbol of the enduring, I'm getting emotional, a symbol of the enduring struggle for justice. May the sacrifices of the heroes who fought for Libya's freedom never be in vain. By the way, I just found out a daughter of my high school colleague in Benghazi in the 50s, and I have a picture with him that I'm going to show it to her tonight. Muhammad al-Mufti, bint Muhammad.
And we would like Jihan to say a few words. Please come on in.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. That's better, okay. Forgive me, I'm going to look at some notes, but my name is Jihan, and I directed and produced the documentary My Father and Gaddafi about the disappearance of my father and my mother's 19-year search to find him. First of all, I would like to thank you for your time and your consideration in this great honor. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you, and I accept this award on behalf of my father, Mansour Rashid Kikhia. When I was 6 years old, my father disappeared. He flew to Cairo and never returned. My father was a human rights lawyer, foreign minister of Libya, and ambassador to the United Nations. After serving in Gaddafi's increasingly brutal regime, he defected from the government in 1980 and became a peaceful opposition leader to the regime. My father was obsessively loyal to his country, but ultimately his determination to reason with Gaddafi led to his disappearance from a hotel in Egypt in 1993. My mother, Baha El-Amari, who's sitting right here, began searching for him. Her mission to find justice brought her to the Libyan desert in the middle of the night, face to face with Gaddafi, negotiating my father's release. Yet it wasn't until after the regime's fall, 19 years later, in 2012, that my father's body was found fully intact in a freezer in one of Gaddafi's secret hideouts outside of Tripoli. I don't want my father to disappear a second time. I feel an urgency to overcome my void in the midst of Libya's relentless chaos and instability, which I fear will eventually bury my Libyan identity. Making this documentary helps me understand the importance of a father figure and the impact of losing a father on a family, a community, and even a country. Gaddafi's tyranny and cult of personality veiled the collective memory of life before his rule, leaving many like myself still piecing together the fragments of our Libyan identity. If my father was alive today, he would have been 95 years old. Sharing his untold story is sharing an untold story of Libya, one that spans almost 100 years of Libyan history and politics. His legacy gives me unique access to my father's generation, to Libyan former government officials and opposition members. In the documentary, my father's family, friends, and colleagues take the opportunity to reflect generously and honestly with me over their lost Libya and our shared future. I wish I could ask my father, how did we end up like this? And how is Libya going to break free from this cycle of trouble? As I reconstruct my father's portrait, I plant the seed for a deeper, more honest connection with him and to free my hidden voice. Instead of compartmentalizing my father as a one-dimensional hero from the past, I search for the man behind the myth and try to reintegrate him into my present life as a human being and a loving father. The wound of his disappearance begins to transform into new, hopeful possibilities. Since I was 6 years old, my mother told us the truth, and although this has tempered the shock, I still struggle with a constant surreal feeling. Despite my fragmented memories, my fears, my cultural limitations in Libyan society, I'm trying to overcome this surreal feeling and reconnect with my father and with Libya on my own as an open-hearted woman. This is one of the ways I'm hoping to hold my father before he disappears completely from my memory and even potentially from Libya's memory. I am now at a critical juncture of the film's timeline. I have transitioned now to a more practical note about my film, and I'm saying this only because it would only be fair to you and to me to let you know the actual status of my film, because the point of it is to share it with you and to share it with the world. But now I'm at a critical juncture of the film's timeline. I need to raise funds to complete the film, including clearing the music and authentic historical archives of Libya. This will legally allow me to sell and distribute the film globally, including to academic, human rights institutions, nonprofits, streamers, television, and theaters, and even to share the link privately with anyone. I'm looking for donors to help me close this financial gap. And there you can find more information on my website. The film's website is myfatherandgaddafi.com. I'm relying solely on the support of my community and donors to sustain the project moving forward. I have been running a small operation and have remained independent for the last 10 years making this project, free from political agendas and conditional financing. This has been crucial to protect my film's authenticity, my family's delicate story, and my commitment to understand Libya through a more human and empathetic lens. I'm very grateful for your support and for my film, and for my human rights campaign, and for my embrace of the Libya we all love and that my father loved. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Jehan, for these words, and we hope that our community and the whole nation here should support her in her endeavor to raise the money that is needed for her project. So we were a little bit late with some entrances and exits. We're so very happy to see that Baha is with us, her mother here. She shared the burden of looking after her kids, and she's done a wonderful job, and she should be very proud of her daughter in doing this film. Really, really wonderful job. The panel that we need to move back on is Libya, opportunities and challenges for investment. What is its status? What is the status of its economy? What does the World Bank think of all this? And I'd like to invite Henriette von Kaltenborn-Staschen, who is the resident representative of Libya in the World Bank, and she will give us a report on the status of the World Bank of Libya from the eyes of the World Bank. And my apologies for the change of program and so on. I hope I didn't really distract you. It is. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Please take your seats, gentlemen, ladies. Thank you. Fadil, معلش.
Good afternoon. I've been asked to speak about public financial management in Libya, which is an incredibly technical and rather dry topic.
Can you please cut down the conversation at the back, please? Can you cut the conversations in the back, please? Thank you. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. But before I go into that, and I hope I'll keep it lively as I can with that topic, let me tell you a little bit about what the World Bank is doing in Libya, as not all of you might be familiar with our work. Libya has been a member of the World Bank since 1958. It was the second African country to embrace the World Bank and become a member. It has been a long-standing member and a non-borrowing member, as it never required our financial assistance. But for 20 years, almost 20 years, we have been providing technical assistance and analytical support to Libya. This support became particularly important after the change in 2011, when the need for global experiences. Okay, this is, gentlemen, could you just, sorry, quieten down a little bit? Otherwise, it's really hard for me to speak. Thank you. So we started to provide technical assistance in many areas, including macroeconomics, social protection, water, climate diagnostics, data production, and health. These are all very important issues for normal Libyans on an everyday basis. Service delivery in Libya is well below the level of a country of such income. It really compares very poorly to other countries in that financial range. Public financial management is an important topic in that regard, and that's the one I've been asked to speak to you about today. We heard about a political process that has led, so we hear about the unified budget, which in a way is great news, right? But today I'm going to speak to you a little about what this might mean and the challenges that could well come our way, despite the political framework that we might see. And the way, if you look at the political framework as building a house, public financial management is the plumbing. It's really what you need to keep the house intact, to keep it livable, and to enjoy your existence. In that sense, public financial management is a very important topic, in particular so in Libya. And we heard Stephanie Williams, we heard Claudia Gassini speak about the need for transparency, for accountability, for public financial resources being spent in a predictable, reliable way. And that is certainly today a big challenge for the country. So let me go a little bit into what do we know about public financial management in Libya. So there are law and regulations that apply, and there are main institutions, there are a number of institutions. The power of the central bank in that regard is larger than anyone's else when it comes to PFM, so it's a not very balanced institutional arrangement. We have a budget structure that everybody kind of access. It's very clear, it has different elements, and you have revenues. You have money coming in and money going out. Pretty simple. And you have processes. The processes, sadly, are fragmented. We all know that. It's parallel, duplicated. There's a severe lack of data, so it's really hard to actually know what comes in and what goes out. Most of it is really manually done. It's really done with paper, people writing on paper and giving it on to another. There's no digitalization of public financial management, which in itself creates huge challenges. And it's very deconcentrated. So it's a little bit, sadly to say, all over the place. When you go a bit deeper, you have budget preparation. So until now, there's been a lack of a unified budget for 13 years. There has been over 12 financial arrangement. There's been no strategy on the budget. There's no medium-term perspective. It's if you do 1/12, it's year by year by year by year. You cannot plan infrastructure expenditure on a yearly basis. It doesn't work. There is no integration between capital and recurrent budget. That means you might build a health service center, but then you don't allocate money for the nurses and the doctors and the medication, right? So you have wonderful empty shelves with nothing inside, and that is happening quite a bit. And well, there's a lot of off-budget expenditure in the country. I think many of you are anecdotal or otherwise very familiar with that. Again, on the execution, it's manual, it's cash basis, there are no controls. I'm not going to bore you with that. It's really not in a good shape. The reporting is very ad hoc. There's no financial statements have not been submitted since 2010. The numbers you get from the central bank and from the Ministry of Finance are different, and the oversight does not work. The oversight institutions are not fully equipped to do their job, and the political environment does not allow for it either. So what are the key challenges in all that? Can you go forward? All right, so we have a very weak enabling environment that is legal and regulatory, the institutional capacity, and I think that's something really important to note. While Libya is technically a high middle income country, when you go to ministries, you look at the capacity of a very, very poor country. It's in total disparity there's a huge contradiction. It's really more akin to the many poor countries I've worked in. The information systems don't work. And most of all, I think where you really see big problems is there's no political commitment to these issues. Stakeholders do not talk to each other. For the longest time, the Ministry of Finance would not talk to the central bank. This is now solved, but it was a really, really long issue. And institutions do not share information with each other. So it's very, I wouldn't say secretive, but very compartmentalized. So with the fundamentals of sound PFM basically not in place, I mean, if you have weak oversight, you have weak accountability. If you have no cash management, you don't know, you sit in a ministry, and even on the deputy minister level or the minister level, you don't know what your budget will be. You cannot allocate it to others. You don't know, you can't operate your machinery, even if you're a really disciplined civil servant and you want to do the best in your job. You don't have the tools to do it because you don't know how much money you have to spend in any given year. And as we all know, the lack of reporting leads to a huge lack of transparency in how public funds are being spent. So that is, that's a problem. It's a problem for all Libyans, because all that means that if the Ministry of Water doesn't have a budget and cannot plan, that means you will not have credible water supply in your household. If the Ministry of Health doesn't have a budget and can't plan, that means you don't have functioning hospitals or health centers. I mean, this goes on and on and on, right? I mean, this is just very basic public administration 101. If you don't have a budget, it's not going to work. So What can you do? This is actually where, and I'm talking to about this a lot also in our friends in the American Embassy in Tunis covering Tripoli, because I'm one of the worries that I have, and I'm really hopeful for this political dynamics that we see, and I'm hopeful for things to develop. But I also know that the signing of this accord, and I've not seen the details like everybody else, I have no clue really what's in there, is that it's not gonna, if you don't build the capacity to manage these funds, putting more money to it is not gonna fix it. So even if you assign saying, okay, they get these budget figures for these and these chapters, if you don't repair the machinery behind it, the engine is not going to work. Just you put more fuel into your tank, right? That is something really important. If this political agreement on a unified budget is not supported with technical assistance to help Libyan institutions address their problems in financial management, that money is not going to improve services, it's not going to improve institutional delivery, and it's not going to improve the trust of citizens in their government. And I think that's where, if a political accord is meant to create stability in the country and to create sustainability for this country, public trust is essential. And that comes with service delivery, and for that you need public financial capacity to deliver these services. So in the end, this is a deeply political issue, though it's technical. And I've been seeking to convince particularly our American friends, and knowing this is the audience also for today's discussion, to consider integrating technical capacity building in whatever they do when they work on public financial management on the political level, because it will be essential. Thank you.
It's a technical aspect of things in Libya is really very serious. And it goes back again to the vocational and educational skills that they don't have. I mean, I myself have had the opportunity to look at the particular aspect of hospital management. And they all complain that, oh, we don't have a budget, we don't have a budget. And I said, well, what do you mean you don't have a budget? He said, well, did you submit a budget? And they said, oh yeah, we submitted a budget, but it's very crooked, it's corruption and so on. And then when I asked them, what did you actually submit? Oh, we submitted a budget. And those are basically hospitals and clinics and so on. I said, well, can I see the hospital budget that you sent in for last year? I say, yeah, I have it here. And they all have an assistant with them most of the time who carries the bag and carries with them and so on. And then it produced this kind of a one-page budget. And I say, what's in this budget? It says, you know, you look at it and it's 2 million. 2 million exactly. Not 2 million, 2.1623s and so on. And I say, how did you get this? He says, oh, we need an x-ray machine that's $1 million. We need 12 beds that each bed is $10,000 and so on. And I said, well, this is great. So, but is that all you need? And I said, so how are you going to run this? Oh, well, first we get the machine and then we'll figure out how to run it. So the skill set is not there for management. Managerial skills are lacking very seriously. So it's not just about thing. I think you were right on with this thing, and it's all over. It's not healthcare, it's everywhere. So unfortunately, we end up with all what I call white elephants. You spend a lot of money on a project that doesn't move at all. So that section is a product of 60 years of negligence in education and vocational training. We all like to spend money, but we don't know how to use that money wisely. So Henriette, do you have any questions about the World Bank report on Libya? Yes, please, Edwin. Yep.
For that very obvious question, why doesn't the bank provide the technical assistance? And I know you're going to say, well, I would anticipate, they don't want it, they have the revenue, but nonetheless, it's not the U.S., because you were saying, well, the U.S. needs to do this. Well, I don't understand. The bank is its own independent operator. There could be incentives for the Libyan government to accept, it could be linked to bank funding, investment, et cetera, but with the condition you accept the technical assistance. Please.
No, and as you said, it's a pertinent question. So we have been providing technical assistance for the last 10 years on PFM. There was a lack of political will to move on that. So lots of the technical work on single treasury account or a new budget structure, and it's all really technical stuff. But the technical basis can be done. But unless you have a political will to move forward on these reforms, they're not going to happen. And the World Bank cannot engineer political reforms. That's where working together with partners who are working in the political space becomes very important for development economic players, because we all have different contributions to make to this process. That's one element. The other element going forward, the World Bank is, our program is donor funded. The Libyans do not borrow from us, and I think that is, they have their own financing. We had a trust fund to support Libya in the past, but it's very hard to, in a very changed donor environment, to increase contributions to this trust fund. So that limits our ability to support the Libyan government, which is very keen on our services, also in the public financial management space, for us to deliver. So that's kind of where, again, working with the US can be very helpful. And it's not new. US aid had a $10 million PFM project that they started just basically before they closed down. So there is a total recognition of the need. It's just a matter of who pays for it, very simply said. And we don't, the bank is not, we will need funding to do this kind of work.
So it's a lot of work and needs funding, and I don't think the Libyans prioritize it either. I think they know they need it. But
they know they need it, yes.
Yeah, they know they need it, but they haven't prioritized it, I guess. Hopefully for the younger generation that come in with their skills, we have amazing amounts of young people who hold a great future for Libya as they come back from the diaspora and contribute, and there's some really good, strong, solid people on the ground over there. And I have a positive feeling about the future of Libya, despite of all those reservations.
Me too.
Please hang on with us, please, a little bit. We have Hosni Bey, who has been patiently waiting and kindly has tolerated our delays. He is based in Tripoli. Who doesn't know Hosni Bey? I think he is the key business individual in Libya. His contributions to forums that discuss the economy of Libya are very well acknowledged. He's agreed to speak to us today. He is the chair of the HB group. HB, I understand, is Hosni Bey's group. He has quite vast ventures in Libya that cover all aspects of commerce, whether it is pharmaceuticals, construction, food and agricultural products. And he always has a very good and penetrating view on how to fix Libya. His talk is going to be trade with Libya. Do we have proper current and projected data on market needs? And that's a very difficult question, because this is something that the National Council is looking at it very seriously and asking themselves, how do we actually build the database that is required to provide it as a foundation for what we want to build in Libya in the future? Hosni, I know you're getting sleepy, and my apologies, but thank you very much. Hosni is an example of how an individual who is essential for US-Libya relations and US national security that has been denied a visa or has been delayed a visa to come in here. So my apologies, Hosni. We'd love to have you with us next time, but we'll make a louder voice to get you by people in here in Libya, in the US today. Thank you, Hosni. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you. I really wish to be with you and joining and see Dr. Hassan and everybody around. I've been following the sessions since about 3 o'clock our time, so I've been watching you for the last 3 hours. I loved what Claudia Gazzini has said, and I enjoyed the talk by Tom, and of course by Munder, and finally by the lady, which I couldn't catch her name, which put it just right that we have poor capacity to run our country. But that's our choice. That has been our choice. It's not that all Libyans are of that capacity, as you said it, but there are many very good Libyans. You just said also that we can digitalize, even if we don't have capacity today. The world is so small, and we can digitalize our systems. Unfortunately, nobody wants to change. It's comfortable the way it is, and is happy to carry on with the manualization of society, because then it depends from him. In respect of spending, I think everybody is overspending rather than waiting for the money to come in before you spend it. We spend our money before it comes in. Although, well, there probably I'm a little bit wrong. As I said last time when I was in Washington, God every morning comes out of the earth and hands us $100 million. So the money is in. Every morning, God hands us $100 million with 1.3 million barrels of day of oil a day and 2 billion cubic feet of gas at even at the price of $70, $80. Now we are talking at $100. So it's question of our insistence to mismanage our country, because it serves us to mismanage it, because if it is not mismanagement, we cannot really have a country polarized, divided, everybody talking about how to unify it, when actually there is no problem between Libyans. There is no polarization between Libyans. When I say Libyans, I'm talking about the 9.2 million citizens. I'm not talking about the few. I'm talking about everyone. So having a country like Dr. Hani has said earlier on, that has all the potential to be something very important in no time. We can change in no time. A new lady, I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. Sorry? Henriette, okay. Henriette, you just said it. We can change in absolutely no time. Yes, we are a one resource because we wanted it to be one resource, but the private sector is making very big steps nowadays. The GDP, the official GDP of the private sector may not be more than 15% of the official, but the real GDP, in terms of the parallel, which is not officially reported, it is almost double the official private GDP. So that's one. Then you have the other one, which is the GDP price parity, PPP. It's much bigger than the nominal GDP because of the subsidies that are consuming over 35% of our daily production of oil and gas. Luckily, we are lucky because we are on the Mediterranean. If I speak with my heart, I don't want to have any war around. But if I talk from an interest point of view or from my mind, we have always been lucky with any war south and east of the Suez Canal. When the 1967 Israeli-Arab War took place, our production of oil, as Mundus was saying it earlier on, went from 700,000 barrels to over 3.2 million barrels in 3 years. Something that we can do today. When we had the Iranian Iraqi war, the price of oil went above 100 million, and there when we made our big reserves in dollars that we didn't even know how to use it. We just stashed it in an account, and we said that we have $120 billion of reserves and 120 tons of gold. And our mind has always been set on how much gold we have and how much dollars we have in the account, which is, for me, I see it as an ink on paper, because sustainability, it means how to grow what you have and not just how to keep it as it is, because the dollars of the years 2011 are not worth even 40% of, are not, today's dollars are not worth 40% of what they were in 2011. So, yeah, Tom was saying and Munder was saying, sorry, I tried to pick up on what's already been saying rather than come up with fantascientific ideas. The international oil companies fear of work coming into Libya and fear of interruptions. All this fear, all these issues can be easily addressed by the Libyans, by the Libyan authorities. The foreign companies under the EPSA agreements, or even under the concessions agreement, may come up with 12-13% of the revenues of the oil that it is extracted every day from underground. If the oil companies or international oil companies are fearful of the stoppages, well, we can simply risk and guarantee the revenues for that 12% in case anything stops. There are many ways of addressing challenges. 12% is only $4 billion. I say only because it is 12% of the total. Libya can come up and say, okay, come in IOCs, and if anything stops, then I pay you your share per day for that particular stoppage, and make it clear to the people of Libya that they know that our currency has collapsed because of the stoppages of oil extraction and export in the 2013 and 14, and even in 2018 for a few months, and in 2020, I think, again. So once you know that this is gonna cost you not only missed revenues, but also compensation, the people will think it twice. We as Libyans have learned that we should not be siding with whoever stops the flow of oil. That siding or polarizing with one against another is not for the benefit of all Libyans, of all the 9.2 millions. Harriet, you also referred to that we need reforms. We need reforms. Sorry, we don't need reforms. We need application of the laws that we are already in place. We need respecting the laws that are already in place. Talking about reforms is like kicking the can forever. We have exceptionally excellent laws issued in 2010, few months before the revolution, that really were intended to make Libya another country. But unfortunately, we messed up. We dreamt about changing. I'm for the change. I'm not happy with the old system. It had to go. It's good it went. I'm happy it went. But we didn't realize what we thought we would be realizing, because again we started polarizing one against the other one. So can we do it in Libya? Yes, we can do it. Libya is 1,700 kilometers across the Mediterranean, looking on the other coast of the old continent, Europe. I have taken longer than expected. Sorry, Dr. Hani.
I think we can give you the floor for forever, because you always bring in jewels to the floor, and we appreciate that so much. But why don't we save some of those comments and so on to the panel when we get to it?
With pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Husni. Thank you. I think we have other individuals who could not get their visas or had some circumstances that prevented them from coming in. Our next speaker is Ahmed Ali Atega. He's an economist, a banker, and asset manager who served in various advisory and leadership roles at different institutions, World Bank including, and the Libyan Investment Authority. He's currently a senior advisor to private equity funds in the GCC and member of the Board of Trustees of the Arab Thought Forum. Creating investment opportunities and the role of private banking, do we have the tools? That is the title of his talk. Ahmed, are you available here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Ahmed, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hani, first of all, for the kind invitation. I was hoping to be with you in Washington, but the situation in the region where I am is still very fluid, and also travel disruptions have not come back to normal. And however, it's good to be with you and the colleagues, even if virtually. I'm going to speak about the banking sector. This was the topic that was given to me. I wonder if the colleagues can put my presentation. I sent it to Yasmin. Okay. Maybe until the presentation is prepared, I'd like to make general remarks on the status of the banking sector.
We have it. We just are trying to synchronize it with you. So give us a minute, please. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. We should be ready any minute now. All right. Go ahead. Yes.
Yes. The topic I will be speaking about is creating investment opportunities and the role of private banking. Do we have the tools? I think this allows me to shed some light on one very important sector in Libya, which is the banking sector, from a regulatory and operational perspectives. Probably important to say that the strategic importance of any banking sector is to mobilize capital. The issue is not whether capital exists, but whether institutions can convert it into meaningful economic opportunity. And applying this relationship in Libya, there's a number of gaps, a number of institutional and regulatory and other constraints that does not allow this relationship to work effectively, even though Libya is a capital abundant country, or at least this is the perception. The second slide, please. To explain this relationship further, I think one has to look into some main features of the banking sector in Libya. It is overwhelmingly state-owned, and remained so even after all the changes that took place. The regulator of the sector is a heavy-handed regulator, is a dominant regulator. In other words, a de facto system operator, not necessarily an oversight regulator. That makes private banking role quite minimal. And of course, foreign participation in that sector has been also very limited. The banks do not, in general, do not play their dominant role, which is an intermediary between funds and beneficiaries. So most of these features make this earlier relationship I talked about, which is capital mobilization into investment purposes, very limited. Next slide, please. Further features of the system, of the banking system, is what I call liquidity paradox. We are a cash-rich country, but at the same time cash short when it comes to the retail, to the people. And my good friend Husni has alluded also to many manifestations of this paradox, if you will. Of course, one can say wonders about the lack of governance, the institutional fragmentation, the foreign exchange regime and all its deficiencies, and so on. And that leads me to conclude is that the banking sector in Libya, yes, it's liquid, but it's dysfunctional. It may appear profitable, but it's a distortion, a profit that is distorted. It does not reflect fundamentals. And it may appear stable, but it's very fragile. If we look at the next slide, the numbers that shows what I just mentioned are very clear in terms of the huge liquidity in the system that are not transmitted into productive investments. Next slide. So with these limitations, the private banking, which is the topic of this presentation, private banking, as nascent as it is, becomes curtailed, be it to play a capital mobilization role, capital intermediation role, structuring, advisory, you name it. They cannot apply liquidity into enterprise and investment and growth. Do we have the tools for transforming the system? We need a lot in order to have the ecosystem that provides these tools, be it on the regulatory side, the banking law, the investor protection, be it on the instruments themselves and the range of instruments that any banking sector should have, or in terms of the risks and infrastructure required. The cross-cutting tool of everything is the human capital, and some of the colleagues earlier today spoke about the need for the human capital that is precisely needed in the banking sector. If we can skip this one and go, because I think it's repetitive, go to the risks and opportunities. There are, in any situation, huge risks, but also the game can change if certain triggers take place. The risks you all are familiar with, be it at the macro or the micro or the industry level as far as the banking sector is concerned. However, as Mr. Husni and others have just said, the situation can change, but the fundamentals have to be introduced, be it banking reforms, be it political stabilization, foreign exchange regime reforms, etc. If that doesn't happen, then the downside triggers will dominate. And what we have now in Libya, Libya's economy, are the downside triggers that have been, and former colleague, my former colleague at the World Bank mentioned very brilliantly how these downside triggers are operating in the public sector, and I must say also affecting the private sector. To conclude, the future of investment does not depend only on what's available, but on how effectively the system is prepared to use it. I think this summarizes the hole or the deficiencies or the deficits that Libya, be it in the banking sector or in other sectors, is facing. If I am to talk about, play my own trumpet, I have the pleasure of serving as the chairman of the board of directors of a very promising private small bank, ATIB, the Sarai Trade and Investment Bank. And one can say that on the governance side, in a small bank like this, owned by private shareholders, family-owned businesses who would love to run their own bank. However, they brought a board of directors to oversee the running of the bank, consisting of 80% independent directors, including myself as chairman. This is a very, very good sign of how good governance can be done in Libya if the will is there and if the conducive environment allow it. ATIB is trying to progress on the digitization side, on the small and medium enterprise and microfinance side. And I think it's a good example to show that even in an ecosystem full of constraints, progress can be made, albeit on a small scale. I want to end, Dr. Hani, if you allow me, not having the advantage of being with you in the room and asking some questions, to basically say that the elephant in the room in any discussion becomes more important than what's said. And I believe I don't share any, I don't reveal.
Yeah. Well, please stay with us. We will have questions at the end. Our next speaker is Mohammed Al-Safi Al-Mnafi. Mohammed is in many ways, his background is in engineering. And I always say that there was an article at Forbes many years ago where they said that 56% of successful CEOs in corporate America had an engineering degree. So I just thought it was very interesting that, you know what, there's that kind of a mathematical mind, I guess, or something like that. If you can pass the calculus 2 and all this stuff, I think you're going to be doing it very well. All right, well, I doubt that. I think it works very well. So Mohammed is a development economist at the World Bank, specializing in human development policies across Africa, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe. And he has expertise in social protection, food security, energy subsidy reforms before joining the World Bank, and he continues to work with the World Bank. But he's also on the advisory board of the National Council, and he puts in his hat as an advisor in this particular area. He will be talking to us about the new unified budget. You've heard about it today several times. What does it mean as far as opportunities and challenges for foreign investors? So Mohammed, by all means, please come over here and share with us. We're all interested.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hani. I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. And I'm here today on my capacity with the National Council, we got Henrietta here from the World Bank, so I think that's enough. Today I'm going to talk about the unified budget, that nobody knows anything about it, and I think that was clear even from Moshe Kony. But what does it mean in this context, right? And what I'm going to argue that I think it is the missing piece currently of the peace in the country, right? If it's done well, and I'll talk about why. But why it is very important and why there's a lot of highlight about it. Let me give you a little bit of the anatomy, what I call the fiscal bomb in Libya, right? And the fiscal bomb in Libya consists of the 4 flares, I call them. One is the ballooning spending, which not only 2 budgets, I think there are multiple budgets, and I think Henrietta here talked about also off-budget spending. Second flare is the energy subsidy and how it's used in Libya or misused in Libya. Third flare is the shrinking revenue side. I think there's a lot of focus on the expenditure, less focus on the revenue and how the revenue is being managed. I think that's a big question. And the fourth flare, which is the most kind of, the one that I care a lot about, is the public debt, which is a little bit different than what we know about public debt here in the US. How those flares will activate the pump or not, depending on the international oil market. As long as the oil prices are high, I think the flares will stay a little bit away from activating the pump, but any crisis similar to 2014 where the oil prices dropped, which we don't see now, but we cannot guarantee for long, that the flares might activate the pump immediately. The safety pins that we have, I think it's only one, which is the reserves, that the state reserves that the central bank manages. Okay, let's start with the flare one, the ballooning fiscal spending. Since 2012, more than 1 trillion Libyan dinars has been spent in the country. I'm going to repeat again, 1 trillion Libyan dinars has been spent in the country since 2012. We see the results. It's been spent in a lot of unproductive ways. The wage bill has increased by 3 times. Energy subsidy now is taken up between 35 to 40% of all total oil production in the country. So if Libya, a potato farm, we're spending 40% on gassing up the truck. And that's exactly what's going on in the country. And the dual spending now, as of 2024, is $250 billion Libyan dinar, if you sum the numbers that we have. Flare number 2, which is the subsidy trap or the leakage, what I call it, right? And as I mentioned, subsidies around 14% of the total production. But when you compare it with development spending, when you compare that with health and education, it's like health and education combined is 1%, 40% on energy subsidy. And that gives you like the priorities and how we spend our resources in the way that we think is best. Let's not overlook the implicit cost of subsidy. And what I mean by this, there's the cost of like we're purchasing the fuel that we refine it. But when we purchase the fuel, we consume more. When you consume more, we're more prone to car accidents. Libya in 2017, the country was the highest death by car accidents. 71 for every 100,000 people in the country. Not to mention the climate, not to mention the damage on the infrastructure and all of that. So all of this, the IMF calculate this, if you include this implicit cost in the energy subsidy cost could go up to half of GDP on the country. Flare number 3, which is the public debt. And I want to pause a little bit about the public debt because I want you to kind of, if, you know, we have people here who've been around in the 80s and the 70s, and we know the lost decade in Latin America and the inflation crisis in Latin America and how it's generated by printing money. And when I say printing money, not just, you know, the press printing, the paper printing, but also the digital generating of accounts into the. And this is what Milton Friedman, the economist, popular or notorious in the 70s, talking about the helicopter money, right? And this is basically where the central bank finances deficit. How do they do this? Opening a laptop, opening an account, put zeros in the government's accounts, and then drop money into the economy out of thin air, literally. And this is how the deficit has been spending. What damages this does is inflation that is eating a lot of the purchasing power that Hosni Bey was talking about, right? So this policy, I mean, it was a taboo, you know, in the early 2000s, and then with the financial crisis, 2008, 7, it came back to surface. With COVID, it came back to surface. But countries deploy it more of a one-off crisis, but also you have the monetary policy to bring the inflation down, right? But in Libya, it has turned into an adrenaline, like something that policymakers are addicted to, that they just use it year on year, and without any monetary tools to bring the inflation down. That is dangerous, and that's a trap. And I think understanding this it's critical. Flare number 4, the shrinking revenue, and I think this is critically important. There's a lot of like how much the government's going to spend, but the question is like where is the money will come from, right? So we're talking about oil revenue. The UN report now is talking about reduction in the oil revenue because of some malpractices in the NOC and other companies getting some share of that revenues. But what about the non-oil revenues, such as the SOEs, right? And others that they should generate revenue and contribute to the treasury, that they don't do that, right? And also when it comes to customs and the fuel selling. So when we talk about 40% of the oil production is going into the energy subsidy, whereas zero selling of those kind of fuels goes back to the treasury. It's basically free, it's given for free. So there is a massive shrinking in the revenue, and I think there's an important reason why we need to rethink about budget, not only from expenditure, but from revenue side. But what is important here, and I think going back to the point I think mentioned earlier by some of my colleagues here, is that the accounting issue in the country. There are a lot of institutions in the country that did not close or finalize their financial statements. What does that mean? They don't know how much they kind of spent, how much they owe, how much they need to pay for the treasury. I'll give you some of the examples here. Libyan Investment Authority, since 2008-9, member here with us knows better, I can correct me if on some of the dates. State budget since 2009, National Oil Corporation 2013, CBL since 2014. What those dates mean that since those dates, they did not have a finalized financial statement. They don't know their financial position. So how come like big institutions, sovereign institutions like those, they don't understand their financial situation, and they don't, this is why they don't contribute to the budget. So bringing all of this back, this is why it's extremely important to look at the budget side at this moment. I know there are a lot of focus on elections, wars, and always budget has been like a technical thing, that not for high-level diplomacy. But I think I'm so happy that it's coming up as a very critical, and it's taken at the high level of the diplomacy, and because of all of those reasons I mentioned. So unified budget is extremely paramount. We need that. No one can argue otherwise. And there are some reasons for optimism, right? The elite recognition, the fact that the warring parties, the one that they're competing parties, whether south, east, north, west, that they started to recognize that they need to work out on their budget because it is the cancer that is harming the economy at this moment. I think that's a positive sign. Second one is an unprecedented international community focus. And again, that goes back to the fact that it was always a technical topic. But now it's an international, kind of at the international community level is talked about. And fourth, I'm borrowing this term from the international relations science, the audience costs. What do I mean by this? When politicians start to talk about budgets and we need to fix the budget, then that will raise the awareness even within the population of people that they start to understand that budget is a critical thing. We need accountability. We need to understand who is spending what. And this is kind of puts a cost on politicians and the spoilers not to mess it up in the future. I really like this Chinese proverb which says, the best time to plant a tree was years ago, the second best is now. So even though it's been long that we haven't done this, I think it's important that we do it now. I'm going to run quickly. I don't know why my slides are not. But it's also perfect time because there is this crisis in the Middle East, and where we think, okay, oil prices are high, less to spend more. And this is the trap that Libya falls on into every crisis. 3 reasons for concerns. And I'm going to quickly take 1 minute, Dr. Hani, on this. 3 reasons and concerns is that question 1, where's the money is coming from, right? There's a lot of discussions of getting money from the reserves into the NOC. Is the NOC now as a capable institution to manage such a large amount of money? Second, what about the safeguards on terms of sustaining this on the longer term? And the fourth, why is all the secrecy about those figures? Why nobody knows about what this, we don't know. Even Musa Kony said, from the Presidential Council said, I just heard about some of the details from Ms. Poulos. So key elements, I think most of them I mentioned. Last message from me that the fiscal bump is real and it's going, right? This is a good first step that we should take seriously. However, we need details, we need safeguards to ensure that it's not controlled by the elites, it's not extending the current state of affairs, and is not exhausting the state resources. Thank you so much.
Very well done. Thank you. Well, in the theme of investing in Libya, the opportunities and challenges, and we've heard about the unified budget, which we haven't heard of, but it is there. It's a sort of an amoebic thing that is forming as we speak. There are probably a lot of little details that are included that we don't know. Our next speaker, however, is that has to do with where's the money? You know, you have all those potential investors that are coming in, and there's a very long past history of not paying the investors. Filippo Paris is a dear friend of mine. He's an attorney in the Italian Supreme Court. He runs the firm, which was founded originally by his father, who is very much entrenched in the Tripolitanian business circuit. He frequented Libya, and he lived in Libya as well. So that's your dad, right? And he basically represented the Libyan state and various Libyan institutions before the Italian and the European courts. So his relation to Libya goes way back, and he will be talking about something that a lot of the companies ask about. Where is our money that you owe us? Resolving the Libyan debt obligations, a stepwise approach, and confidence-building measures. And I think the matter of how do you do it? How do you actually resolve those debts that exist and that are lingering around and scaring investors? Please.
Thank you, Dr. Rani. Good afternoon, all. It's a pleasure to be here once again. Mohammed before said that this, in his presentation, he talks about fiscal bomb. So this is the legal bomb, in the sense that this is the other face of the same coin. I mean, Libya has a tragic reputation abroad concerning contractual obligation, and it happens since a long time ago. And till now, still the people are looking for money owed from the 70s. So let's try to move on and let's try to talk a little bit about it. So first, let's start from the context of the commercial arrears of this problem. The financial burden. Libya faced billions of dollars in outstanding contractual obligations. That comprise historical debts from the 70s and 80s, alongside arrears accrued both before and after the 2011 revolution, primarily within the infrastructure, industrial, and healthcare sectors. That because during especially the 70s, when the past regime started to went around the world and make a public contract, the people came to Libya to make project, to make business, but most of them, they didn't receive the payment, and still they are fighting in the court. Also, not only obtaining foreign verdict, but also they are trying to enforce Libyan verdict both in Libya and outside Libya. That means that the Libyan judicial system during the 70s, the 80s, the 90s were extremely independent. The Libyan judges recognized the Libyan, let's say, contractual defaults, condemned the Libyan authorities, ministries, whatever, to pay their debits, but the creditors didn't receive any payment and still fighting to receive that. Of course, the revolution make a big issue because Project Stagnation, numerous pre-2011 projects remain suspended due to the security concern or funding gaps. This freeze has led to significant accrued interest and escalating maintenance costs. We all know that there are many infrastructure projects all around Libya, frozen up to February 2011, and most probably never be reactivated. Or if they will be reactivated, it will cost much more than before. Okay, let's assume that finally someone will have the political or strategic will to face this problem. Which is the strategic incentive for this? Settling these arrears is more than a legal or moral duty. It's a fundamental prerequisite for restoring Libya's international financial credibility and reopening the country to the global business. As a lawyer, actually, I receive many clients in my law firm in Italy asking, okay, do you suggest to go to Libya to make business? No, not at all, unless the money will be on your office abroad. Very simple. I was a lawyer of the Libyan state. I have a court case against the Libyan embassy in Italy because they didn't pay my bill. And still I am fighting against them. So that's my problem. That's the problem of everyone around the world. The problem is the credibility, the commercial credibility of Libya. Libya, unfortunately, has no more reputation from this point of view. Okay. In the past, I talked about early, let's say, 2003, 2002. There was the Italian case study. I mean, the Libyan authority at that time, they start to think how to settle the past outstanding debts. So, and they started to audit and verify the obligation. They sent a mission in Italy, a Libyan committee comprising State Litigation Department, Central Bank of Libya, and Minister of Finance. They came to Italy. They organized a meeting with the Italian public and private creditors at the UBI Bank, which is an Italian bank with the major shareholder by CBL, Libyan Foreign Bank. They check the document and then they make a list of debits. 10 years after, 2013, the Libya Deputy Finance Minister, Dr. Maraja Gate, he came to Italy, and they make an agreement, they make a deal to settle all the past obligation, offering 233 million euros instead of more 650 million euros. So the Italian creditors, they accepted. They signed an agreement, they're fully stamped, legalized, everything. Formality almost perfect, almost. But at the end of the day, no payment. So Libya proposed a settlement, formalized a settlement, but no money at all. Why? Despite the fact that the Libyan deputy minister said that money were already available at the Central Bank of Libya, the money never was put into an extra account abroad to finalize the settlement one by one with all creditors. So after that, significant litigation till today remains pending in the Italian and not only Italian courts. Another very important fact, as you may know, for sure you know, after the revolution 2011, Italy became a primary destination for treating Libyan wounded or so-called wounded. However, the lack of transparent management for this influx created a monstrous debt affecting hospital, private clinic, doctors, and hotels. Also this morning, we spoke a lot about accountability. So that was what happened. No accountability at all, no contract at all. Ministry of Health in Libya didn't know and doesn't know right now exactly how much is the amount of the debits for these health cares. So, legal consequence, the legal bomb. The state of Libya and the Libyan embassy in Italy are currently among the largest chronic debtors in the Italian judicial system. So, it's really sad, but this is the reality. Actually, the Libyan debits in Italy are around 1,200 million euros. Just small example. A Libyan company get a verdict from Tripoli Appeal Court on April 2000. Minister of Transportation was condemned to pay 7,744,000 Libyan dinar, referred to a contractual default back to the 80s. These creditors, 2 years ago, received from the Rome court 120 million euros as a repayment. Why? Because in all these years, no one in Libya want to take seriously in consideration that one day or other the money will fly away. So this is what happened. So some ideas. Of course, by the way, sorry, all the information that I am giving to you, I have a full document in my office. Everything is on writing. And what are you reading now, I put on writing several times to many Libyan authorities, but of course no one can take any consideration of that. Okay, so the starting point on my point of view should be the existing judgment. So there is a final verdict, final judgment, Howard from the ICC court in Paris. So good or bad, that is the starting point. If the Libyan authorities, if the Libyan state fail to defend himself, is not in effect something to affect the creditors. So that's the document, that's the reality, this is the amount. Once forever, in my point of view, Libya should appoint reputable legal counsel with specific, not just one, of course, a team of reputable legal counsel with specific expertise in Libyan sovereign debt to conduct one-on-one negotiation. The goal is to reach settlement agreement that result in the full resolution of disputes upon payment. Why this one-to-one? Because otherwise we come back to 2013 agreement between Minister of Finance of Libya and a group of creditors. Failed. So the negotiation must be one by one, direct negotiation, reach an agreement on the settled amount, and finish. Financial leverage. A stronger financial position and a demonstrated commitment to fulfilling payments will significantly enhance Libya's negotiation power. I assume that no one can sit in front of any creditors without money. So if you show that you have a budget, if you have ready money for settlement, so this will allow you to get some good condition. Otherwise, is another just wasting of time. Strategy of revolution, phase 2, fulfillment mechanism. To avoid past failures, Libya must guarantee an effective execution of agreements through escrow accounts, okay, a mechanism where Libya will put the money in advance ready for the negotiation to show the people that you are able to fulfill the agreement. Otherwise, we're back to the past. Something just to finish? Okay, there are some other mechanisms. Oil linkage and barter has been paid, as you may know, in the 80s and 90s, in the past, some payments were made by barter payment in oil. This is a phased repayment. This is a particular instrument, especially for infrastructure projects. But there are some critical challenges and innovative solutions, just to be very, 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 very quick. I cannot say anything if there is a political will in Libya to consider this problem. But of course, first of all, if Libya wants to restore the credibility in the financial and business international world, they must take into consideration this, and they must have into consideration either to evaluate the way how to regain, to come back with some money abroad, asset, frozen asset, stolen asset, whatever, or to try to figure out how to make natural resource leverage. As we know, Libya has rare earth, mineral resources, and this could be a new system also to do not use only oil.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, we are running out of time. This was a very interesting and an essential talk about how do we build the trust and the confidence of corporations to bring them back in. We have one more speaker here who is not going to be doing it in person. It is Dr. Uqba Haftar. He's the founder and the chairman of the Ru'ya Foundation for Digital Economic Development, a Benghazi-based organization working to advance Libya's digital transformation through youth capacity building, technology adaptation, and innovation. He's a Libyan-American businessman with extensive experience in digital strategy and AI. He also chairs the Libya Digital Technology Company and is the author of Digital Transformation in Libya, Beyond Politics. His talk is about Beyond Politics, US-Libyan Partnership to Re-Engineer Libyan Digital Future. And we have a video recording. He apologized that he could not be with us today. All right, let's just put that on, please. And I'm going to ask, while we have this through, can I ask all the speakers to come and have a seat here, because we're going to, just to start a quick conversation. Henriette, Filippo, everybody, can you come and sit here, please, because you're part of that conversation? Yes. Yeah. Yes, please, Mundar, come on in. Yeah, let's put the video, please. Yeah.
Dr. Hani Shanif, General Jones, distinguished guests and friends. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Before I begin, I would like to recognize an important milestone. This year marks 30 years of relationship between the United States and Libya, dating back to the 1796 Treaty of Peace and Friendship. For more than 2 centuries, this relationship has connected our 2 nations across time, distance, and change. Today, we have an opportunity to carry that relationship forward into a new area defined not by geography, but by technology. I'm joining you from Miami, where I am attending a major technology gathering, meeting founders, investors, and leaders shaping the future of a global economy. I'm here for one reason: the young people of Libya. When I called to do something that helps our youth, I drop everything to Dr. Hani Shanif and the national councils, thank you. Your vision for the safe and strong Libyan has been stayed light. Even through hard years, you kept Libya on the table in Washington when others walk away. On behalf of Roya Foundation, thank you. General Jim Jones, a great friend of Libya, a friend to all of us who believe Libya must be one nation. Strong and modern peace is not just the end of the war. Peace is the start of hope. You have stood for that hope. The future of Libya is not in its oil. The future of Libya is in young people. 60% of Libyans are under 30. They are online. They are curious. They are not behind. They have been waiting for someone to open the door. That's what Roya Foundation does. We open the doors. In the past years, we have given a free AI training to more than 1,000 young Libyans, 1,000 young women and young men from Tripoli, Benghazi, Sabha, Misrata, and Tobruk. And we are just getting started. We are also build bridges to the American startup world, to VCs, to founders, to accelerators. That's the work I'm doing today. So let me be honest, for more than 10 years, Libyan politics has eaten up Libyan lives. Years our young people will never get back, spent on fights that have nothing to do with jobs or science or the tech that changed the world while we are grown. This is not political attack. This is just math, and Libyan's children cannot wait anymore. Going digital is the only road to better life for Libya. And digital is also the best tool we have to end corruption. You cannot prepare blockchain, you cannot scare an algorithm when every dollar can be traced. Corruption loses its ear. My vision is Libya that becomes startup nation, Libya with modern digital infrastructure, a digital government that serves its people with speed, honest, and respect, and fast pathways for our young people to build startups, to innovate, and to lead. A Libyan where our best young minds come home, because home is where the most exciting work is happening. That Libya is not a dream. That Libya is a choice. We cannot do it alone. Give our young people American mentors, give our startup American investors, give our schools American partners, and watch what Libya becomes. Thank you, Dr. Shanib. Thank you, General Jones. Thank you to every friend of Libya in the room. Every meeting I take today is for the same reason you are gathering in Washington, for Libyan youth, for Libyan future, for the next chapter. Shukran jazilan. God bless Libya. God bless United States of America. God bless everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But then also to adjust laws to a changing world, to a changing economy, to changing global markets. And any country that stagnates will get stuck, right? So I think it's important, but I agree with Husni that applying the legal framework is a very first step, but then you need to keep it alive and evolve with the nature of the country and the global systems that the country is in.
So you would think that all the laws that we have are a good start, as you mentioned, or most of them are a good start. Of course, they need to be rejuvenated and be more realistic about the new world order and the realistics of today.
I do not pretend to know all legal law, all Libyan laws, right? I mean, I don't know the Libyan, the body, but I think looking at what's there and what can be applied, what makes sense to apply would be the first step, right? But then I think you need to evolve from there. And I do not agree with Husni that reforms are kicking down the can down the road. I think it's shying away from difficult conversations. And I think if, and again, it comes back to the issue of political will, are politicians willing to put the political capital in for reforms that are needed? And that is an important conversation.
And this is a question I have for everybody around here. We have some laws. We know that some laws needs to be changed. But what we have right now, are they actionable? Are they something that would, you implement it tomorrow and it's going to happen, it's going to process, or there are some inherent challenges that would prevent, even if we have the laws, of them to be applicable, to be actionable. I mean, if I'm a company, a corporation that wants to come in and invest in Libya tomorrow, whether it's in services or whatever it is, I know the reality. I mean, it's not like I do business in Libya, but I know that I have to start filling papers, I have to apply for this office and then this office, and you get clearance from here and another from there. And then you go to the bank and they say, no, we can't recognize your credentials, you don't have the assets to, or your assets are not recognizable. We do have the liquidity, just like Ahmed mentioned, but we can't use this liquidity for security purposes. We just can't guarantee that you are a credible debtor, that we can give you the money to start your project, whatever it is. So there's like multifaceted challenges in there. So where do we start? I mean, please go take a crack at it, please.
With him every couple of months, so every argument he has, I've had it one-on-one on him, and I know his stance on utilizing the existing laws before thinking of making any changes. To a certain extent, I agree. But if we think of the law of the land is the manuscript, is the technical guide on how to actually operate within a country, right? If I open a technical manuscript for a new car or a new fridge or whatever it is, and I see contradicting instructions, there's a problem there. So one, there's a lot of issues with the existing legal framework in Libya that requires revision. I will pull a very simple example to show you where that happens. we have the banking law of 2005, famous law number 1, 2005, that specifies the responsibilities of the Central Bank of Libya and the banking sector in general. And then we have a capital markets law, and also we have the amendment to the banking law. The capital markets law and the amendments to the banking law, which are two special laws, because usually a special law overcomes or overrides the general law. They both of them actually contradict with the mandate of who is responsible for granting responsibility and authority over funds and funds establishment. So there are these nuances that needs to be fixed before we move forward, because that actually stops any kind of progress. Now, with your question with regards on do we actually apply the law? I mean, if I look at the Central Bank of Libya actually imposes now, or getting back to the point where it's imposing on every bank to close their financials and audited financials in time, as per the law. Sometimes the Central Bank actually slows that process, that it prevents banks from hitting that milestone. However, the attitude of do as I say, not as I do, is prominent in Libya. The Central Bank of Libya itself hasn't closed its accounts for a number of years, so you can't really expect you to be a role model. You need to drive as a role model to show best practices rather than telling institutions you have to do this, but I have an exception, I can do whatever I want. This is across the entire landscape. So in order to fix it, we need to show some level of respect to that manuscript of society that governs our relationship with one another. And those sovereign institutions, they may think that they're exerting authority by not upholding the law and forcing it on others, but it will get to a point where you will be challenged and judged on your respect to the law as well. Today, there's a circular about the courts of South Tripoli issuing a warrant for the arrest of the chairman and CEO of Libyan Investment Authority because he did not apply one of the rulings. The Libyan law is very clear on disrespecting the ruling of the court, which is an imprisonable offense. Central Bank of Libya have rejected so many of the legal proceedings and legal decisions that you are engraving the culture of not respecting the law. So you can't expect institutions to respect the law if you yourself is not respecting the law.
Thank you. I'm going to give it just to Naaman a little bit, because Naaman has a view on the central bank's overreaching powers and the balance between private banking and the authority of the central bank. Naaman, you need to get into this conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Hani. Just Mr. Husni made me laugh earlier. He said that he wants a change to the status quo, but he doesn't want reforms. So I don't know how he wants the change to happen. I mean, I agree with Munder. The issue in Libya is the laws are not to be implemented and adhered to by state officials and state institutions. So this is what you need to know. The law is only for non-state officials and state-financed companies. And that should apply to everybody else. This is the problem for Libya, is the application of the law, the enforceability of the law. Munder, he stated it's our own experience, Munder and myself, 5 different verdicts, 5 verdicts. The Central Bank of Libya has not adhered to one of them. And it is an offense that you should go to prison for minimum 6-month period for not applying a court verdict. So in Libya today, the biggest issue, and I even heard Filippo earlier talking about the bills that have not been paid to Italian companies and bills that have not, because there is no accountability for Libyan officials. There is no accountability for any statesman in Libya. They're not being brought in to deliver X, Y, and Z and held accountable for having delivered them or not delivered them. They're being brought there to fill in a gap for a certain period of time. Because when we hear the numbers that Filippo was mentioning, if it was anywhere else, that person in charge for not having followed on the various cases and resulted in €1 billion he was talking about, this person would be imprisoned. Instead, in Libya, we do not hold anybody accountable. The law in Libya, the commercial law in Libya, clearly stipulates that every commercial institution, and even banks are commercial institutions. State-owned companies, they are no different by law, within the law, to a private entity. The law calls for the closure of the fiscal year on December 31st, and for the taxes or the financials to be submitted to the tax authority by the 30th of March. When we hear financial state institutions, major state institutions, have not closed their financials for 10 years and not being held accountable for it, it's not a state anymore. It's a complete, it's a zoo. I'm sorry to say, it's a complete anarchy. Nobody cares, because everybody knows that nothing will happen to them if they don't do it.
Have the state of New York Business Corporation, and you lose your corporate license if you don't have the report by the end of the year, or you don't oblige by certain regulations, so on. Does that exist in Libya?
By law, it is there. By law, it is there. If you lose 50% of your capitalization, you either recapitalize or you shut doors. In Libya, we have state companies that have been losing money for years. Financially they are bankrupt, yet they're still there. They're still being financed. You have governments every year come out with initiatives to finance the sharikat al-muta'athira, they call them. So this is our issue today in Libya. When we even heard about, the reputational, I just want to finish with this because I know you have limited time, but Filippo was talking about the reputational risk Libya has incurred for the last 10 to 15 years. If we look at the Central Bank of Libya today, we have lost every single international bank to deal with Libya. For what reason? Because the Central Bank of Libya has changed the operating model. They are today holding the foreign exchange rather than giving it to the banks. They get delayed in paying. So when the due date for payments arrives, the commercial banks are not able to honor the payment. $700 million Jamhuriya Bank has failed to honor for 8 months. 8 months, which resulted in Citibank, HSBC, UniCredit, everybody saying, we don't want to deal with Libyan banks anymore.
A serious crisis, and you heard Vice President Moussa Kony emphasizing that corruption needs to be started at the top. Fighting corruption has to start at the head and then go down. And there's no process by which you can implement the laws that you talk about, Hosni. And Hosni is laughing all the time because he knows it's a Hausa, out of the Tabiqa, out of the... Where do you start? Yeah, Muhammad, please go ahead.
Maybe I can quickly add... Sorry. All right, I'll come closer. Maybe I can quickly add that a lot of laws, the economic laws, post-2006, there was a massive reforms institutionally, legally, and also economically. And a lot of those laws were amended in 2010. And let's not forget this, right? A lot of laws, especially the investment laws and economic laws, were amended in 2010. And then we had 2011. So there was no period, laws were amended, no period of practice, and also for institutions to adapt and to know. Up to this point, a lot of the institutions, they still operate on the old law, not the new law, because they don't comprehend fully. And that goes to the state capacity that also Henrietta talked about, right? There is an erosion of the state capacity, not to implement what exists, but also to abide to what exists. In tax, we call it tax morale. In law, I would say there is a law morale, the lack or low law morale.
In addition to the division
exactly.
and so on. And anyone wants to make a comment? I know Ahmed raised his hand.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I just want to add to the colleagues on the issue of laws. They spoke more about the enforcement of the law after a verdict or a case is decided. I'd like to highlight another side of this issue, which is prevalent in Libya, the creation of laws. Laws, in order for them to be effective and reaching their goals, have to be inclusive, have to be drawn upstream. The stakeholders have to be engaged in how laws are designed. This is something that is missing in Libya. The other element is following best practice in terms of how laws are done in other countries is not a sin, is not a crime. Always taking the excuse that we have al-khususiyya al-Libya, the Libyan khususiyya, as an excuse not to follow best practice in terms of how laws can be better prepared is an issue, is a big issue. And finally, advocacy. In the banking sector, for example, which I have become much more closer to in Libya now over the last year or so, banks cannot perform an advocacy role with the regulator or with any other stakeholder in that sense. They are faced with regulations, decisions, orders that are imposed on them. And this is an issue. So they cannot join an upstream preparation of the law, and they cannot also advocate for their interests when the laws are not applied. This is a major deficiency in Libya and other countries of the region. I'm sure my colleague in the World Bank have seen it elsewhere, but in Libya it's much more prevalent. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's one quick question because we have to move on to the next session. Please
yeah, thank you very much, and thank you. And after Mr. El-Bouri's passionate commentary, I don't know how you can almost follow up on that, but there is a massive elephant in the room that was hinted at several times in the, today and a little bit yesterday during the business meetings, and that's the corruption. There is ostensibly between 35 and generally recognized by the professional community, and I'm an accountant, I've been looking at anti-corruption measures, anti-money laundering measures, literally all over the world, everywhere from Myanmar, from Burma, to South America. It's 35 to 40%. The estimate is that 35 to 40% of the GDP is involved in some kind of illicit activity and corrupt activity. How do we address that? You heard Mr. General Jones talk about it. You heard the Vice President talk about it. You heard the Ambassador talk about it. How do we address this at a top level?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and it could take a whole evening discussing this. There's one thing I could say, is that you talk about the elephant in the room. I could tell you one thing. 10 years ago, we were like the blind men feeling this elephant. Now we've taken off our hoods and we can see the elephant, and we're going to fight this elephant, right? So I think we need to move on to the next panel. Exciting conversation. Hosni is itching to say something. You better say it very briefly, Hosni.
Yeah, I just want to say, I said that there is no problem and we don't need new laws. Principally, as I've been always telling everybody, and Munir included, every time we meet, that implementing bad laws is better than expecting good laws not to be implemented. We have good laws. We really have good laws, but we are missing the executive regulations. That's why we have the mixes. That's why we have the mixes between central bank and the stock exchange and the rest. So, okay.
Kick us out of the room.
We can go forever. We can go forever.
Thank you so much, everybody.
I totally agree with Hosni, but except one thing, that the implementation of the existing law must be followed by the fact that the public officer who will do something wrong must pay the fine.
100%.
Must pay the damage.
We could see the
I never saw in 30 years anyone who pay any kinds of damage for what they did wrong in Libya.
A guy that spent a lot of time in the trials and so on.
Finished.
Totally agree. We're going to move on to the last panel discussion, which is really a reflection, very important. Bill, come over here. Ambassador David Mack, can you come and make the way to here? Wolfgang, please come and join. Ali, you are Daria now, so you please come and join us here. And then, yeah, where's Maureen? Here, come on, Maureen. Yeah. This is basically a sort of at the end of the day, we want to have a shared sense of experiences in US-Libya relations, what everybody of this panel had lived in dealing with the bill. Please, hey guys, let's just pay attention here a little bit. So each one of you is going to have a couple of minutes to reflect on their own experience. Come over here. You have a seat there? Okay. And let me introduce some of the panel that I have not introduced before. Of course, I introduced Bill Lawrence. Is Muhammad on the thing? He's not here, okay. Ed had to leave. I want to introduce David Mack. David, do you mind if you take your seat, and I'm going to start with you. David Mack is a veteran U.S. diplomat and one of Washington's foremost experts in Libya. It goes back to over 50 years. He served as U.S. Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near East Affairs. He first served in Libya just before the revolution in 1969. He arrived a few weeks before the Gaddafi coup and has since written and lectured extensively on U.S.-Libyan relations. He's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and adjunct scholar at the Middle East Institute. Ambassador David Mack has lost a little bit of his voice, so I will try and help as he reflects on his experience in Libya. So can we give you the microphone, please? All right, let's get the voice microphone close to him, please, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Hands mic. Here's a hand mic.
Okay.
Yes.
With apologies to my weak voice, I will do my best. And if my voice descends to a whisper, I may ask.
No problem. I'll be able to help you out with this one here too.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll run next to you.
Relations between Libya and the U.S. have always been complex. History shows that the U.S. often benefits by choosing new directions rather than sticking with the traditional relationships. This was true in the late 18th century when the leaders of the new American Republic.
Can you hear in the back? Okay, good. Yeah, maybe I'll hold the thing here, okay?
When the leaders of the new U.S. Republic chose to deal with a so-called Barbary pirate in Tripoli rather than the Ottoman Empire. And it remained true when I arrived as a second secretary and chief interpreter in July 1969. I found that the U.S. ambassador and U.S. oil companies were comfortable dealing assumed my duties, we had a senior diplomat in charge as our charge d'affaires as we waited the arrival of Ambassador Joseph Palmer, one of our best-known career diplomats and a famous specialist in African affairs. We had a military base at Wheelis, east of Tripoli, and it was an important part of the U.S. European command of our military forces. We brought in U.S. Air Force companies for air-to-ground training, such as strafing and bombing. I mistrusted the status quo, but I was not invited to senior staff meetings. In conversation with younger Libyans, I detected unhappiness with large remnants of the Italian colonial presence. The government, unhappiness with the government and leaders like King Idris and the Crown Prince, who seemed to lack charisma, which is what younger Libyans wanted. A few weeks later, on September 1st, 12 Libyan military officers my age seized power from the older generation. Ada Majlis Kiyader Thawra. Suddenly, I was at the center of US-Libyan relations and had to use my fluent Arabic and youthful enthusiasm to protect U.S. interests together with the RCC. I was one of 13 boys in their late 20s who were thirsty for change. On September 1, I had met First Lieutenant Abdusalam Jalud. It was hard to interpret his Arabic in the several meetings that followed. He came from a village, Mizda, southwest of Tripoli, where the local dialect had some Berber words. And plus, Abdusalam was a chain smoker. And he often had his hand in front of his mouth. On our first meetings with him, and then about for the fourth or fifth meeting, he said our new ambassador had arrived, and the ambassador was with me in the meeting with Abdusalam Jalud. And finally, Jalud announced to us that he wanted to introduce Ambassador Palmer to the RCC spokesman. Jalud led us to that office at the Tripoli radio station where all our meetings were taking place. Before knocking on the door, he dropped his cigarette on the floor and stamped it out with his shoe. I said in Arabic, Ya Abdusalam, ma tatakhad. And he responded, Brother Muammar doesn't like it. Akh Muammar ma yuhibbu. When we got back to the embassy, I prepared the reporting cable on the meeting for the ambassador's review. Then I drafted a second cable that asserted that we now knew which of the RCC members shows the most leadership. The Washington intelligence community waited until all the RCC members' names and backgrounds were listed in January 1970 before endorsing my view. By summer, we had extensive experience with the RCC members in negotiations for the withdrawal of our military personnel, the closure of the Wheelus Air Base, and endorsing relationships between U.S. oil companies and Libyan government officials. Meanwhile, our leading diplomats in Benghazi and elsewhere in Cyrenaica, who had cultivated relations with King Idris, his tribal allies, and government officials, were viewed with suspicion by the Revolutionary Command Council. On one of my trips to the Foreign Ministry, I was handed a diplomatic note requesting that the leading American diplomats be withdrawn from eastern Libya. When I got back to the U.S. Embassy, I took the note to the ambassador and translated it for him. When he said, well, these men and their families will have to leave Libya, I said, no, they just have to leave eastern Libya. They can come to Tripoli. And the ambassador said, David, I'm appointing you as the senior U.S. diplomat in charge of our branch embassy in Benghazi. As a result, I switched jobs and housing in 48 hours, and I spent the next 2 years as U.S. principal officer for the whole of eastern Libya. It greatly expanded my knowledge of Libya, including its oil industry, ports, and tourist sites. Toward the end of the second year, the Libyan government determined that the American official presence was excessive and ordered us to reduce our entire presence in Libya to 20 American officials. That would include Marine Guards at our embassy in Tripoli. Washington made the decision to withdraw all official personnel from eastern Libya and rely solely on official travel there from Tripoli or Washington when the need arose. I lowered the American flag, but I was very keen in the following years and decades that Washington, D.C. not forget Cyrenaica, and they haven't.
Very interesting document. Thank you very much. That is a historical note. We've always said that the United States needed to be present and more engaged in Libya, and also more engaged in the East and the South. And from 1969, there was this constant kind of attrition of presence, both by the United States, by corporations, including our own national corporations, the central bank, the NOC, and others. And this is what we're actually living part of, which is the rivalry between the East and the West because of the marginalization that has occurred over many, many years. And I think that if you look at 2011, that was not as much visible, but it is now a serious recognition that it was also present in the notes of the UNSMIL reviews that were made over the last 3 times, that there needed to be a more presence of UNSMIL in the east of Libya. So this is a very important remark. I had no idea that this was what he was going to say, and it was a beautiful, beautiful note. So Ambassador Mack, I really appreciate you, and I know that you have difficulty with your voice, but we all heard it very well. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get back to other people's reflections. You know, Ali, why don't you share with us your experience in the last 3 years, the interpretation, the things that you wish could be done and that were done, and what kind of directions, if you had the opportunity to change. And we'd like to hear a sort of a candid thought from you.
No, thank you. And perhaps what I'll say is my own personal remarks and should be taken as such and not really an official view. I spent 3 years in Libya from 2021 to this time, 2024. And it was, I mean, I have to say it's a mixed, takeaway that I have, because, I mean, firstly, you see the city and you see the country, you see the beauty of the landscape, the history, the people, and then you see the intractable political conflict, as I think we can call it. I believe it was Vice President O'Connor earlier who said the conflict looks complex, but it really isn't. And I would agree with that to a great extent. The problem with Libya is not a lack of solutions. It's not, sectarianism or ethnic divides and things like that, although there are disenfranchised communities. The problem, I think, lies somewhere else, and perhaps through some of the discussions we had today, some of those things came forward. You rightly said that one of our failings, if you may call it, is not to have a balanced presence in the country. A lot of UN colleagues are concentrated in Tripoli. Various reviews have said that there should be a presence in the east, a presence in the south. For many reasons, this has been difficult, and both logistical, financial, and other reasons. but this is something we're very much aware of and we want to take forward. I think one perhaps final comment would be, you know, we heard Madame Yacoubi's criticisms of UNSMIL. You know, sometimes it feels like we're all part of the same family, we're all almost part of the same issues, and we're kind of intractably linked together and trying to get through them. And which is why there's, you know, you hear from the Libyans in such a frank and open way their frustration, which I think shows also what they expect from the UN, right? The aspirations that they have, and they feel that the UN is not delivering on. I mentioned earlier in my talk some of the constraints that are there and the challenges and the misconceptions of what the UN can and cannot do. But I think there is still very much this very close relationship between the UN on the ground and Libyans. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, there's definitely a bondage that has occurred between the UNSMIL and the people in Libya. Some of it is good and some of it is bad. There's a lot of blame in between, but they are intrinsically linked in what is happening in Libya, and we definitely appreciate the work of UNSMIL in Libya, and we hope it continues because there is an element of conscience that you bring into there. Now, there were some moments where, you know, some violations that occurred, but overall, the role is so important and visible. Bill, do you want to reflect on your experiences and so on? 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just have a couple quick points like this morning. But first of all, congratulations to you and the team, Henny. These conferences get better every year, and hopefully, you know, we're helping the conversation back home as well as in Arizona.
It does. It does.
Let me start with what General Jones said memorably this morning at the end of his comments, that if you can't ride 3 horses at the same time, what the hell are you doing in the circus? And I would like to say that applies not only to the American government, but to the Libyan government. And when I think of the 3 circles, it's the political, the economic, and the security track in Libya, and how hard it is, knowing how interconnected they are, which we knew from Berlin onwards, that, you know, can you move forward in one without moving forward in the others? You know, can you walk and chew gum in these different areas since they're so dependent on each other? And then I get to what I might call the Maureen versus Stephanie debate today, and they both made correct points, which, and if I can just paraphrase the point I want to make from their remarks, is that Maureen was saying correctly, you can do a lot in the military space while the other ones aren't fully operational, but if I could take the Stephanie counterpoint, you can only go so far. And I know there was rumblings in the room about this equal approach that the U.S. takes, because that creates its own problems vis-a-vis the 2011 experience for most Libyans. Sure. And so, you know, when I think reflecting on Stephanie's points in particular and on the 287-page panel of experts report, which I recommend that everyone look at the first 30 pages of and its recommendations, one of our major focuses have to be corruption, predation, and exploitation of Libyans, and holding people accountable for past and present of those 3 things. And even though Stephanie might be right that it'd be great to turn the page from the existing elites, we probably won't get this transition without having elites involved. They have to agree to it, even if somewhat a selection more than an election, which means the checks and balances will have to be what the political scientists call, for Latin America, and now it's used around the world, a pacted transition, where basically the 2 sides agree to move things forward together while there are checks on each other, which each side is putting on each other. Getting to the legal point, law is very, very complicated. You know, part of it is the technical instructions, but there's many, many aspects of the law. And in post-conflict situations, when I've worked on legal issues in my career, you know, one of the biggest issues is not the what, but the who. Who has the legitimacy? We still don't have a constitution. We still don't have organic laws. We still don't. And if you start making all these changes to the law, which are part of agreements among bodies that aren't really felt by Libyans to be representing Libyans, the whole house of cards can collapse afterwards. And so for my last point, I'll quote Ibn Khaldun, who gave the greatest definition of government we've ever seen, according to Toynbee and Gellner and other great historians. He said government is an institution that prevents injustice other than that which it commits itself. And until the Libyan government can hold itself to account, it can't really hold everybody else to account. And so it's going to have to be an agreement between the two sides to move things forward and hold each other to account, or we're not going to get out of this morass.
Very true. Thank you. Thank you. Maureen? Yes, yes, please. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Thank you.
And I know you know what I was saying.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's very important.
I know it is very important. Sorry. Didn't mean to knock. Well, thank you. It's really nice to follow Ambassador Mack's really important remarks about engagement and being present. That really resonates with me because it's so important to be on the ground. Just 3 very quick points because I know we're standing between you and fresh air, which is, one, I'm just really inspired by the continuity between administrations and the focus on Libya. There's obviously been seismic change in U.S. foreign policy in the last 15 months, but the engagement and continued focus on Libya has been persistent. And so I find that very positive and encouraging because US-Libya policy has gone up and down in terms of energy and focus within the U.S. interagency. I think one other important lesson that I've learned in looking at U.S. Relations with Libya on the security side has been that we don't need a lot of security assistance. One default answer from the U.S. government bureaucracy when we're talking about investing in Africa is like, oh, well, we don't have enough money. That's not the problem with Libya. So we have other tools we can use, and that provides space for more creativity within the U.S. interagency. And then finally, something that I'm really struck by, I mean, again, I have my own feelings on what's happening politically for the United States abroad, but at the end of the day, the changes in the way that this administration in Washington is engaging in Africa, specifically with Masad Boulos and the way that U.S. big-time investment is being dangled in front of Libyan counterparts is truly changing the calculus in how people are engaging with the United States, and I think is fundamentally leading to at least opportunity for different discussions, if not seismic progress.
Thank you very much. Very important remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 brief points from my side. Currently, there is probably a window of opportunity to stabilize Libya, but there is also an urgency to stabilize Libya. Imagine the influence of Russia is growing, is increasing. As I've said, Libya is of vital strategic importance for Russia. Imagine Russian or bases from Russian proxies in Libya equipped with Iranian or Russian Shahed or Geran drones. Imagine a drone base by Russian proxies on the southern shores of the Mediterranean. Just have a look on the Middle East, what this means. And the second point, over thousands of years, the territory of today's Libya was not in a unified state. The 3 regions developed quite independently, looking to the east, to the west, and to the south. From my point of view, the realistic way to stabilize Libya is to realize that there are 3 different regions in there. And it is necessary to acknowledge this, and it would make sense to stabilize Libya in its parts. We've said security is different in the east, in the west, and in the south. Let's acknowledge this, and let's use this to the advantage for the stabilization of Libya. I'm sure in 2030, Libya will be either a federation or it will be broken up after a bloody civil war. And there is nothing evil with federations. Successful states like Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and the United States are federations.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for your own personal aspiration. I think, it's always good to shed off the artificial stuff that we have and what we have to say in front of individuals and groups in public places, and just reflect on personal feelings about what we think should happen and what we think are the mistakes are, and just having that kind of a candid reflections by very distinguished individuals who have thought about Libya is very important. I mean, we did the science and now we got the gut feeling, and we've learned a lot of things today. We've learned that the U.S. is engaged and willing to continue to engage, that the U.S. is not going to force Libyans to do what they need to do, but it will nudge them towards it, that the U.S. will partner with the United Nations in a more active way than it was before, and will lead a lot of the correction forces that need to be implied on Libya's economic transparency, central bank, oil and gas, security, and so on, to nudge it towards a sort of a more active change that we all, whether we are here or in Libya, feel that need to be done. So I believe that there is some movement, there is some action. It's just like when you put your hand on the neck of a patient and you want to feel if this is a life or not. You feel for the pulse. The pulse is there. We're seeing that there is a pulse in something that we thought was dying. And that is in itself a very positive thing, and it demands the action of everybody around and catering for this very ill body that we have dealt with in the last so many years. The National Council is coming to the end of this event. There are some individuals that I'd like to acknowledge, great individuals that are sitting in the back, and they carried this whole activity. Yasmina Jarbi, Lina Jarbi, Salma Shamib, and Najwa Al-Hassi, who did some of the translations that we desperately needed. There's other members of the board that have been working on the program and all sorts of activities until we got to this point. I want to thank them all for the great amount of work that they have been doing over the last year. We invite you to engage. The National Council could not do what they're doing if we just have listeners that come in once a year. We need to see members of our community to be engaged. We need people who believe in the Libyan cause to be engaged. They don't have to be Libyans. There are so many that are from different walks of town, not only Americans, but internationals that have actually spent significant amount of time helping the National Council. So I am very grateful for everything they have done. Our speakers, each one of them that have flown from London and New York and the whole states and elsewhere, they've actually been vital to this program, and without their presence, we would not have had a possibly successful one. So thank you for all of you for being with us today, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Maureen, it's really sad that we didn't find the time to discuss between warriors. But I hope we can stay in touch.